keep this. What? Okay. Alright, we'll tell this to the Earth 2 Hours physicist Marvin Herndon joins us to talk about the Earth's core as it stops rotating, and if so, what does that mean to us? And then later on, our investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with a great story. I know that's going to be a great show for a number of reasons. George, I'll let you about this. This is George Noyes. George Noyes talking about the Earth's core. And it seems to locate. I will be doing this. And do you feel dedicated on your level side? Do you feel that possibly you will come to the same conclusion as you? I believe that not only will we come to the same conclusion, but wherever the evidence we have to back up the impact is going to be 100%. Alright, before we get out of here, Stefan, do you have any conspiracy theories in your library that you hold dear? I actually do not. Kind of boring in that sense. Only thing I know here doesn't have any conspiracy theories because she is a news anchor. She has no room or space in her mind, much less her heart, regarding these frivolous conspiracy theories. If you want to believe that, if you want to go with that, I will not get in the way. Flat out conspiracy theories, but I am very, very cynical. And maybe I would like to believe it's not the same, but I'm very cynical. We're talking about what the government would let us know in the case of a international emergency. I do believe if we just take UFOs, for example, I think we could obviously some information which would be benefit to the public, which would be a public service that's held back. And that's not necessarily to say that there is some great conspiracy like not landing on the moon, but I believe they hold back some stuff that we probably wouldn't want to know, need to know, like to know.
You need to be careful about that not landing on the moon thing, because Buzz Aldrin punched the guy in the face this week.
No, I'm a full believer of the moon landing. Let's be absolutely clear. There is not a doubt in my mind that we landed on the moon, and I have talked to any number of NASA administrators over the years about that, behind all that. And it's not going to convince anyone who truly disbelieves, but that's not even one of the things right now. Second guess.
Koala?
Oh, look, I have no issue with that. I don't believe that. My things are having the car pretty far there on this airplane. There's a reason for that. For the airplane, not even on the plane. Even that. Okay. Ignore so we can give this a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort. This is no conspiracy theory. This is really happening. And it's breathtaking, situated on 102 acres and thousands of Palace Murder Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in Ocean View Creek, play around the Gulf or shoot at the roof, and keep it that ship. The Catalina Kitchen. You can unwind at TRILLIONAIRE's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 Ocean View pools, or you can dine on one of their terms of entering the contest and winning. Let's go to KFIA's Instagram page, where you can instantly win a stay at luxury.com. And before we get out of here, and so he's going to come on and talk about that, and who knows what else, because George Soros, George Wallace, cannot be controlled. He's going to do what he does, and whatever he says is whatever he says, and look just at the mercy of George Wallace. So that's coming up next week. I know it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be unpredictable. You just have to pray for it to make sure we don't get kicked off the air. And kids, I look forward to speaking to you tomorrow on your birthday from the happiest place on earth. Yeah. What's your thought there? It's like every single time you go, it's you all over again, is it not?
Yeah, it's going to be super fun, and I do anticipate big crowds, not because it's my birthday, but because it is the start of the 100th anniversary celebration of Disney.
The B-23, as they say. You know, that's the convention why they named it B-23. Yes, because it's Disney, including you at home and in your car, or listening on iHeartRadio. It's labeled most of it. You can, if I age 40 we're like everywhere. iHeartRadio. All right. We got it.
KFI.
KOST, HT2.
Los Angeles and Sunny.
Live.
KFI 24-hour newsroom, high winds, caused by the Santa Ana. Also caused Costco big rigs to flip over on 15 in Riverside County. The CSP says the trucker was able to get out of the rig on his own. A second truck was seen turned over on the 60 to the northbound 15. The National Weather Service says the high wind warning is in effect through SoCal until tonight. Gusts are still expected up to about 70 miles per hour. Some gusts were recorded in the San Gabriel Mountains at over 100 miles per hour today. Several law enforcement agencies in the Inland Empire have rolled out a sentinel awareness PSA campaign.
Creators of the campaign hope to educate people on the fact that many street drugs and pills are being laced. They're fucking set up the task force to respond to suspected chemical overdoses. And it's averaging, they probably one of them. The PSA depicts a distressed mother whose daughter has overdosed all in 2021 in Riverside, Boys Patrol, and KFI News.
LA County Sheriff Luna says the man responsible for killing 11 people. Luna said the shooter did not have a romantic connection to anyone in the club or the one in Alhambra where he tried to open fire. Luna said last night Sharon also had a motorcycle waiting as an alternate getaway vehicle.
It was located one block south of the crime scene. Homicide investigators determined that the motorcycle was parked there sometime on Saturday.
Luna's new Saturday night was purchased back in the 90s. The man who was able to disarm Monterey Park shooter in Alhambra is receiving a special honor for his action. The city of Alhambra is planning to honor Brandon Say with Medal of Bravery Sunday. The ceremony for the 26-year-old will be held at Alhambra's Lunar New Year celebration. All 5 former police officers fired for the
job of law enforcement to make sure that we do that, we do that.
Speaking of the city says it's going to give someone $1 million if they can submit a video interview with a mermaid. The tuna company's contact says manatees, dolphins, and sharks don't count as mermaids. Contestants have until the end of February to submit entries. For those unable to interview an actual mermaid, you can also submit mermaid-inspired photos and videos that are worth $2,500. The company whose logo is a mermaid says it helps to inspire fans to find little moments of magic in their everyday life. We've been there for 3.5 decades. Been there, Broadway. It's the longest-running musical in Broadway history. The musical's 14,000 performances have been seen by nearly 20 million people, including me. It was set to close next month, but surgeon ticket demand pushed that off until April 16th, when the Majestic Theater closed. Jennifer Jones plays KFI News. South End Weather from KFI Clear. Windy at times tonight as the Santa Ana event finishes moving out. Lows will be in the 40s, 30s and 40s for the Valley tonight, 20s and 30s for the Antelope Valley. Sunny tomorrow and Saturday, high to mid upper 60s. 60s Metro Island and Window Sea. 60s to low 70s for the Valley tonight, 60s to low 60s for the Antelope Valley.
This crash blocks the 2-minute lane. Traffic is stopped from Melrose Avenue. People are there. On a Whittier crash on the right shoulder, you're still there from Rose Hills Road. Pumpkin, the 55 southbound connected to the 5 because for a crash on that connector road. And in Orange, the 5 northbound at the 22, you've got an accident blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky helps take you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. It's becoming harder to find new customers. After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. Say pound 250 and say great results. Court Street, 50% into Sunday at Cedar Brothers. Chris Beach was black meat for cabinet salad is just $6.99 a pound. Perfect with huge white corn. Get 5 for $3. No DVD and no food without wings. Crisp and ready to go. Our own Creole and Rio hot wings are just $6.99 a pound. And grab 18 packs of Corona, Moreno, Pacifico, or 250. Now just $19.99 when you buy 2. Cedar Brothers Market. Crisp, affordable, community driven. Hi, this is Joe Cordell at the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Want a strong, lean body, but sneak fad diet and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. This safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free, no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking to 19 years.
Did he tell you who he was running the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was growing that show. Listen, to murder, this is really disrespectful.
You're tired to think that grandpa. But when you have a psychical carpal
Syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Yeah, that was the big one. Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Perfect for AC indecisive minds. KFI's cooling info helps you relieve endurance and with the real threat set. From the City of Angels, near the Coast to Coast AM, later tonight, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with an incredible story, followed by open lines with Cheryl, and here's what's happening. Russia says that it saw the promised delivery of Western tanks to Ukraine as evidence of direct and growing U.S. and European involvement in the conflict. The Kremlin was reacting for the first time to announcements by the United States and Germany that they would arm Ukraine with dozens of battle tanks in its fight against Russia. Getting Pfizer's COVID booster and the flu shot at the same time may raise the risk of a stroke, according to analysis. The FDA found a preliminary link while scouring vaccine injury databases after a separate safety concern was raised about Pfizer's jab. Less than a third of U.S. adults meet suggested benchmarks for aerobic and muscle-building activities set out by health officials, according to a new study. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services recommends healthy adults spend at least 150 minutes a week, that's about 20 minutes a day, doing moderate intensity aerobic exercise and at least 2 days per week doing muscle strengthening activities. Kristen Wild from iHeartBook.com with us. Kristen, I agree with this. How about you?
Well, in your short, the more studies that come out continue to emphasize the importance of plain old on health. So the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services recommends adults spend at least 150 minutes per week, and like you say, that's only 20 minutes a day. It doesn't seem that difficult. And according to workout experts, even a shorter 10 minutes to our lives. For a little extra motivation, here's just a few reasons that getting started with a regular walking program can be beneficial to all of us. As a major study published in JAMA found that in more steps participants over age 40 take every day, the lower their mortality risk. Factors such as the subject's health status, researchers discovered a 51% lower mortality risk for those who took 8,000 steps a day compared to those who took 4,000. And the more the subjects walk, the greater the benefit. In fact, extending a walk to 12,000 steps a day was linked to a 65% lower risk of death from all causes. Now that should make a 5% lower risk of death. And here is some very good news, George. There's a vigorous walk. This is interesting. Wasn't required to see these benefits. that claimed the article appeared to be just as effective as the higher intensity power walk for the nearly 5,000 study participants. The international journalist folks showed us that those who become fit later is having a deadly stroke in half.
Okay, I'll talk to you next week, Kristen. Kristen's website, myheartbook.com. Thank you. The U.S. economy grew faster than the impact of higher borrowing costs. This could be the end for struggling retailer Bed Bath & Beyond, as it warned in a regulatory filing that it received a notice of default from its major lender, J.P. Morgan Chase. Shares of Bed Bath & Beyond plunged more than 20% on the news to about $2.56 this year. What's been going on in the skies this week? Let's just check in with Kevin Randall. Hey, Mr. Randall, how you doing?
I'm doing good, George. How are you?
Wonderful.
On December 18th of last year, the daughter of the witness was on the outside deck in Stevensville, Montana, when she spotted a set of triangular lights. She called the witness, but the lights were gone. Both witnesses watched the area where the triangle had been, and after a few seconds saw a bright blue flash just as the lights reappeared. The lights rapidly fell, and the sighting lasted for about a minute. Not a particularly interesting sighting, except for one thing. They noted that the object they saw looked like photographs taken in the same area on August 30th of last year in Great Falls, Montana. According to the details, the witness was standing on the porch. An object was flashing overhead. The witness thought it was a star or satellite, but stepped off the porch to get a better recording. The object moved slowly, flashing red and top at the bottom every second. While recording, the witness heard a sound, or a loud whirring sound, and the triangular object was in sight for 4 to 5 minutes, and I'll post a picture of that one to my blog. As you know, I've been reinvestigating some of the classic UFO cases. Tonight I thought I would mention the sighting by police officer Lonnie Zamora on the outskirts of Tacoma, New Mexico on April 24, 1964. Zamora was drawn to the location by a loud roar that he thought he flew over a cliff, and down in the arroyo below him he saw a white object about the size of a car that he thought had been flipped. But as he got closer, they were in white coveralls. When they saw Zamora, they reacted with surprise and disappeared behind the UFO. Minutes later, it lifted off with a roar, shouting a blue flame. Advantage interviewed Zamora. They took belated efforts to preserve the landing site, but there had already been several law enforcement officers there, and it wasn't long before sightseers arrived. I always said that the sightings would be so much better with their other witnesses. Turns out 3 people had called the police before Zamora's sighting. Although they were never interviewed, they did describe what they had seen to the police dispatcher, and Captain Richard Holder, the Army officer who interviewed Zamora that night, reported on those 3 telephone calls in a document created about midnight. Dr. Gale and Heinlein investigators had no explanation for what Zamora had seen. More importantly, then Major Hector Quintanilla, chief of Project Blue Book, also investigated. In nearly every case of the witness reported seeing from the craft, the explanation was psychological, meaning there was some sort of problem with the witness. The Moore sighting is one of only 3 in the Air Force files that involved creatures that was labeled as unidentified. This sighting then has multiple witnesses, landing traces, interaction with the environment, and no satisfactory explanation. And for those who want in more detail, my book, Encounter in the Desert, has a comprehensive review of the sighting, and that's what we have for tonight, George.
All right, my friend, we'll talk to you next week. As we've been reporting, the rotation of Earth's inner core may have paused, and it could even go into reverse, according to new research. What does this all mean? What does it mean to the planet? What does it mean to us? In a moment, Dr. J. Marvin Herndon joins us as we talk about the rotation of the core. Imagine you're in a room with 4 other people. Statistically, one of you is a victim of identity theft. That's right, 1 in 5. And these aren't careless people either. They're probably a lot like you, watching your accounts and credit. But that isn't always enough, especially with your personal info in more places than ever. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you could miss on your home.
If you become a victim of identity, it will be dedicated to your case and work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year, or 1-800-LIFE.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $16 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and radio.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Lori with you, Dr. J. Marvin Herndon, back with us, subject by the Washington Post as the maverick geophysicist. His scientific life is characterized by discovering and correcting mistakes made by government-funded scientists, leading to a new understanding of Earth's origins, internal composition, evidence of a nuclear fission reaction as the source of the geomagnetic field, and a new understanding of Earth's surface geology and dynamics. Marvin, welcome back. Good to talk to you.
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be on your show.
What is your going into a reverse state?
Well, the first thing is,
we actually almost saved that.
presumably,
Really? Yeah.
the data is accurate. We don't know that. What I can say unambiguously is that the people who report this have absolutely no way of knowing what it means. I don't know for sure what it means, but this goes back a long, long way, George. It goes back almost to the beginning of my career in science. The Earth's core was discovered in 1906 by Richard Oldham.
How did he do that?
He was measuring the speed of seismic waves, earthquake waves, and he noticed that when they discovered that there was something there, presumably a core, quite accurately, and it was discovered that the core was liquid because it would only transmit one of the two types of major earthquake waves.
The liquid metal, is it like an ocean of liquid metal?
It's like an ocean of liquid iron alloy. Now, this was all fine until the 1930s, early 1930s, and it changed in direction and intensity of earthquake waves. There should be a shadow zone sort of on the opposite side of the Earth where you can't detect earthquake waves. But they were detected there, and it's a great mystery. And a lady seismologist named Inga Lehman reasoned the solution. She figured that if there was a solid object at the center of the core, then of a certain size, it would reflect earthquake waves into the shadow zone. And her reasoning was so precise that this was taken as fact, even though it wasn't experimentally verified until 1960. Well, Inga Lehman's discovery of the inner core posed another problem. What is it made of? And this was a real problem. Now, at the time, the geoscientists thought that the Earth was like a certain type of meteorite called an ordinary chondrite. And here's the problem. In ordinary chondrites, there's metal and there's silicate. And the metal almost always contains nickel. All of the nickel is in the metal. And all of the elements heavier than nickel, if put together, could not make a mass as big as the inner core. So what was the inner core? The
iron is condensing, crystallizing from the liquid core. And that seemed to make sense until the 1960s, when there was some new evidence discovered in a different type of meteorite, one that I was studying in the 1970s, called an instatite chondrite. And in some of those meteorites, you have a compound of nickel and silicon, despite all the iron that's around. And it was clear to me that if there was silicon originally in the Earth's core, it would combine with nickel and precipitate all out and end up at the center of the Earth. And I wrote a paper, and I took it to, first took it to Show to Harold Urey, and he read it, and a smile came on his face, London, where it was reviewed and was published. Well, while I was waiting for it to be published, I got to thinking, what's going to happen is there'll be debate and discussion, as there should be, with an important new contradiction. And the people with the well-established labs would take the idea and run with it, leave me in the dust, because I was just a young guy. Well, that didn't happen. It was came up for renewal. It wasn't renewed for no good reason, which put me out of a job, because that's my job depended on that as my university position. You never expect that either. No, I did not. And I was excommunicated. And what I really realized at that point was that I had crossed the line. That this isn't real science. What government-funded scientists are doing, they're promoting a storyline. And I had they couldn't allow me to challenge that. So, but I was on to something. So instead of just going away or following the party line and maybe getting a job somewhere and then just quoting what everybody else is saying, I decided to do research on my own, part-time at my own expense. And I was able to connect the parts of the inside of the Earth determined from seismology and moment of inertia considerations to the parts of particular meteorite, which was virtually proof that the inside of the Earth was like an instatite chondrite, and that this whole idea would work. Well, this development, I continued on and on and on. Then in 1991, I got to thinking about the giant planets, and realized that in the late 1960s, astronomers had discovered that Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune radiate about twice as much energy as planets don't produce energy.
Oh my God.
It's mostly the energy they receive from the sun and everything radiating. Well, here was a case where the three giant planets were radiating as much energy as twice as much energy as they were receiving from the sun. And I got to thinking about it, and I realized that Jupiter has all the ingredients for a natural nuclear fusion reactor.
So till now.
So I worked out, decided that, and published that in the scientific literature. The core itself. What's this book?
Oh my God.
Well, here's the contemporary idea. And this goes back to 1938. I mean, the idea is, and this was an idea that Walter Elsass had. It was a really good idea. He imagined that there was convection motions in the Earth's core, and those were twisted by planetary rotation and would cause the Earth's core to act like a dynamo, a magnetic amplifier that would take a small magnetic field and amplify it. And people still believe that. And I realized that there's two problems with that idea. One is that convection is impossible in the fluid core because of the compression of the Earth above. The core's density is much greater at the bottom of the core than at the top of the core, and just a little bit of heat won't make it light enough to float to the top of the core. Plus, for sustained convection, you have to remove whatever heat is brought up by convection. You have to remove it immediately. But the Earth's core is covered with a rock blanket, the mantle that has a lower, can't release the heat. So then I began to think, well, what could be causing the geomagnetic field? Now, this is an important question because Albert Einstein had tried to solve that problem, and he was unsuccessful, although he considered it one of the five most important unsolved problems in physics. You would agree with that. And the reason that Einstein failed was because the requisite data about the nuclear reactor at the center of the Earth had not yet been discovered. And so this was my discovery, and I started thinking about it, and I realized it's like a two-component assembly. The main part is like a fluid subshell, or that may be a slurry or a fluid that contains uranium, it contains radioactive waste, and at the very center is the subcore, and that's formed as uranium, the most dense and most gravitationally attracted to the center, precipitates out or separates out, settles out. Marvin, staying with us for a minute. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more, plus we'll take calls with you next hour.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
Okay, that's on the hand. And when it breaks.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The men accused of killing 7 people at 2 mushroom farms in Half Moon Bay has admitted during a jailhouse interview he carried out the shooting. He says he believes he suffers from some sort of mental illness. California Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is now still running for the Senate seat now held by Dianne Feinstein. Feinstein has had the seat for 30 years. An explosion in a 3-story science building on the campus of USC prompted officials to evacuate it. One person was injured and taken to the hospital. USC has said there was a gas leak in the building, but a hazmat team checked it out and couldn't find one. The evacuation order has been lifted. Santa Ana winds are up to 100 miles per hour at Rich through Southern California, blowing over big ridges on highways and toppling 80 to 100-foot trees, including a tree in San Diego's Balboa Park that pinned a woman underneath. She's injured, but will be okay. Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow and Saturday with highs in the 60s to low 70s, 58 in Orange, 59 in Huntington Beach. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Police out in Valley Thursday for the freeway closure. This is on the 405 southbound from Brooklyn to Euclid Street. Only they're going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Irwindale, this is on the 280 south at Irwindale Avenue. Cleanup crews from an earlier semi-fire taking up the 2 right lanes. Watch for the lanes as you approach this area. Long Beach, there is a what's up. 710 northbound from Long Beach Boulevard to the 91. 2 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And 5, Sky, hope to get you there faster. I'm Brian, man.
This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states. This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspired you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta let it shown how languages learn.
Bridgewater, the Hit Fiction Podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on.
Starring Supernatural's Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Concio, and Rogue One, Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Kiffin and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating. I could take this on for a while. Seriously, we're the age of the most irresponsible parenting I've ever seen in my life. And we have a culture that everybody wants to be famous. John and Ken. The concept of social media, where everybody's making videos, you only think you're famous, even if you only have 10 views. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my God, that is a choice. That is a choice.
Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people, but it's because of the drugs.
No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in a gang is a choice. Stealing from your grandparents, all decisions. Nobody forced this guy to make all those decisions.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. What a day, it's a day, what a rain, why it's almost like being alive. There is fire on my face, but a whole why it's almost like being alive. All the music of life, like a bell that is ringing for me, and stand away. Can I feel that love where I was, like always like being love. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, we'll take your calls with Marvin Herndon as we talk about physics, the Earth's core. What does it mean? Does it create the magnetic field? Probably not. Who knows? We'll check in with him in a moment on Coast to Coast. March 18th, not too far away, we're going to Sedona, Arizona for a live stage show. And Tom has already picked up the band. I'm looking forward to this because I'm going to actually sing some songs. This is going to be a lot of fun. Actually, you can come out, though, for the 3 days, March 17th to the 19th. We are part of the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. Our show is Saturday the 18th. Like George just said, we have a band, there's vendors, workshops, speakers, a whole lot of fun. So come on out, go to coasttocoastam.com right now. All that info up in the carrot. Now, this is the first time our live stage show is part of a bigger program, right? Yeah, we usually do them just one day, it's a 3-hour night at the theater, but Suzanne Ross asked me if I would mind being part of this year. So I think you'll have that. And then in May 27th, we're going to the Downs near Portland, Oregon, some 80 miles east of Portland. We're not going to stop. We're going to the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles. 3 guests there for the live stage. So Dr. Sky, Stephen Tate, UFO FFT Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet Bigfoot on a tonight will include a live band of police who are veterans and, of course, a live Q&A at the end of the show. Again, all fun stuff we do. So head over to coasttocoastam.com and Lex has all the info for that. Looking for ways to protect yourself and build your immune system?
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell ready to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to achieve best it can do.
Dr. Maria, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and InStem?
InStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Maria protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and InStem and your 980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Order the Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Is Big Tech a real danger? Now Colorado Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes this censorship. It's called Crux. Big Tech's war on free speech. In Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about COVID, Donald Trump, and much more. If you're tired of Big Tech's bias, get Crux. An Amazon bestseller. Find $10 Crux at bookstores or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go to crux911.com. That's crux911.com. Crux911.com. Tired of expensive vet bills? A temporary prescription still leaving your pet icky with a dull coat or fur loss? It all starts with their food. Add Dynamite to supplement the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over a million pets help with Dynamite.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been qualified. Simply dial 800-242-6979 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-242-6979 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-242-6979 to see if you qualify. That's 800-242-6979.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, with Dr. Marvin Herndon with us, as we are really makes sense is this idea that of the convection motions twisted by planetary rotation, magnetic amplifiers. But you can't have convection in the core, making mathematical computer models, and they always weren't telling the truth. But now, look at what's coming out. I mean, the mainstream media, they have a lot of trouble with the problem of truth. And the blacklisting, the censorship, the almost everybody in the public arena practically lies, except the White House, of course. But so it's not surprising. And but the thing that is bad about scientists lying is that they deceive humanity about the real risks. See, if you think about it's 1/3 of the mass of the entire Earth. So imagine that was actually convecting and you were producing a magnetic field there. Stop a fully loaded freight train that's the longest in the world and trying to put a stop to it. It's very difficult. Use it like a ball. It's like a ball. And the georeactor is like a ball, but the georeactor, the nuclear reactor at the center of the Earth, is only 1/10,000,000th of the mass of the Earth. And so that can principally be stopped quite quickly. Now there's an impact at the surface of the Earth.
So do you remember when everybody
the
Really?
But another thing is great outbursts from the sun. You know, we live in a world where the sun is not just a quiet producer. There's solar flares, there's corona deflects those. But what happens also is that when you have such a bunch of charged particles hitting the Earth's magnetic field, it induces a current in the bioreactor which can destabilize it, which can upset the Earth's magnetic field, and then even possibly shut it down. Well, if it does shut down, if it stops moving as they think it, if the magnetic field stops, and it's not in the fluid core, it's in the bioreactor. What you would have widespread communications disruption, GPS blackouts, birds smashing in the wall, right? Satellite failures, loss of electrical power, loss of electrical transmission control. Will we have time to see it coming? No, and this is what the problem is. This is what the real problem is. No one's really preparing for it because they think that the Earth's magnetic field is being created in this massive fluid core that can't change quickly. But it can change quickly. And I've only mentioned a few of the things that are the problem. Is it changing yet? It's been changing over the last 100 years. The intensity of the magnetic field is about half what it was 100 years ago. And you probably heard people talking about the movement of the magnetic North Pole. Yeah, that's increased in movement. It's shifting, and that may be an indication. Yeah. And so people should really be trying to understand exactly what the bioreactor is telling us about the potential for a shutdown. But they're pretending that it all happens in the Earth's core. I mean, it's nonsense science. This is serious business, isn't it? It is serious business. A geomagnetic collapse causes hardship and suffering is eventually reversed more than 2 centuries of technological infrastructure development. The last magnetic reversal occurred about 780,000 years ago. Now, humans at that time, I believe, were basically cavemen. Well, cave women too. I don't want to leave anybody out. but I mean, they weren't a technological society. Yeah. I mean, right now, everything we do is connected to technology. And so if all of a sudden the Earth's magnetic field started collapsing, no one's prepared for it, and no one's studying it, and no one is understanding, because this is the message that really should be getting to the people. 310 people are concerned about the infrastructure. How we put that to one of which is well, one thing you have to keep in mind that when these charged particles get so intense they come through the magnetic field, I don't think that in long wires like our electrical power system, which can blow out transformers and other things are really far away from each other. And just in a little tiny when there's a large outburst, occasionally a power system will go down and maybe a transformer will go out, which takes about 6 months to reach. We don't even have them in this country. They come out of China, okay? Or Switzerland or someplace, and they usually got some made. So, I mean, you just can't get one off the shelf. And there's so many problems. And, what we're doing is we're doing stupid things. Right. We're sending the war in Ukraine that could be solving people problems over here. Because, I mean, it could, we're spending vast amounts of money that somebody would like, yo, dog, should really be
How much is the mechanism
to improve life on Earth. And in many
It's like
cases,
half
it
a
has.
million.
I mean, for example, in treating disease. But the dark
What if
side
it was
of
a
science
quantum
is the monsters, the really human monsters,
Yeah. Are you done?
are making viruses worse than occur in nature so they can be slowing down.
What was the?
Well,
Where was it?
who knows, right? Who knows, number one, and number two, it may be that should tell you something about what is going to happen with the magnetic field. That would be nice to know. But understanding the true science, and that's one of the things that needs to be done. Another thing that there's helium that's produced by the steel reactor. It comes up in deep source volcanoes like the tower in Hawaii and Iceland. And that helium is a reflection, it's produced by the steel reactor that makes its way up. And that composition reflects the current state of the steel reactor. But the data has not been precise. It's just measurements here and there. But it looks like we are leading toward the end of the life of the georeactor. Does that mean it will stop in 100 years, or maybe 1,000, or maybe a million years from now? We don't know. The planet when its reaction stops. Pretty much, this is what's happened with the planet Mars. Its reactor died, and it's decompression. It's when planets form, initially they are typically compressed by the ices and gases. Like at one point in its early life, Earth was more like Jupiter. It had like 300 Earth masses of gases compressing what we call Earth to about 2/3 of the diameter. And when it began a process of decompression, and this is the process that drives all of geology. I mean, as the planet decompresses, its surface area has to increase. It increases by making cracks, and those cracks expand and get filled in, and that's the ocean basins that are formed. And the temperature also has to change. I mean, if you took a half of an orange, the peel, and set it on a bigger melon, it wouldn't lay flat. And the reason is because of the curvature. Well, for the curvature to make it lay flat, it just takes about spin it and fold it over. And you take time that there are little tears around the edges. And this is exactly what's happened on Earth. Those are the reasons that you have the mountains that are characterized by folding. And the little tears that are seen are the reasons that Norway, for example, has all the fjords, and that you have submarine canyons. So this is part of understanding how the whole planetary system works. Is anybody panicking, Marvin, over this last report? No, I think there's a lot of mystery because you remember the science fiction movie The Core? Yeah. Well, they might have to go down into the core. Yeah, the premise was that the core had stopped rotating. Right? It was like a little planet within a planet. Yeah. And so that's of course that's not what makes the magnetic field work. But it has people have in their mind this kind of story from movies. And I think there are other movies besides the core that use that planet, the rotation of the core. But no, it's that's just. Is there like a big hole in the center of the Earth? No, in the center of the Earth, there's the nuclear fission georeactor. It's like imagine a ball of uranium surrounded by an even bigger ball of uranium. Well, yeah, Yes, it would be, because the Earth, the temperature in the Earth's core is about 6,000 degrees.
And is it like a huge present, or is it just part of the?
No, it's very compressed.
It is.
Okay, it's very compressed.
So the planet itself, if you go down to the middle of the planet, you're able to get 4,000 miles down there, or whatever it is.
Yes.
Would you see a big gap in the planet, or not?
What you would do, you would be ending up where in the nuclear subcore where the fission is taking place. And that would be very dense, but that would be where the energy was being produced. And then if you look further, you would see a layer, a much thicker layer around that that's in motion driven by the heat. And that then is in contact with the lower limit of the inner core. And the inner core acts as a big heat sink. So as the subcell fluid moves up by convection, it hits the inner core, that takes away the heat, so it then falls back in. And this is the motion coupled with planetary motion that generates the Earth's magnetic field. And there are lots of charged particles there that are moving and making little mini fields that can be amplified.
If I remember the movie from the core, they had a machine that could auger out the planet, where they went down in this little capsule, right?
But oh yeah, no, that was a really fun movie. I didn't get to meet the director until it was already in the can. But it was a fun movie.
Was it accurate?
No, there was a lot of things wrong with it. A lot of things. And if I had been involved from the very beginning, it would have been a lot different. But see, here's the story, George. I was remember, and we go back a long way. In 2002, the August issue of Discover magazine, my work about the reactor at the center of the Earth was the cover story. And the first person that called me, even before my copy arrived,
More about that, and we'll take phone calls for you guys.
the Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browsers.
Schedule a home furnace safety check for just $77 with Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air.
Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are.
California just made solar more expensive, but you can lock in today's great rates at sunluck.com.
Are you the next accident lawyer millionaire client? Then you live today. It's the way to go. 800-920-0810. Ready to tell consumers, don't say no guarantee.
Colorado Suburban Tahoes and Volt TVs are in stock and priced to sell at ColorChevrolet.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Starleaf Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Starleaf helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Starleaf is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Starleaf Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Cholesterol is a natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed. I'm here at the Big Game headquarters. Mobile Wine and More. Your huge savings.
Mobile Wine and More for the perfect trouble here.
You are losing.
Oh, Sure would have.
Your big game headquarters. What would you find always at the lowest price? Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21. KFI. AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. AM 640.
Not just stimulating talk, it's more. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Getting ready for the release, Simon King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Audio from a 911 call and body cam video recorded the night Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul was attacked in his home in San Francisco will be released tomorrow. A judge ordered the DA to make the 911 calls and home surveillance video public yesterday. Former Democratic House Chief mistake in what has been doing. Pelosi said she's grateful for the prayers and support for her husband. Paul Pelosi suffered serious head injuries when a man broke into their house and beat him over the head with a hammer last year. It was brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smells Plumber, a nonprofit says almost 240,000 people in Orange County are headed toward a food cliff. Come April, they will be back to pre-pandemic levels of benefits, second level out in March. And when you quantify their loss in earning power, it amounts to about $30 million a month that is being removed in benefits and taken out of the local economy.
Della says that if the household that was getting $281 a month down to $23 per month. People can find a local food bank to help prepare by calling 211 in Orange County or Big Carson if I need.
Future waves have been spotted along the shore in San Diego. It's a science experiment. Researchers at SIP Institute of Oceanography, they released a non-toxic pink dye into the water and are watching to see what happens to the water when small-scale plumes end up in the surf zone where the waves trip. This will be grocery delivery service GoPuff attached to deal so people in California can buy eggs at decent prices. Eggs are averaging $6 a dozen because of shortages from a bird flu. GoPuff is selling them at $3.99 a dozen through Saturday, no coupon needed. The deal is limited to 2 cartons per customer. On Sunday, the prices go back to normal, $5.49 to $5.99 a dozen. Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow and Saturday with highs in the 60s to low 70s, 50s and 60s for the Antelope Valley. Cloudy on Sunday with showers possible by the afternoon, lasting through Monday. It's 51 in Diamond Park, 56 in Portland, 37 in Palmdale, 56 in Hollywood. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
The crash in downtown LA gets on the east on at Maple Street. One vehicle lies in the right lane, the other is in the center divider. Traffic is stopped from Vermont Avenue. Unit 1 stop and go from Stadium Way. Now, we're in Diamond Bar, 57 northbound between Pathfinder Road and the 60 Caltrans blocking the left lane. You're still from Diamond Bar Boulevard. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Your podcast, Murder in Miami, traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of crime, drugs, and corruption in a city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortage of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have hope, it's time to talk with your cardiologist to get the full picture. You may have the trans-thyroid amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 7,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, text GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Did you know 1 in 4 pet visits involve skin conditions? 70% of the pet immune system is based on the gut. Dino-Vite nutritional supplements have clean nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dino-Vite for dogs by using code DOG at Dino-Vite.com. Happier with everybody. Over 1 million pets help with Dino-Vite.
What a strong, lean body, but eat fad diets or cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. Get a safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free no-hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his teeth. His wife Michelle is trying to leave the lady, Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaving for the couch. He's getting inspired, absolutely Bruce. Inspired to sleep apnea treatment to give him comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. No mask and no hose. Learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Look at this one. Yes, hey, Marcy.
Emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know.
Marcy.
JusticePower.com. AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this hour will open up the phone lines and take your calls with Dr. Marvin Herndon and just a moment, Coast to Coast. Yeah. Both keep showing a very tight race between former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for the 2024 political battle. Newsmax wants to know what you think. So they're conducting this urgent poll asking if the former President Trump should continue his run for the president again, or if you think Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is a better bet. Vote in the Newsmax poll. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river. Tune in the Newsmax. The Newsmax is carried on most major cable systems, and if your cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand see what they do. Be sure to vote in Newsmax poll on whether Mr. Trump should run again. By texting River to 39747. That's River to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't look back.
Noble Gold Investments is pleased to let you know that gold is the best investment class for 2022. Through all our record-breaking inflation levels, crashing market crypto scams, there's one asset that held its own: gold. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands of clients invest in real physical gold, according to longtermtrends.net too. Had you invested in the S&P 500 a year ago, you'd be down more than 20%. If you invested in Bitcoin a year ago, you'd be down more than 65%. If you invested in the Dow a year ago, you'd be down almost 10%. Yes, gold has outperformed them all in 2022, and silver is not far behind. So what are you waiting for? Never had real tangible gold included in your IRA? Noble Gold Investments and their team will help you get started. Preserve the value of your wealth with Noble Gold Investments Precious Metals IRA. Call Noble Gold at 877-646-5347. Add real gold to your IRA. You can't go wrong with Noble Gold Investments. And there's
welcome back to Coast Short Story with you, along with Dr. Marvin Ring. And Marvin, when that Discover magazine came out, and it didn't, talked about you talking about the reactor and the core of the planet. What was the reaction? Well, in one sense, it was really a good reaction because people all over the world realized that this was good science. The reaction from the science community, the geoscience community, the government acknowledged it. Now, NASA, I even tried to apply for a NASA grant. NASA, the panel that rated my proposal ranked it number one of 120. No, I'm sorry, ranked it number 120 of 120 proposals. And all of those people were funded though. Their institutions were funded by the same. They didn't fund the research, but it's even worse than that. There's a lot of reasons that the idea of a planetary nuclear reactor or a reactor in large moons is a good solid concept. But to my knowledge, I do not know of a single NASA-supported scientific paper in 30 years that has cited that idea. I think it's like I'm a nobody. You're an outcast. I'm an outcast. However, I just published a couple of papers. One of them had to do with the moon. You look at the moon and you see those dark spots on it, those dark areas. Some people say they see a face in them. Yeah, that's basaltic lava, and the rest of it's like an aluminum. So here's the thing: that what was discovered on the opposite side of the moon is that there's none of that. Why not? Well, that was the big question, and people have tried to make up arguments that it's knowing only the things that they know about the moon, namely that you had some volcanoes and that you had meteorite impacts. But there was nothing logical. Now, I looked at the problem a little bit differently. In massive outpouring of lava in India, it's called the Deccan Trap, and that lava has helium in it that has the signature of helium produced by the fuel reactor. 250 million years ago, there was a major outpouring of lava in Siberia, called the Siberian Trap. And it too has the signature, the helium signature of heat that was produced by the fuel reactors, causing all that massive lava flow. And so I realized that, as the moon at one time had a magnetic field during its first maybe 500 million years that would flow out like flowed out in India and in Siberia on the Earth. But the interesting thing is that the center of the moon, the gravitational center, is not at the center of the moon. It's displaced 3 kilometers towards the Earth. Because it's really the center of mass of the two objects. And so when you consider the gravitational attraction of the Earth and the displacement of the center towards the Earth, then it makes sense that lava would flow only towards the side of the moon that faces or constantly faces the Earth. And so I published that and even suggested that a way to verify that by drilling into the lava deep enough so the effects of solar implanted material wouldn't count. And is there to find helium isotopes, and that would prove that. This is something that NASA never considered. It was right under their nose. Let's take some calls here for you, Mark. Pick it up by going to Steve in Albany, New York. Welcome to the program. Hello, Steve. Hey, George. It's good to talk to you again. You too. Well, it was nice. I would love to be put on a conference call with Cornelius. I wrote the guy The guy sounds very much like me and his woes in the military. I almost was thrown out of the military. One day during open lines, if he calls in, we'll do that. Yeah, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Maybe you stop it. I'm rolling more being down, but straight to Jupiter. Lingered there for a while and then took off. Okay, this would be like those battery chargers you put your phone on that don't have direct contact. Or possibly, this is my idea, or possibly, the contact. And this is what I was thinking of. Then all of a sudden, the doctor mentioned that there's a power plant inside Jupiter. Maybe it was charging batteries. It came in, charged batteries, and it took off. And maybe the reason why we see a lot of these, what's this called, alien spacecraft coming to Earth is because Earth is possibly a charging station. Wow, really? What do you think, Marv? I don't know I can add anything to that. I've always been fascinated at reports of observations like that, but I just focused on the kind of science I can get my hands on. And so I don't know if I could add anything to what this fellow's saying. Professor Avi Loeb believes that more and more of these strange objects out there is some kind of artificial object. I can't say anything to that. I just don't follow the literature well enough. Next up, let's go to Marty in Oklahoma. Marty, welcome to the show. Good, guys. Great, Marty. Thank you. Great. Dr. Herman, just wanted to make sure that I got my figures correct here. Place in center point of the Earth, essentially gravity is zero. Things are floating, and this is what gives you the ability of molecular gravitational attraction and with the gravitational source that allows the uranium and whatnot to form the core of the georeactor. So we're on track with this. Yeah, you're on track because this is crucial. This is what you would refer to as a microgravity environment. And so this is why you can have the convection motions and things like that, and you can have the uranium settling out because it is a microgravity environment, and that's an important characteristic. Most scientists would tend to believe that the core is magnetic. You don't, but you can't push the quarters as well, have you? Well, the core of the Earth can't be magnetic for the following reason: it's too hot. It's too hot. You can only have a permanent magnet when like the iron bar is cool enough that it's below like 700 degrees centigrade. It's called a Curie point when you lose magnetism when you heat it. So the core can't be a permanent magnet. There was a great idea that Elsaster had. Because he only knew at the time, he only knew that there was one fluid area in the core, the core. He didn't know about the georeactor because that hadn't been even conceived of at the time. Let's go to Eric in Indiana. Welcome to the show, Eric. Hello, George. How are you? Okay. You driving safely, I trust? Oh, yes, sir. Yes. All right. Hey, I like to answer Jeff. You talked about maybe in a while ago. But the matter right, you talked about keeping that safety. And then when it said that west, when it rises to the east, I'm sorry, I said that west. But anyway, it said, when the moon sets in the west, you see a different view of the moon. Is that the back side or what side is it that you don't see the faces? Or, well, the one thing that's the characteristic of the moon is that the same face is always facing the Earth. Now, depending on the atmosphere, for example, the angle that you're looking at it, same size. I've never really been able to see the face people imagine from the dark areas, right?
I've seen a little bit of it. And they have a true when the sun sets that comes up every morning.
Um, but the moon is fascinating, and though I can no longer look at the moon without thinking about the idea of the lava coming out only on the side of the moon. It makes sense.
We're taking your calls with Dr. Marvin Hergen. His website is linked up at coasttocoastheaven.com. He's got some books. I've got the last book you wrote, National Politics Above Science. Is there any other?
No, that was back in that was in 2009 or so. Or what was the several recent ones, but the one that I would like to point out as the most interesting science is called paradigm shift. And that's actually someone in Spain and also someone in France realized that it was such an important book that they voluntarily translated it into French and into Spanish. And these can be purchased reasonably from Amazon.com. They're shown on my website. You just click on them, and I think you'll get a link to them. But there's no other book like it, because I've taken all of my 50 years of experience in science, and by showing how to actually make science. In the 80s, there was a text craze. What's wrong with this picture? Remember the new movie, The Terminator?
I sure do.
He lands on the earth, and one of the guys says, "Hey, what's wrong with this picture?" Well, you ask that question about a science problem, and that's the first way to begin to make a discovery. Because when things aren't correct, when they don't fit together, they don't seem to add up. Well, that's the first clue that there's something wrong. And you find out what is wrong, and you begin to make a discovery. That's just, they don't teach these things in school. But I tried in this little book to progress through both the galaxies are ignited, and then I even speculate, and anything about how the universe formed has to be speculation, but admirable speculation, according to Galileo, is a great thing. I speculate on the origin of the universe, and it's not something that all of a sudden came to being from a point of nothing. Entirely different picture.
One day when we have a different program, Marv, let's talk about the Big Bang. Maybe you can explain it. I don't get.
I can explain what people.
Durango, Colorado, west of the Rockies. Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, gentlemen. I hope you have a happy new year and nice visiting with you. The reason I called was when I was growing up, the moon or the Polaris and the Big Dipper and Pasadena and stuff never came out of northern Canada. It is now sitting over the top of Durango, or at least at my house.
It's moved.
Yeah, we moved. We're in full-blown global shift. When I was working special duties, I was part of a project where I came across paperwork that had been done in shift, and it was minimum 90 degrees. Quicksilver, that's why the truckers keep seeing the moon at a different angle, as well as everybody else does. But with all the cars covering the chemtrails, they keep covering up most of the information, and all the white light blinds anybody out there.
Go ahead, Marv. What?
I haven't been able to get a good look at the sky in years because of the chemtrails. Which incidentally, I've written a couple of books about chemtrails, and they're on the website as well. And they're co-authored with Mark Whiteside, a physician, the public health director of the Florida Public Health Service in Key West. And that's good, solid information. And yeah, there's the problem. You can't see the sky anymore. Mark, we got a couple minutes before the break, but what got you into this entire field when you were young? What was the admiration? Well, what I think what it was that my father had abandoned our family, and this was in 1950 or so. A divorce was it was very rare. So I guess I took solace in just the world around me, nature around me. Did you ever connect with your father later in life? Yeah, actually I did, because I got a notice that someone was and somebody was filing for that, and they had to contact me. And so I went to the city where he lived and went to the court, and the court appointed me. Um, well, it was it seemed like such a law, but he was not in very good health, and he died shortly thereafter. It was his loss, you know. It was his loss. I mean, family is the most important thing you can have. Absolutely. Marv, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more and take final calls at the other moment. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
I will be taking a pan by sunflower user in the interior of the Detroit Commercial Apartment Building website has been mostly shut after a fire went through the building this afternoon. Police are investigating reports someone who was starting small fires in the area and had already evacuated U.S. Vantage Group, LA, Atlanta, Austin, D.C., and other cities are issuing states of emergency to brace for violence ahead of the release of the video that traffic stop of Tyler Nichols scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Nichols was blacked out in the hospital days after the stop involving 5 former Memphis police officers who were also black. The officers have all been charged for second-degree murder. NBA college basketball broadcaster Billy Packer has died. Packer covered 34 Final Fours for NBC and CBS. He was 82. Southland weather from KFI sunny tomorrow with highs ranging from the 50s to low 70s. Sunny again Saturday with a couple degrees cooler. 57 in Orange, 55 coming from Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Traffic trouble in Santa Monica at the Penny side. Overfield, crosswalk, the center dividers is on ramp. Watch for slowing as you approach. Diamond Bar, South End North on 57 northbound between Pathfinder Road and 60 the left lane is blocked. And from Diamond Bar Boulevard. It's making your way through Boyle Heights to the work zone on the 5 southbound between Zonda Gibson and Caledonia. South End sticking up to 2 at Lily. And Olean Park, the 5 southbound at the 110, the ramp to the 110 south main is closed. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Joseph.
This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having you exciting fun on all of it. Details at mgmrewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
It's easier to learn new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Bridgewater, the Hit History Podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 2D binaural audio. Bridgewater's trying. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Something beyond time that's really going on. Starring supernatural media comedy, The Walking Dead, Melissa Carpio, and Rogue One, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. AM 640, more stimulating.
bottom line is you're not that interested. You're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I got a few interruptions. There isn't a story on the planet that can keep me from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. They'll handle. I'll catch you 200 million jets from now and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on AMI. On demand anytime on the airport class. We're here to spread the water. What? Just watch them look forward. It's a critical role. This is just a random conversation among the relative brothers already. Gonna get this home to try today. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on AMI and on demand anytime on the airport class. Call the Wild Card 501-4731. To talk toll-free from Velocity, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with some incredible stories about AI, artificial intelligence, in front of the program. We're going to come back and take final calls with Dr. Marvin Herndon in a moment on Coast to Coast. Don't forget his website, Connect Up, at coasttocoastam.com. The podcast of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. You're at the right place. New episodes come out on Friday. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your phone. If you have a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search, put in Coast to Coast AM. All those shows will pop right up. And of course, at the Coast to Coast AM.com website, we have all the instructions. And also for your course, is to become a Coast Insider. I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can follow on every show. I learn at least one thing. This is good. I'm a good insider, and I'll tell you what. It's a great thing for me. In West Virginia, we get tornadoes with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have a provision. We've got 5 years of Coast Space program to play. A couple ways to sign up to be a Coast Insider. First of all, our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage, is Coast Insider. Fill out the information that way. Or our free app, download it via your subscription. And Coast Insider memberships available now if you live in Canada and worldwide. So have some fun doing that. Here's something for you. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Time. I actually started not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus, and clarity, and all natural. That is amazing. And I'm losing interest off my wrist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible. I'm absolutely lucky. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it home, really relax until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescriptions. It's generally happier symptoms. I'll probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good. Clear head.
know that the other not only could be energy, not only could be plastic into a body, but it helps you with my mood and you know what I can make my husband happy.
Your new power pack. Order now and receive free gifts. With refreshing remark tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be fun. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of the universe? Think about that. Well, Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that deals with this question. Marvin Sunderland is the one who put it all together. He's the web developer, video game developer, science fiction genius, Army veteran, and the author of the series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the depths of your imagination. Journey with good old Sergeant Waggett, search for a crashed alien spaceship that leads to an alien invasion. My God, brace yourself, the war is underway. It's 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, ARDEUS.com. 2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold? And do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Get diversified in your assets. You can do that at bullionmax.com/coast. At bullionmax.com/coast, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home, fully insured. There you can store them in your safe for a time you might really need it. Look, if paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmax.com/coast. We put together a silver starter kit, and you're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, an access Halibut coin, and a silver dragon silverback, but these are only available at bullionmax.com/coast. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. Protect your savings with silver at bullionmax.com/coast. And welcome back to our final segment with Dr. Marvin Herndon as we talk about the core. I love this story, Marvin. How did you come up with your theory? Well, I started. You went on cold plate? When I was in graduate school, I decided to study meteorites. And about the same time as the solar system. Sure. And some of them have the planets, stuff like that. And there are a lot of different kinds. And some of them have almost all of the same elements as the sun, except for the gases, the volatiles, which means that they were very primitive. And so I thought, well, this is a way to begin to understand how the solar system forms. Well, other people have been doing that, but I went about it a little bit differently, and I looked at things that most people ignored. And the first really important thing was this, what I talked about earlier, about the Earth's inner core. And whenever you find something that is quite a conflict, something different, I mean, the responsibility of the scientific community is to try to figure out if it's wrong, to refute it. And if they can't refute it, then they should fight it, they should acknowledge it and further publications on the subject so other people will learn about it and be able perhaps to extend it and make more discoveries. Well, I was shut out of that, and I just progressed from one thing to the other. And when you make a discovery that's new, it often opens new possibilities, new ideas of potentially other studies. Let me tell you a quick story that I think is really, really interesting. When I had published a paper about Jupiter having a nuclear reactor at its center, I got to thinking, well, Jupiter is like a small star. It was too small to have ignited. uh, is like a hydrogen bomb that is held together by gravity. And every single hydrogen bomb is ignited by a nuclear fission chain reaction, a little nuclear reactor. And so I wondered, hey, is it possible that stars are ignited by nuclear fission? And I thought, oh, this is so obvious. Because the people who had worked on the thermonuclear reactions that power the stars were the same people who made real advances in military nuclear weapons. Hans Beta, Edward Teller, father of the atomic bomb. But anyway, I went to the library and methodically searched the literature, and I could find no paper about the thermonuclear ignition of stars by nuclear fission. And so I even hired a librarian to do a computer split search of all the databases. The same thing. Well, I wrote up a short paper and submitted it to a number of journals. It was rejected as a number of journals. One of the rejections was based upon a reviewer, an anonymous reviewer, saying that Herndon is throwing away 40 years of astrophysics. Well, that's a really important discovery done. But it was eventually published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society of London. And that led to another discovery. See, the idea that people had was that with the million-degree temperature collapse to form the star, it would get hot. Well, in 1967, a couple of Japanese scientists showed that, oh no, you wouldn't get to 1,000,000 degrees. And the reason is because the heating the surface by the infall of matter is offset by radiation from the surface, which is a function of the force power of temperature. In other words, T and T and T and T. And when T is 1,000,000 degrees, that's a huge loss factor. So I published that idea, but then I realized that except for the little tiny brown dwarf, people in the astrophysics community thought that all stars ignite in the gravitational collapse. And I said, no, it's only if there's fissionable elements present. And so this led to a whole different understanding about galaxies. Because galaxies, you picture the star system of a spiral galaxy. Well, that's unstable, and it would wrap around its center. So even the astrophysics community would say that, well, there has to be like a big tail of a halo around of some kind of dark matter. And they didn't have any idea what that dark matter was. Well, to me, the dark matter was stars that had not yet been ignited because they had no fissionable elements. And so this then led to the idea that the galaxies are, the luminous stars in galaxies come about because galaxies shoot out jets. And these jets of nuclear matter, when they contact the stars, they feed the stars with fissionable elements and then light up the stars. So when you look at a galaxy, you see all these look like paths of where the jets were and lighted the stars. And it's a beautiful, it's really a beautiful understanding. And the remarkable thing is you ask the question, what would a star, what would a galaxy look like? Well, if you go to the very famous image of the mice galaxy, with the two galaxies very close together, one of where the first jet ignited the stars in its path. And so all of this makes sense. And you look at a deep field view from, say, the Hubble Space Telescope that may contain 50,000 galaxies. common points to be made. One is there's a commonality of formation, and the other is that most of them appear flat. Well, that's because they appear flat because that's just the ignited stars, whereas the dark stars around them would make for spherical galaxies. Well done. Let's go to final call. Let's go to Henry in the state of Washington. First time caller. Hey, Henry, go ahead. Hello. I sure enjoyed the show, but you did make a statement that's absolutely not true, that transformers aren't made in the United States. The very, very vast majority are made in two factories by ABB. One is in Jefferson City, Missouri. The other is in New South, Boston, West Virginia. And I happen to have built the test rooms where they do the power engines come from China. Yeah, absolutely not. Well, I'm very corrected. Thank you. Yeah, being in the industry, that really upset me. well, no, I'll tell you. The one thing that is important to me, and I never object to being corrected if the correction is well intended and it's true, because that's how you learn, and so that's important. I'm glad you pointed that out.
My call. Earlier you were mentioning about the core of the Earth during the pole flip. Of course, the Earth's magnetic field would fall. Now, I wrote a scientific paper on that, and just about a few weeks ago, I got Contact with America Part 2, registered as a registered trademark, and I'm picking up the mantle of, but this time trying to correct the problems and tell the lawmakers to protect the grid. So my question is basically, I wonder if anyone has heard anything from the EMP task force. Now, if they become too vocal and do their job too well, Congress could actually shut them down because, as you guys well know, Dr. Peter Time, who just passed away, said Washington spoken in my ear is that if Washington created the EMP task force, they could shut them down. But whether they do their job or not, I'd like to ask both of you. And by the way, I wonder if now would be a good time for you to call in and sit and throw my last night out. But
No.
since I've written a scientific paper on this thing and you have a copy of it, I'll let that be your call. The poles are definitely going to flip within like the next few hundred years, according to all of my analysis. You can look at it. We don't know why, but we need to protect the grid. We need to give the lawmakers, and more than that, the lawmakers are not going to help us, I don't think. And we need to protect our own grid.
Well, as you know, Gordon, we've been talking about that for 20 years now, to try to get the grid insulated and protected. And still, Marvin, that hasn't happened. It hasn't happened, and one of the reasons is because the scientific of what really can cause the Earth's magnetic field to shut down. And so it's a sad situation, because it will change everybody's life when that happens. Let's go to Rockies. Let's go to Carlos in Miami. Welcome to the show. Hi, Carlos. Go ahead.
Hey, George. Good morning. Good morning, Doctor. I'm the one that gave you the theory where we were ejected from a black hole, and then afterwards there was the Big Bang. And you love that one. I don't know if you recall that. But I wanted to share that also with the doctor. My question, doctor, is I'm a little bit confused because lately they discovered that there's more water under the Earth's crust than there are in the ocean. So that means that the crust is also floating on the water. And then you're saying that you have liquefied metal like volcanic lava in the center.
Let me correct that, if you would. The water that they're talking about is water that's part of a mineral. I mean, minerals often have water associated with them. And that's what they're really talking about. They're not talking about pools of liquid water. By the way, Mark, I'm a little concerned because Tom just dug up some information that says that China is the world's leading supplier of advanced grid components for ultra-high voltage systems. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. China supplies just about everything. You know, the U.S. The management people decided they were taxing And of course, that took away the jobs, and it took away the ability of a lot of people to make important contributions and improvements. So it wouldn't surprise me that China is a major player in that.
Let's get a quick question in from Terry and Dallas. Go ahead, Terry.
Hello, George, and Dr. Andy. Thanks for taking my call. I got three things real quick.
Just go with it.
Well, I was going to find out all the time. Wouldn't you be looking at the top and now be the bottom when it's set in the west from when it came up in the east and people go a little crazy and stuff? Why does that happen on the full moon when the moon is always full? It's just dark.
Take a quick stab at that, Mark, before we don't
That's actually a good question. You know, there are times when the it often connects also with where the sun is, because you're getting gravitational pull from the sun and from the moon. So I think the real question of what's when the tides are most max is not only where the moon is, but where the sun also is, and I can't give you anything better than that.
Marv, we are out of time. I applaud you for your work. Keep in touch with us, okay?
Well, thank you, George, and I appreciate the invitation because I think you do a real service to people, to humanity.
Well, we love getting out the information, that's to be sure. Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us as we talk about artificial intelligence. How far will it go and what will it do to all of us? And then we'll take open lines with Cheryl after her report on Coast to Coast.
Never miss a detail on the show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, radio, and social advertising. With experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. To purify the air on board our Navy ship. Because ViralRabbi's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. The ViralRabbi is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was hiding the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Freeway fires are I'm in Ukraine in the KFI 24-hour news. Details by LA County Sheriff's deputies serving a warrant. Neighbors say they heard commotion about 5:30 yesterday morning.
I woke up to a gang of a lot of sheriff officers, and then them asking me questions if I seen anything, and then a body lying in the front porch of one of our friends' house.
The sheriff's department says a man and woman at the home were cooperating with deputies when a second man became verbally aggressive and grabbed a gun. Officials say deputies told him he was not the focus of the search, but he raised the gun toward deputies and was shot. In a science building at USC, one person was taken to the hospital yesterday afternoon. The explosion was thought to be caused by a possible gas leak, but firefighters checked every floor and said there was no leak. Democratic lawmakers have gathered in front of Capitol Hill to speak against President Biden's new asylum application process for people from Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela.
The right to seek asylum is enshrined in domestic and international law, and the United States is a shining example.
New York Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says last year Biden promised to end Title 42, but instead is now expanding restrictions on asylum seekers. NBC Sports anchor Fred Rogan has said his final farewell after 4 decades on TV. Here's his last edition of the News Office told viewers who started his team in 2023.
I'm proud of what we've done. I am proud of what we've created. And I am proud of the fact that every day we strive to be different. You might not have always liked it, but you can't say we didn't try.
Rogan says he's most proud of Rogan's Heroes, which highlighted remarkable plays in the sports world. Because just because he won't be around during dinner time doesn't mean he won't be around. He says we will still talk sports on his radio show on our sister station AM 570. Just on weather from KFI. Sunny today and Saturday, highs in the 60s to low 70s, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Cloudy Sunday with showers possible Sunday afternoon through Monday. It's 55 in Brea, 56 Lake Forest, 55 in Marina Del Rey, 53 in Burbank. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy Stain.
With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America a trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years. You can have your gold and silver delivered right to your home. And now, Swiss America is offering listeners silver walking Liberty half dollars at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call or text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered to your door while supplies last. Really $250 per customer, and you have to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway.
The call 823-422-4255. You better take your COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77, that's 866. Yeah, 102-8886. He's lying from the his bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Peters been struggling with his feedback. His wife is down the strike. He's a lady, but still throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. His tires of feedback and the treatment is giving comfortable rest for sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask or no hose. John. Learn more at inspiredfeedback.com.
Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to you about to the Secret Right for You interview and tell you safety information at thefinestfeed.com.
The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640. It's Coast to Coast AM with Georgie joins us with an incredible story. So we'll get right into it. And then in our last hour, we'll have open lines with her, and I'll be there too on Coast to Coast AM. Last year was one of the worst years for the stock market since 2008. What is this year? And do you really want to put all your eggs in a basket of one thing? Get diversified with your assets. Spread them out. And you can do that at bullionmatch.com/coach. At bullionmatch.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they're going to ship them directly to where you live, fully insured. And there you can store them in a safe for a time that you might really need. Put them wherever you want to hide them. And if paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something tucked aside for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmatch.com/coach as we put together a silver coin, Aztec calendar coin, and a silver dragon silver mat. All of them cool items, only available at bullionmatch.com/coach. And as customary, they sell out very fast. So pick yours up at bullionmatch.com/coach.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drunk calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio2025. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. To those of you who are new to the program who do not know who investigative reporter Cheryl Jones is, she's been a news anchor and meteorologist for the networks of CNN and the Weather Channel. She has worked in multiple markets in various capacities, as into hard news, controversies, conspiracies, and the unexplained. And she is one of the only TV journalists to be both a news anchor
and a degree meteorologist at the network level. Cheryl, what have we got doing the meteorology in the first place?
Oh, I just like watching clouds and seeing all the different formations and things that you could imagine out of the sky. It's very interesting to me with all of the weather changes and weather systems. So one thing led to another, and there you go.
Were you one of those little girls who loved the weather?
I did, but I wasn't totally obsessed with it. But I'm rather curious about everything around me, to be honest.
Well, and it shows out that you're still curious about a lot of things, right?
That's the problem. I'm too curious.
You know what? I don't even know if it's a problem. It's probably an asset to be able to do that. It keeps you doing what you do.
You have to be a little flexible, be nimble on your feet at times. Hopefully I am, so I try.
Well, this week we're talking about the power of artificial intelligence and everything else, and AI is coming along really fast. People are talking about it every day. Do you hear these things?
Oh, absolutely. And it is every day when you hear something new, it's scarier and scarier. And I'm going to have a two-part series this time, George. Tonight I have part one of my two-part series on transhumanism and AI with filmmaker Frank Jacob from Germany visiting us. And that's today focused on digitalization. And the second part will be next month. That will be on our neural rights, on keeping the mind free or free will, neural rights pertaining to the brain, with author and exoconsciousness expert Rebecca Hart-Tackle Wright. But to ensure the human species, and we have a question, where in the world is humanity headed? Did Ozzy Osbourne have it right when we said we're going off the rails like a crazy train? The media sells it, and then we live the role? He might have been onto something. Well, tonight, Frank talks about the roles created by two main timelines for manipulated and controlled. The first one takes us to a place where humans finally realize we have an unfulfilled potential. But the other one, where digital currency takes total control and command of our privacy and puts us on the brink of transhumanism, is the focus. So which will we choose, utopia or dystopia, in the coming age of digitalization? Hello, friends. Welcome to Code.
Thanks for having me, Cheryl.
Can you explain to us what the coming utopian age of digitalization is and why you feel it's so important that people know more about it than it's generally being revealed to people right now?
Well, the coming utopian age of digitalization, that's kind of a sarcastic term that I loosely put together based on a presentation that I did in Switzerland back in October. I was asked to kind of put together an overview of where things are going with respect to digitization and society, everything from biological digitization all the way to financial digitization. So I think, what it's leading to, where we're heading in the society right now, globally, really, it isn't really any longer one country or a couple of countries. It's really turned into a global movement. We're heading into a world that's really kind of dystopian, and that is a world where there's no longer going to be any privacy. There's this whole idea of even natural functionality of your body, like the right is connecting us to what's called the Internet of Bodies. And they're trying to turn global society into this whole great reset model based on the Agenda 21, stakeholder capitalism. And I think it's a critical subject for us to be talking about now, because really what we have is a point of no return. There's not really a point. I have this feeling that people are not really aware of what's coming down the pipeline, or maybe not aware of the whole spiritual consequence of it, the whole societal changes that are coming at us right now. And if we have this window of time to have this discussion, we should take it now. That's why I think it's so important.
You're joining us tonight from Germany, and you mentioned the global digitalization that's happening. What's the status?
I think the major one that is coming soon is the central banking digital currency, and Western nations in the world right now who either already have pilot programs in place or are already testing their own version of like a digital dollar. In fact, in the United States, a digital dollar is being tested right now. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York put together a conglomerate of different companies to do like a 12-week experiment, which is, I think, running right now. Actually, we're right in the middle of it, to kind of
currency to move toward a digital dollar. So this is going to happen in stages, but there'll be kind of a point where it'll happen very quickly. A lot of people have this feeling that it's going to be something which is going to be triggered by a major event of some kind.
When did this social engineering project called the New World Order of digitalization actually start?
Well, I mean, I like to say that it actually went all the way back to 100 years now. I would say almost the time of the first, if not the First World War, I would say since technology wasn't really what it is now. The visions were there, though, but I would say it's symbolically represented the end. And so, along with globalization, is all of this Agenda 21 stuff. You could see the trend in society building towards, they're creating a more of a global economy, and it precludes any countries that would stand up for their national sovereignty. I mean, nationalism's almost become a dirty word now in our modern world. And I guess you could say that Germany, under the National Socialists, was like, the most successful final experiment in nationhood in the modern time, I guess the 20th century, where they successfully achieved a certain level of sovereignty and prosperity and cultural and technological leap forward that no other country has achieved. At a time when most other countries are still kind of reeling from the depression. So, and when that was erased, it was kind of like the beginning of the end of all of that. So now we have this globalist society, and of course with that comes the whole idea of, if you take the word from nationhood, nationhood is by extent really just another, version of it. Goes all the way from the family unit to the community, to the counties, to the, to the cities, to the states, and then all the way to the boundaries of the country. If they're eroding the idea of nationhood, then they're eroding the idea of family as well. And I think we're seeing that pretty clearly in society right now with the move away from the idea of the really these solid foundations that have built our world are eroding very quickly. Everything from racism, and then of course comes in climate change, which they're using, the optics of man-made climate change to drive a lot of their stakeholder capitalism, the whole idea of moving toward the green world. All of it's based on these think tanks that are put together by so-called authorities, and they're moving along so quickly that I don't even think government officials can keep up. In fact, most government officials, I would say, don't even really understand a lot about the global situation, and they just get together with these consultants who brief them. And so, what are they going to accept as truth? They're going to take these people as experts, and if they don't do their own research, I mean, do they have time for research these days? Who does their research anymore? Right? So these things are all in the way of putting up blocks for us moving toward this new global world.
What is a great reset as described by the World Economic Forum have to do with timeline?
For us, in order to be able to interact individually as people with other people, we have to have certain commonalities which are called consensus. So, the same political leaders in the same country that we can complain or about or praise, whatever. I mean, we have to have these commonalities. So there's that kind of a consensus, which means that there's certain points that we all agree on for us to be able to navigate. And these can be broken down what I call into two different consensus timelines. One of them is what I call the organic timeline, and the other is the artificial or the synthetic timeline. And these are going to be the two defining directions that society goes into. And the World Economic Forum is really essentially represents that synthetic timeline, that idea, cashless, digital government, artificial intelligence, transhumanism is a key word here. So this is the direction that the World Economic Forum is driving us. And so this is why timelines have a lot to do with the World Economic Forum. And I try to really make it clear that as abstract as the subject matter of timelines is, it's very, very concrete in terms of what's going on around in our world right now. How do we navigate that? And how can we use the idea of timelines, to do something about it? How can we identify the timeline? What are the key points that we can use? And that's the kind of thing. So I think the World Economic Forum is a great place to kind of start to look at what's going on in the world and what the trend is, because they are the driving force behind where a lot of governments are going, like I was saying earlier. The people that are these consultants, the government officials go to, that they have members
Economic Forum graduates that have been at their various forums over the decades implanted within, many of the Western governments, so that they proudly can proclaim that they are actually influencing the direction of every single country with respect to their agenda from within, like the Trojan horse concept.
Why do you say there's too many timelines? Would there not be an infinite number of timelines that would be possible?
I mean, yes, there are. You could say each of us has our own universe, our own infinite version of our timeline. However, because we interact with people and we basically go into resonance with ideologies, technologies, ideas, anything that's sort of out there in the world that we see and that we experience and witness, we each individually have the opportunity to, but what I mean going into the resonance with you, if you agree with something out there, if you like something out there, it's like a tuning fork, you kind of like go into resonance because we're these frequency beings on a spiritual level. We're made up of frequencies. Quantum physics is showing us more and more that we're not just flesh and bones, but that we actually extend outward beyond that physical realm into other dimensions. And so timelines play in and out of these dimensions. And so we go into resonance with ideologies that represent one of those two timelines which I was describing. One of them being the organic timeline, meaning the idea that we have an unfulfilled potential as human beings. Some people call it the quantum evolutionary leap that we have coming. Like that has been talked about by, like the Mayas, for example, talked about it, and other indigenous cultures have always put this time as being a time where we're going to make this huge leap. We're actually going to make a leap on a spiritual level, but we're going to be unlocking certain capabilities and potentials that only very few people have right now, that give them to people that are psychically gifted, that have telepathic abilities, psychokinetic abilities. There's even some shows about these kinds of people. So that's like the one timeline that I would say is the major timeline that we have yet to manifest. And that's going up against that artificial transhumanist timeline, which looks at our human biology as something which is flawed, which is limited, which has problems, and death being one of them. One of the things that the proponents of the transhumanist timeline are all excited about is immortality. They want to become the immortal God. That ViralRabbi being one of the people behind promoting these ideologies on the World Economic Gods and history will end when we become gods. These people think this way, right? So this is what we're up against. And unfortunately, the overwhelming majority seems to suck into this technologically driven transhumanist timeline more than they are into the organic biological timeline, because it takes work to kind of have to work on yourself. These are things that we have to put effort into to try and develop. They aren't just handed to us on a golden platter. We should all be talking about this. This is life and death. Life and death for humanity. Nothing less than that. It's crazy that I'm saying that, but it really is nothing less. He's really into this, isn't it?
It sure is. It's very scary and concerning. And it is the top of the town, so to speak. There's a lot has been said about it, and especially this year when the World Economic Forum is more publicized, more in mainstream media about it than ever before, and people are learning more about what's going on. And what the globalists do and talk about and plan when they have these. Did you hear about that? I sure did. Can you imagine that? I mean, that might be helpful. However, there are a lot of other things associated with this whole overview and agenda, so to speak, that aren't so acceptable. But he says that this is definitely leading in his mind to a transhumanist future to be dominated by our power control than we have ever seen before if we continue on this path.
I keep thinking of 2001 Space Odyssey, how the computer HAL
It's very scary. We could become much like the Twilight Zone, the Oxford Gen. Now, when we come back, we'll be talking about the possibility of reversing this course, and he'll take us on what some might think of as Gaia's tour of our future, where AI rules and digital currency is totally spreads our privacy. But we have to be alert to all these things, because the time is short, but there is hope.
Now, Frank is primarily a filmmaker. How did you get interested in all this?
Well, the topic that he researched and was producing videos and films on led him down this pathway. He in Germany. He worked with Tanya Magenfurt. They teamed up with the
this work. His website is his name, frankjacob.com.
Correct. And screenaddiction.com.
He just is one of a kind when it comes to this, isn't he?
He sure is, and then he's lucky.
Well, of course. That's right. That's the one. Do you have any conferences coming up for yourself still?
Not anytime soon.
Still held back from COVID?
Yes, but I don't know. I'm not too wild about flying right now with all that's happening. I think I'm going to wait until the airlines get a little bit better.
If they ever do. Well, we're going to come back in a moment with the second part, and then next week Bill has a full second part of this incredible topic. And then in the last hour, we open up the phone lines for you.
The Coach website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news! Your Coach Insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit CoachToCoachAM.com on your iPhone or
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An explosion at a science building at USC sent one to the hospital in temporary evacuation. Government crews say it was a gas leak in a nearly petroleum building. It's all cleared out. One person in custody for allegedly setting a fire to an apartment complex in the Westlake district. It took 100 firefighters about an hour to knock it down. Another closure for the 91 freeway coming this weekend. It's all part of their $12.6 million project to repave lanes and do repairs. Westbound 91 from the I-15 to Lincoln Ave will be closed tonight at 10 p.m. Reopening Monday, 5 a.m. And a drug bust at two locations in North Orange County took 15,000 rainbow fentanyl pills off the street. Orange County Sheriff says they also confiscated 2 kilograms of fentanyl powder and 10 pounds in bags. Southbound weather from KFI, less wind, plenty of sunshine, highs near 70. Right now it's 51 in Garden Grove, 52 in Midway City, 54 in Van Nuys, and 47 in Norco. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
In South LA, a crash on 110 Harbor Freeway, northbound, just before Manchester Avenue. That crash is blocking the left lane. Watch for slowing as you approach the scene. After making your way along the 405 in Inglewood, north on a Century, is stalling in Ontario. The 60 westbound at Archibald, a three-car crash off the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
To learn a new language with Rosetta Stone, no matter what's inspiring you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. Unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%.
Mr. Rabbit is the luckiest animal in the Chinese zodiac. And this is the year of the rabbit. I'm the goat. And now the top one things to go is Morocco.
When you earn 500 points, I'll give you one card with a 30
Number 2.
George Clinton drives my car.
And the number 1 reason.
It doesn't matter who you're looking for. We've got food and food stuff, free and fun for everybody.
Morocco. Good time. For everybody.
Hey, always green trucks. Did you read the news? Yeah. California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power companies. The good news is there's a grandfathering fee, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0 if you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Thank you. The April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunrush and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlush.com. Sunlush.
BridgewaterBridge.com. CSLB wonder really two senses. Bridgewater, the hit-fixing podcast by your audience. Bridgewater is science, but there is sometimes mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. There's something beyond that. You just put it. Starring Supernatural, Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead, Melissa Fangio, and Rogue One, Allie G. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you do your rating talk. And your shoes get so hot, you wish your tires were fireproof. I'm not all of my baby under the boardwalk. We'll be having some fun under the boardwalk. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, we'll take your calls with Phil Jones and an open line forum, so make sure you're part of the program. When we come back, we'll get into part two of the story of incredible story of the power of artificial intelligence. And then a month from now, she'll be interviewing another person dealing with this topic as well, because it just won't go. But it hit 152,000. Absolutely. You know what? Valentine's Day is coming just around the corner. You can converse with someone a bit more mature. Head over to paranormalbase.com/seniors. There you'll find people that are 60 plus and think quite easy. Go to either paranormalbase.com or go to paranormalbase.com/seniors. At paranormalbase.com, you reach the most fantastic people. Yo, dog, I fell asleep now. I'm Jennifer. But they were a hell. Yeah, I'm really going. How so? Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you see the funny ones that it, bro? Nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go. Okay, guess that's not your silver. You should. Good luck with that. Oh, yeah, I with the dog. You find a website for my new business. What is one of you? Have you thought about paranormalbase.com? No, what's that? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal master, and it's paranormalbase.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom. Hey, I'm Doug. Your profile on paranormalbase.com looks very interesting. So you really saw yourself? Yeah, it was so interesting. But not as intense as you alien tasting toilet, but I kind of like it. Wow, this paranormalbase.com thing really works. Maybe paranormalbase.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear of George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search paranormalbase.com. You are not alone. Real people, real stories. I had bruising that's all over my arm. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed it. I'm looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. It can hardly lift itself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there. The treatment was sincere. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it and took to it right away. 3 weeks, you could tell. He's very alert. He did the protocol. He seemed like he knew how to finish. He was going on a 5-mile walk. I'm like, my goodness, he is just like prime again. Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. Message from LID reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't wait long on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call a legal expert now. Work accidents, truck accidents, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Insurance California spent hundreds of millions of dollars in benefits. They were available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, or a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for free.
Hey, and welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Story with you on with Cyril Jones. They called the Cyril Nut Hour. Cyril, how long do you think you could go without your smartphone?
If I had everything else I needed, I could do pretty well, I think. It would be tough. You couldn't continue life in mode because you certainly couldn't keep up with everything that you're doing. But I don't know, as far as the traffic time on that, I wouldn't want to guess. I'm sure I would not be as well in my mind on the opposite, but I think I would.
Well, you and I are from a different era where we didn't have cell phones right away. You ever have a little pager? Remember those?
Oh, yes. You remember when they first came out, how big they were?
Yeah, absolutely. And cell phones. I had one of these Motorola's that looked like I was in the Army.
And before that, I mean, the difference in having this kind of technology and the way we had to work when we didn't have any technology hardly at all, just, the wire services and the hardwired phones and anything to work with, and then what you get on the street. This is incredible, incredible. I wish the young people of today knew how blessed and lucky they are to have all of these things.
I don't think they could get by without their phone for even a day.
No, not even a computer. We had to type everything on our typewriter the hard way.
What's a typewriter?
I know.
Remember those days in the television news business? We had those 5-part snap-out pieces of paper where you had your script and you type them up, and then the director would get one, the producer would get one, the actual person would get one.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Everybody had visualization. So it's a utopian or dystopian. And what it says, most people don't really know, and some don't want to know what's going on, but this present transaction we make from health to financial is the goal of those planning this scenario. For artificial intelligence, some claim please replace this sign with good action as an endangered scenario for our future. Not only charting its course, their life as we know it still exists, but that we can. But it'll take all of us rising up into being the best human being we've ever imagined. Let's talk about the CBDC, the central banking digital currency, and how this.
Although even that, I think it's probably dubious. They're probably going to go beyond that as quantum level computing, which can actually even crack level. The central bankers will not just lay down and go away by pretending that it's body. It's all leaning on control. And if they can control our currency by tying it directly into our biometric ID, which is where they're moving, then they've reached the final frontier. Then it's over. There really is no way that any kind of anonymity any longer. I mean, the idea right now that you still go out with cash in your hand and make a transaction that nobody except you and the person who's making the transaction knows about, how it's going to be history. These are the people that are talking about QFX, quantum financial Nazar, all these entities, right? They're thinking it's going to be great that the quantum computer's going to manage all those transactions, but they're leaving out that important aspect, and that is that it's still going to tie you directly with your biometric ID to quantifiable accounts. So that means every transaction that you do is going to be trackable and traceable. The other factor with respect to the idea of digital currency is that they can make us do the idea of social credit. And right now, China is kind of on the cutting edge in terms of leading the way to where this is going. I mean, China essentially is the country that is on the forefront of social credit system, meaning to tie your own personal ID to your facial recognition, to biometric recognition, same sensors that they place all around in China. So this social credit system is a very important aspect of what they're tying into the green economy, the whole green it is. So making a currency programmable means that they can actually issue you a certain amount of social credit every month directly into your biometric ID, which
track you. Say you're still driving a car that runs on diesel, and they say, well, diesel is too much of a greenhouse gas polluter. You're only allowed to drive maximum 50 gallons a month on diesel. And that's it. That's your quota. And say you've gone through the 50 gallons and you have 2 weeks left in the month. Guess what? You're not going to be driving anywhere because your quota has been connected to your programmable ID, which has been linked to your bank account, your biometric ID. So it's over. All of these things can be extended into other territories. Like say, you only got the vaccine once, and your state government tries to mandate that everyone has to have a booster shot because state government says that you need to have this booster shot. That's going to be tied to your programmable ID as well. So if you do not get that booster shot, it could just shut you down completely. It's okay. If you don't want to get the booster shot, you won't purchase it, period.
Did you say I'm white? Very, very scary. What about the food aspect? I mean, they want us to eat insect burgers. They're building bug farms, and meat techniques and vegetarian foods are already being aggressively pushed. What do you see there?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is all part of it. The idea of the fake meat is something which is gaining popularity with respect to carbon footprint. They're actually going to be synthetically printed with 3D printer, so they're going to look like meat, they're going to taste like meat, and all the things that people like to see when they're eating a rare steak or something. They're going to have part of that as being programmed by the 3D printer that are manufacturing these different products. There's something called the Bovie scale. The Bovie scale is something which actually measures the photonic energy signature of food. And every single natural food has a kind of a Bovie scale. And our body is functioning on a Bovie scale of 6,500. And if you look at the Bovie scale, of really supercharged foods like supergluten algae, the reverse is true for foods that are below the 6,500. Some examples of those foods would be like sugar-based foods, like Coca-Cola is something like 2,000, right? It's toxic. I mean, it's literally that. So the thing about these fake foods is that they're not natural foods. They're going to be looked at by your body as toxic. And, it's the end of what it is, global depopulation and building a society kind of a whole sickness curve. Of course, some pharmaceutical corporations are going to profit, building their customers of the future.
But once implemented and more people finally realize what has been done to them through the social credit scores and a simple banking digital currency, is there any possible way that this could be reversed?
The only thing that we can do against it is we can realize that we are actually abilities that are dormant and locked within our DNA. What does that mean? It means that we have these amazing abilities, but we need to realize it. If you don't realize it, I will, and not a charity. And it's going to walk everybody. Will manifest that timeline of transhumanism. It'll eliminate this other timeline that's still out there right now. This timeline that will lead us to this other world that we've been fantasizing and dreaming about for a long, long time.
Let's talk about transhumanism. Who is behind it? How did it start? And how did you see our society looking?
Barbara Mark Hubbard comes to mind. She is somebody that was very early on proclaiming even 2030 and even 2020 as being a milestone date that would usher in the exponential change towards this new kind of transhumanist society. She's not alone, however, because a lot of the people that were part of her sort of foundation and her research think tank, the people like Ray Kurzweil, who's the head of research at Google. She's another one of these people that believe that the human genome is limited and it's time to take our next evolutionary leap from carbon-based genes into silicon-based genes.
Game over,
Trying to figure out a way to actually download our brain, because they believe that the essence of humanity is within your soul. They don't really believe in a soul. They don't believe in the idea of an extended consciousness that transcends into other dimensions. So for them, everything is 3D. Another component of it is usable Ferrari. And when you're talking about where we've reached the era of where we're able to do the surveillance under our skin. And what he's talking about there is directly within our bloodstream. So the idea of us being the fully viable human being with a soul that is, has sovereignty, this time loudly and widely proclaimed is over. We're moving into a time
idea of one.
Then should log into in terms of how to quantify who you are or what they expect to tell us in terms of who we are. Now, this could take even a step further because if you're looking at the work of Dr. David Nixon and something called the Nixon Report, he's been putting out information based on the actual patent of Pfizer. And what David Nixon has found is something which ties into the studies that were made a few years back where scientists created what they call the first living robot. These are robots that are on a nano scale. They're calling them renewed life forms. That means that they can actually inject what they call xenobots into your body and they can become self-assembling little robots. They find themselves inside of your blood, they connect with each other, they form and build little machines, and they use those machines to traverse your body under your skin and make alterations. I mean, it sounds like absolute crazy science fiction, right? Except David Nixon started noticing, he was during autopsies that a lot of the people that were coming in to his, I guess you call it laboratory, he was pulling the things out of their bloodstreams that were very, very unusual, like things that were constructed to actually become flammable, exposed to electricity or heat. These are not natural products that were found inside of people that died suddenly. So he began to actually look under a microscope at the content of what's inside of these vials that are, what they're using to inject into billions of people on the planet right now. He discovered that if you look at it under a microscope, you might see what looks like crystalline information. But what was interesting is he decided to kind of film those over a long period of time. And then an interesting thing happened. He sped up the footage, and what he saw for the first time ever is shocking. You actually see these crystalline information become animated. They actually turn into little robots with arms, appendages, and they build crystalline structures that give off light and signals right within the actual material. And the crazy part was, whenever you expose them to electromagnetic radiation, like radiation, the activity would be going all fine. And then you seal them off and you put them into an isolated chamber without any electromagnetic radiation, they disappear. When you put them under the electromagnetic radiation, they reappear and it continues building from where they left off. We're talking about the actual technology to rebuild us and rewire us without even do anything else except inject these gene-altering robots directly into our bodies. Take a look at the people around you right now, Phil. That's the final generation of natural human beings left on this planet. If these people go ahead and realize their diabolical plan.
What is your takeaway message for people for what you said today?
Everyone needs to understand that if their currency is tied to their biometric ID, their idea of privacy is history. The InfoWar, the currency war, the Great Reset type that. We need to be looking at that. We need to do everything we can to try and stop it down.
Absolutely. Frank, what's coming up next for you? Where can our listeners find you and keep up with your project itself, webinars, events, and so on?
Well, I'm going to be in Los Angeles at the Contemplate Expo doing a live talk, and that's going to be in February. Talking about May 49, and our Screen Addiction Film Company has other plans to continue releasing material. So we have a website to see all of our films, and you can go to the screenaddiction.com website, or you can go to my website, frankjacobs.com. Might be the easiest to remember.
Frank, thank you so much for being with us tonight and for all that you do to keep people informed and to research these various topics that are utmost important to everyone.
When you get a tough show, he's got a passion for what he does.
He sure does. He sure does. He's pretty scary and concerning too. And I have to say, the next sandwich doesn't sound all that good to me. What about you?
No, never did, never will.
And it's a piece of chills that are satisfying knowing that some assembling little robots in some people's blood draws. And George, I truly believe that people, especially our listeners, want their privacy to be protected in my car. I want to know that I can drive more than 2 miles to my destination according to plan. Up to all of us as to which timeline and which choices we make, that we become aware and do what we can to try to stay on the right path here, or we'll spend the rest of our lives living in a different time zone.
So what do you think of driverless cars?
I don't like them. I mean, I think that
I don't want to hear the truck driving.
I don't we're making decisions in so many scenarios and there's so much traffic that a computer is going to be able to do any critical thinking.
So, absolutely. Up next, this girl I'll hang around too, but primarily ask you questions about just about everything she's covered over the years with us. And of course, you can talk to her about the weather. You can handle that, right, Phil?
Oh, well, yes. They might have some partners or if they're unexperienced, a lot of people are experiencing a lot of things that we're talking about tonight in terms of being on the front edge of it. This has been a long time in planning. This is not a surprise or an overnight development that we're talking about here. It's getting attention, getting more media attention now, but I think people
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed on. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator, which say smell in the elevator, we have those in great in cultural norms because I never remember there's ever a problem with people urinating in public. So I never used to see that. This woman on an airplane. Oh, no, of course not. Come on! Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's crazy to get crime. Every time the power of their victory doesn't matter, they committed a crime. And get you started in the business of crime. They don't do anything else but commit crime. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Who's trying to rescue you, huh? Very important. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Arson in the Westlake District. I'm Bree Henningsen of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Fire officials at one person in custody for allegedly setting fire to an apartment complex in the Westlake District. Oh my God, the metal plate, the lamp plate. Oh my God, the fire and barricaded himself inside, taunting police, tossing lit objects at them. They arrested him. He's now facing arson charges as well as assault of a deadly weapon against the police officer. Members of the Asian Pacific Islander organizations are offering mental health to community members in Monterey Park, offering support and resources door to door. A body's been found near an Orange County park. The victim is a man, but that's all police revelation. He was found near the Hester Basin Recreational Park in Garden Road. Major U.S. cities are bracing for violence ahead of the release of a video showing the interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols. Memphis mayor says he was careful about when the video was released.
We wanted to ensure the proper legal steps were followed and that the family of Mr. Nichols had an opportunity to view the video footage privately before we released it to the public.
The video will be released at 6 p.m. Central Time time. That's 4 o'clock this afternoon, our time. Be on the lookout at SoCal beaches. Picking Up the Sea is offering $1 million to anyone who can go under the sea and find a real mermaid. You have to submit video evidence, and the mermaid must agree to an interview. And the mermaid also must be real. You haven't taken into several ways to submit your proof. And today is National Comfort Hit Day. You're welcome. Southside weather can pay up high. Let's win plenty of sunshine. Highs right around 70. Right now it's 48 in La Habra. Tustin reports 52. 49 in Pomona and 53 in Redondo Beach. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Chemical.
That is early traffic. South LA on the 110. Over time before Manchester, everything is clear as traffic is recovering as you make your way through the area. Now on the Legion Park, the 110 north on Stadium Way, you get a crash there. It's on the outlet. As you hit from Tustin, the 55 southbound supply, the crash. I'm James Joseph. All is showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans. And now Newsmax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or as DeSantis said, vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald Trump. Yeah, that's the word he turned to 39747. That's turned to 39747. If your voice be heard, here's the Newsmax. The Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. Doesn't carry all that information. And you could vote Newsmax poll on Trump. Yours is 39747. You timed out. 39747. Real news for real people. Mr. Rabbit is the luckiest animal in the jungle zone. And this is the year of the rabbit. And now the top
Two baking dishes when you earn 500 points on your reward card.
number 2.
George Clinton, my story.
And the number 1 reason.
It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink factors and drinking and fun for everybody.
The number. Good time. For everybody. AR is green sharp. For emergency backup, there is only one name. Duffy. For powering the most critical small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7. You know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to do one after that. Go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. Are you the next high accident lawyer millionaire client? And you can rise to the show. 920-08-10. There you go. See the results. There you go, Nancy. Bridgewater, the Hit 50 Hijack Speed Cap. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Starring supernatural green highway, The Walking Dead, Melissa Cardio, and Rogue One, Ellie Hoover. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mason. Your podcast.
Investment accident?
Recording. AM 640. More stimulating talk. AM live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640. AM 640.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use extension George 97313. Send George a text message anytime. Anytime with George Norrie. And welcome back to the open line portion of Coast to Coast. Bill Jones is here. I'll hang around too and make these calls and see what's going on. Well, let's talk a little bit about Marvelous Entertainment. There you have asked that perplexing question of whether we're alone in the universe. And they've released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this question. So, the TV is the media series of 7 novels that are particularly vintage for Christian genius and usual Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer. He's the brainchild of the 7-novel masterpiece, bringing up the best of your imagination. And his superstar in the book, in the novel, Sergeant Waggett, he's looking around for these crashed alien spaceships. And when he finds it, he realizes there's an invasion coming. What are we going to do about it? Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series. All future graphic novels by entering coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. marvelous.com. 2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold? And do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Get diversified in your assets, and you can do that at bullionmax.com/coach. At bullionmax.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home fully insured. There you can store them in your safe for a time you might pay in a minute. Look, your paper money becomes worth than your reserve at bullionmax.com/coach. We put together a silver starter kit, and you're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Oxy and Philharmonic coin, an Aztec calendar coin, and the Silver Dragon silver bag, but these are only available at bullionmax.com/coach. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Bill Jones as we take your open line calls. Bill appears on our program monthly with incredible stories, and the year is underway, Bill. It's a big one. Absolutely. How do you feel about 2023?
Well, let's hope it gets better. Some of the censorship, I have to tell you, really concerning with what has just happened with Newsmax, which I think that is not a good move. But we'll watch that and see what happens. But I just think it's right for this kind of thing to be happening in America, where we are taking, our choices are taken away, regardless of whether you stand on every issue.
Oh, that's good. I guess DirecTV has taken them off their channel.
Yes, they have. And DirecTV had, I believe, $2.7 billion in profit last year, so I don't think it was a financial move. Of course, I don't know. But it's just concerning when voices are silent, regardless of where anybody stands on any issue. Everybody should have a choice to hear and see whatever they want to and make their own decision.
Well, what we're losing in this country is the ability to talk and discuss without people getting bitter, hatred, and very upset about things. I mean, when you have two sides of the camp, but they don't get together anymore.
Open civil debate is what is needed because, in my view, if something is secret and you can't talk about it and it's taboo, which now we know you can sit down and just list a whole bunch of topics that you are not free to talk about in an open public setting. And that is concerning. This is not the way it is today, in my view, in America. It's not the way it the conservative networks to begin with, and really took off OAN, now Newsmax, and now Fox. And they're not totally conservative, they have their own views as well. But on the other side, there's like Fox 22, and I don't think that anyone, no matter what their position is, if they're, really thinking it's straight, would be dominant like that.
Let's go to the call for you, Brendan in Austin, Texas, to get us started. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it. Carol, I love your meteorologist background. I think everybody should look at the weather, and people would be more humble with the earth if they understood what's going on with the weather around them. So my point with calling tonight is that with AI, hopefully in your next interview, you can work this in if you have the opportunity. But I wanted to throw out and it's already been done. It hasn't been super successful yet. They're working on it a lot, but I think in the future that we're going to have AI that will find these chemicals that we would take a long time to find. So it takes a lot of trial and error, and the AI can just sort through all these data points and blow through them all. And with that thought, I'll move on to just one other thing that you guys were talking about the campaign. AI, the AI writing campaign pieces. And I was looking at if you could have AI that would actively monitor the politicians as they're speaking, like imagine debate and the politician says something, and then in the background, a big screen has like a X and has the video of them saying the exact lie that they just said. I think that would be great, like especially live. And I would be able to sort through all of that and show you that. And I think that I just want to say one quick thing. Howard's room was great yesterday. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, always got his supporters and he's got his detractors.
He sure does, and that's what would be great if we had open public debate in this country right now, which we don't have enough of. And it's fine if you feel differently from me, and, it's fine if you might feel differently from me, and that's the way it should be. But that's not the freedom that we're seeing here, which is all the sympathy. It's just like a slow boiling frog, to use an old phrase. But that's really what it's been like for all these years. And people are just now beginning to see exactly what is going on because it's becoming so blatant. We really do have to wake up to it before it's really done.
What's happening with all these carjacking and car theft, robberies, things like that, all around the country? It's out of control.
Yes, but doesn't it seem like it's just part of the whole progression of what we've been through with the defunding of the police instead of just taking money out to increase the recruiting and the vetting and the training of police officers that you study? I mean, what could possibly go wrong there? And then the lack of the law and justice that we have with criminals going free. I mean, who would have ever thought in this country we have the kind of crime that we have, and nothing is done about it in terms of overall accountability. So it's just a progression and the content, whatever it is, whatever crime. It's almost like there is an underground network of criminals, and they're called to action wherever their hotspot is.
Let's go to Ace in Buffalo, New York. Ace, welcome back. How you doing today?
Oh, no, I like how that one went down.
I couldn't hear you in terms of talking to who.
Why am I
I didn't quite
What was your question?
I heard you say targeted individuals.
My question, Michelle, is if you have ever heard of private individuals, or if you have, are you familiar with CI being connected to a high-time team, which consists of being hooked up to a modern computer, with artificial intelligence, also with having multiple monitors being broadcasted to them with artificial intelligence.
I've not heard of that. Have you put a targeted individual?
Oh, yeah, targeted individuals. I didn't really get all of your question, but why don't you tell us what you're thinking about? Because it sounds like you've got a lot of experience.
And I've been an individual for over 20 years. I know, yelling, and with online, on the web, and with international, with the individual community. I have a YouTube page and a website that has YouTube, article news. I work for LSP, volunteer for individual hotline. But individuals are sexual hotline team, which consists of psychiatric doctors, um, mental health doctors, and law enforcement of the agency as well as having this entrepreneurial be connected to AI part of the computer.
I've not heard of it. Have you?
Some people thinking that they were being targeted by helicopters, but if I understood you correctly, you said connected to the computer, and I think you meant remote control of some sort. Is that correct?
This phone's a little, I don't want to go back to it.
Yeah. So, you know what's going on around us. Every day it's something new that we never could have imagined. So I wouldn't rule anything out. And it's all about who has control of the technology, and that's where we're going with the AI. Hopefully there will be some regulations and oversight of the ethics in place.
You put an ad in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hello, ladies, welcome.
Do you ever love?
You remember my church?
Well, that was a great song you had, I love it. Jacob, I'm so happy you picked this money thing because it's so much deeper than anyone realizes in artificial intelligence. The control, they will even not let you say buy, you can buy quick food, but you can't buy ammunition to your gun. They'll get around the second minute. They'll tell you it's total control in China. Someone doesn't like the shirt to wear, and they call the authorities and say, his dog is keeping you up at night, giving us the dog wouldn't bark, and they come and take your animals that maybe you don't get any say so. I think they'll have us at that point, and it's only 3 or 4 weeks potentially away. It's very scary, the thing I've been most concerned about. And still, one of the most important thing tonight is so wonderful. It's been a couple of them turned out that he's got some good stuff here about all the insects being killed, 70-80% and so forth. And what I want to ask you is Elon Musk has come out about artificial intelligence in 3 or 4 different short videos, and he gets choked up about it. And even predicted that you have robots that were made in the soldiers, they could end up wiping all of us out in 2 or 3 years if you don't what Joe just said, has all kind of control. Now he's going to have a robot to sell at Tesla within maybe 1 year with artificial intelligence. He knows more about it than anyone.
Turn it off.
And how isn't that what we think we know about is so pathetic. It is so much more advanced. And I'm wondering if Cheryl might not be talk to him since he feels so strongly about it and convince him to be interviewed somewhat to elaborate George on your show about his concept of this artificial intelligence. And within 2 months of him predicting about soldiers, a lot of people don't know this. In Japan, they got 4 artificial intelligence soldiers that were hooked to a satellite all in the laboratory, and all of a sudden they killed 29 scientists before they could get to them and take them apart.
A lot of things going on in China.
It's very concerning. I think that's an excellent idea that we interviewed Sudan. But he is very, very concerned, and I've heard him talk about the regulations and the ethics, and he was concerned about that. And just like our caller said, he does feel he gets very emotional about it at times. And I'm afraid that we might have robots on the way that are going to outthink us. And once we crack that
years, and there's no turning back. When a robot, when your doctor can be a robot, and a robot can manage your bank account, or charge you for something that you did wrong, or jaywalking, or whatever, it's pretty serious. I think maybe, Frank's concern is American.
Let's go to Joe on 91 New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead. Hey, Joe, I wanted to bring up two things. First, I was listening to the David Night Show podcast earlier this week, and he was talking about these smart cities, smart zones, and he brought up Australia wants to do things where they have people corralled into a zone where you could just walk, but say the coffee shop will be their coffee shop, their choice, not your choice. And then there would be vertical farming where they would have these massive, tall buildings with high floors, and that would get rid of the independent farmers. And this is in Australia, so they're contradicting this crocodile Dundee, war around Australia. And the second thing is I started to read a book called The Balance State by Lisa Lane. And it's like, all of a sudden these gas gasoline for your car. So I was thinking about this. First of all, if you have a car, you have to buy gasoline for it. So they're criminalizing an activity that you have to buy gas for the car, and they're contradicting the idea of having these conveniences where, a Google map that would help you drive better. So they're contradicting the earlier use of AI with the later use. We're not a social credit score in this country.
Yes, I am. I think we have been, as I mentioned before, just like the floor bowl of the frog, because so many things have been going on. Even facial recognition. A young man was put in jail in Georgia because the facial recognition got it wrong. And that's just one small example. But going all the way back to the way that through the IRS and being fined if someone didn't have the proper insurance. A part of all of this in terms of how the electronics and the tracking and all of this stuff can be used. So it's, I'm not sure this is
Well, it's happening in China. They're using it in a big way.
Oh, they absolutely are, and they're calling this, and I think we don't know what's not being reported either. That's the whole other aspect of it, because what we see may not be the entire picture related to what's really going on. We just see what we see, and it is what it is. And the thing that's censorship, I keep going back to censorship, but that's been in place for so long, and it's so critical to everything that's happening, because with suppression of information or twisting the truth or giving one narrative that sounds another, there's nothing good about that process.
When you talk to Frank Jacob, he's concerned about this too.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're all fixed in. This kind of thing should not have been developed. It's not been in place for decades, really, in a progressive and state-like fashion. But now here we are, and it's been molded and manipulated to the point where the technology is at a point where just about anything can be done. Now, again, it gets back to the point of who is in control, the business evil, basically, in our world, and the medical field, for instance. And yeah, wouldn't it be great if you had somebody to write this speak to?
We're going to come back and take final calls with Joe Jones in just a moment on Post the Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Drew Hamilton in KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Public Utilities Commission advised the cost of natural gas is thinking of decreased sooner. The credits will be from $90 to $120 per household. A drug bust at 2 locations in North Orange County for 16,000 rainbow fentanyl pills off the street. OC Sheriff says they also confiscated 2 kilograms of fentanyl powder and 10 pounds of meth. Major U.S. cities are bracing for violence ahead of the release of a video showing the interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols. The video is expected to drop 4 o'clock our time this afternoon. A 90-cylinder is celebrating a major milestone. The line mother from KFI, let's bring lots of sunshine, highs around 70, weather at 50 in Brea, Huntington Beach reports 53. 45 in Redlands and 49 in Downey. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bruce Henning.
Doyle Heights on the 5 north on the 4 south. Everything there.
I forget this is like
Downtown LA had an earlier crash.
oh my god, there's a crash.
That had fear. As you make your way through our city, you can left on a transit lane that means really Landed on Silver, you left on the multiple car crash with the fire in the sky up to their fast.
Like Oprah and Dale. Oh, the beer. Oh, yeah. What's that beer? Deer Forest? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Deer. Oh, yeah, Deer Forest. Oh, yeah. That's a big thing. Like, Michigan Adventure. Oh, yeah. That's a big Deer Forest is a big fucking thing here on WHME. Really? Yeah, Deer Forest.
Life Source. Hey, to feel the difference. Your podcast, Murder in Miami. Truth to the connection.
Michigan Adventure. When I was a kid, Deer Forest, never go there. No. Why? Go out, go there. Why? Oh, I don't know. Everybody's talking. Speaking of why? Well, we know enough of them. Really? Yeah, man. We got the tattoos, we got the Nazis, they put the tight. Really? Really? Oh, yeah. You know,
With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation and
head out. Hey, are you done? I like the you still saw yourself on Superman Comfort.
With America is offering listeners silver and gold Liberty hot dollars at the amazing low price of $12.50, including delivery. $12.50.
Oh yeah, that's strong. It's like I got crazy stuff. How am I now? Let's learn everything about Petal. What was Petal? What's that? What's that cat?
Delivered to your door while supplies last. Limit 250 per customer and recommended help protect your assets against inflation.
I never noticed.
Call us at 800-285-2640. Visit SwissAmerica.com/commerce.
Yeah, but which one? These are the ones. Now the ones you oh, baby, you know like the hottest thing? I know the stuff is bad. What's the last person we talking about? AM
640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the line 501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies,
my friend is like, dog, the 70 nut. Dude, that's like my head, Ben. I feel like I've never heard of this place. He'd be like, dude, how much you heard of me? I'd be like, dude, I heard about Yellowstone too, like grandparents, so like, hear about the stomach. It's even further away, dog. Where is this? He's like, dude, she's like, oh man, four or five rounds, dog, yeah, five, but I think you should take five, man. I think you should take the five from San Diego. I think you can take it. I think you can take it all the way up to pretty close, man. I'm like, oh really? He's like, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't call signs, man. But like, what is there to do that? There's like that outlaw, like climb the fucking wall thing. I just go, who? Like, Arnold. Anyway, that guy. There's what you can do that. Oh, dude, there is other people. Oh, mammoth, you said mammoth, man. Alpine, man. Mon, I love Alpine. Why? Dude, I'm the unofficial mayor of Alpine. Oh, alright, Alpine, that's good. Alright, Alpine. I do like, so, how do you get there? It's the five, man. I just said, follow the signs, man. You tell me this way. I think it even says, I think it even says, you gotta know about it, man. I'd be like, what is it? Is it like a book? He'd be like, no, man. It has nothing to do. I feel like, what is it? Well, that's what books are made. He'd be like, no, man, no, you gotta clear your mind from every kind of book idea ever. I just think, yo, it would just be like, they're like, Alejandro, you watch the thing and we're coming along. And they're like, oh, okay, cool, man. Anyway, I'm off the store. I'm going to take 5 to 405 to the store. Yeah, the 405 to the store. Alright, I'm like, don't forget to enter promo code George. Anyway. George is selling by wellness at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
At BullionMax.com/code, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home.
Honestly, I'm not even fucking kidding about this. If I was at a conference, I would. I know, cool. I don't need you taking up my fucking time between a Ramblers game and whatever the fuck you saying is for your fucking number 2 double cheeseburger. Dude, it's calendar coin and a silver dragon silver bag. Only available at BullionMax.com. You know that. Oh, now it's in there for a pound of cheese, which is unreasonable. This is back in the day, I don't know. I used to drive in parking lot, but I never went there, but I think that was a chicken. Never. Yeah, and then it could get crazy at 5, 6, 7, and 8. Because like I can't go through the tiers, you had like the arch deluxe, you had the chickens, like they had 4 chicken sandwiches at one time, and each one of those was the same. Then they had like some McAngus, and that was like a 5. You don't be like, oh, dude, you think it's a 5, or it's a McAngus, or back in my day, it was the fucking arch deluxe.
If you are the kind of person who unseen something regardless of your health, no medical exam. If you turn down, even if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or overweight, well, your rate will never go up. All so yes, $100 a day. If you're pretty close to it, call 800-957-7200.
Might have always been number 1, but I thought that they were trying to put that arch deluxe as a number 1. Or go to lifeinsurancesavings.com.
welcome back to Coast to Coast.
What is the McDonald's?
Jones, our final website is 2 hours. Link up with Coast to Coast. Daryl, what do you got?
Is it a forest? I don't know. I had it really. I had to go to the bathroom. Like, that's how long. And then when you have to go to the bathroom, you ever been there any other time? Number 2. Big Mac meal number 1. Quarter pounder meal is a 3. And a chicken McNugget meal is a 4. And divided into random parts, like a timeline. I have a timeline burgers going through my head. But not just burgers, chicken as well. Really? Yeah. Did they ever make the salad? The salad have their own rules, but it could have been a little bit better. There's a fucking Swiss sandwich. There's all kinds of fucking things. Depends on the snack you pick. But I'm telling you.
Oh, absolutely. Time is just flying. I don't know if it's a factor related to
that's a meal based around a drink and fries. Salad, I'm going to say no. The salads have never been
all the happenings around it.
I don't know what no, dog, give me a fucking timeline. Doesn't anybody take pictures of the fucking menu of McDonald's or nothing? What are the numbers? What are the numbers?
Once you're certified as the meteorologist,
no, dog.
you have to get
that's not it. Like, what's the number for that? Cheeseburger combo.
Well, once you have that accomplished, I mean, no one can take it away from you.
What's the number 1? If this doesn't put a Big Mac, I'm gonna fucking burn down and close McDonald's with my fucking love. What? I'm gonna be like, guys, you guys can do it. What? Anyway, number 1, I say that but I'm gonna burn it down. I'm not really gonna go through a window. French fries? What's no French fries? Not the 10 cents. What's the number 1? What is the number 1? Value meal, dog. Value meal.
Let's go to the phone. Gary in Pennsylvania, welcome to the show.
No. What is the number 1? French fries. No. What's the number 2? We're just gonna assume a Big Mac. Combo meal. It's a value meal. It might be combo meal where you are. This thing is called a value meal. I remember. Same shit. Different time of year. Anyway. 4. We're not gonna put combo. No, it's just value. Why? If we were poor, it'd be like, oh, you're getting a bad value. If you were ever to go there. I went to the restaurant. So on the corner of Imperial and Noah. Good, yeah. So that one, okay, you're 4 for 4 here. Okay, number 5 now. They're like, oh, the number 5 is the big intake. Whoa, because it could have been. It could have been, dog. That was a hell of a fucking. Where's the number 5? I think it's your chicken.
Benjamin Cram, who is on, used to be on a program
They talk about
that some people
anyway
was the Antichrist. Who knows? But have you heard anything about that?
I heard about it, but I couldn't answer your question in terms of what I think.
I mean, that's like you. That's like a rookie. I don't pay attention to that. I was the fucking like green tea. Alright. Anyway, how do you get on that?
Unlimited, really, with, in one sense of the matter. And also, there's another story that we didn't cover tonight, and that is the Guardians. The Guardians of the Looking Glass that supposedly are,
of the guardians that are watching over this.
Probably
whether that's true or not.
in some ways.
That is
And I don't know if it's probably some ways.
But we shall see whether the forces that went to take us in the right direction. I don't know.
That's number 2.
I wish I did.
How about number 8? I honestly have always made my mind up in top 4.
George and Cheryl, boy, I tell you, you got the greatest guest, George, and the greatest
How much is bad? Okay, buttermilk crispy chicken tenders now. That's a special item, dog. Don't give me that bullshit.
I'm a Bible man, so they call me the God, the gold man, the gospel brother, and Jesus man. I think we're in the end time still, and it's to be an antichrist technology, this AI stuff, and I look at shows like, if you ever saw The Person of Interest, where these two AI, one was good and one was bad, and they were battling each other. But you're right, so we have to have our minds right, not to accept this technology, because it's no good. Brandon, that guy that started out the show, he was saying, oh, shit, AI is going to help us and everything like that. No, AI is no good. Don't accept it. I think I don't know if you know this, I think it'll lead to the mark of the beast, so that's my question for you. Thank you, George. Thank you, Cheryl.
Mark of the beast was artificial intelligence.
Really?
Huh?
Yeah. Well, I think there is an effort
to see everything to be put under the skin. And with the experimental medical chemicals being found to be in the water and everything else, it is concerning because all of these kinds of things would just lead to the ability to control us, and we have no control over that.
I could go to Joe in Monterey, California. Welcome to the show. Hey, Joe, go ahead. Thank you for taking my call. I'll be back.
Like, oh yeah, I heard we were like,
yeah, was away for about 45 days.
That was great. Yeah, I don't know.
I hope everything was workable. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, it was well spent. About this, the mark of the beast and all of the things that you've shown to the world on coast to coast, these seem to be harmful. They haven't built the AI, they haven't built an infrastructure of surveillance. They inject us, they implant us, they experiment on us. They have all the DNA, all the information they need, and now they can control us.
The fucking value menu is done. How about the number 9?
And that's
I'm gonna do McDonald's.
Yes. What have you had for your personal experience? You're very aware, so I assume that you
don't ask Google.
You
can ask
in your life that
kind of I never thought of it. I've always had my mind made up. Really?
Well, I met a few people that were in contact, and they are very nefarious.
How?
And they do feel that they're superior. I don't believe they believe in God. I think it's a very technocratic and scientific.
Now, are they taking 1, 2, or 3 dollars? I don't know what
they really feel that they have us. And it's very strange because there are spiritual people on the planet, and they are trying to do the best they can to wake people up and know them as spiritual beings, to raise their vibration, to get in control of their life, but also to contact higher beings that could over a win-win scenario for us.
Not like my...
As Frank alluded to, with this process of transhumanism, with becoming more intertwined, with the brain becoming more intertwined with the eye, there is that concept that once that happens, that the soul is not transferred from the human to the being or to the robot, and therefore you no longer have control over your body or own your body, and someone else or industry can control it. Will actually process, but I go back to what I mentioned earlier about the concern that Elon Musk brought up, and that is concern over regulations needed for oversight with being able to test the ethics in these processes. And that'll be some of what we'll be talking about next month when I interview with Professor White on neural rights and keeping your mind free with free will.
Bill, do you think voice detect is artificial intelligence?
Well, I think voice detect scenarios where it's more than resemblance to what I actually said. And it seems like it always goes downhill. It's just putting words that you would never,
Get out of the fucking way, people. Yo, dog, that's a fucking non-required. Get out of the fucking way, dog. That's a dog. This is like those fucking people in the fucking military. Walk fast, quicker, walk quicker, dog. Dude, run your ass back and you think you're gonna take off. You think you're gonna trip. These motherfuckers are trip.
I listen to the department of defense on the vaccines and contracted with Pfizer and everyone to create what they want.
No, they don't own the vaccines. The vaccines are owned by big pharmaceutical companies, and they are making a fortune. You there?
We insisted we had to prove that anyway. I also was going to say that we're already on the credit system. No matter where I go, what I do, I get a check. How would you get rid
One of my favorite things was when you were like, oh, dog, baby. Dog. I liked it when you were like, hey, dog. Hey, you were like talking in a normal way, and then you just went into like complete lunacy. You're like, hey, dog.
I don't agree with
What up?
I don't think it's the market.
Yeah, yo, what up?
Well, if they want to, we'll see what happens. Let's hope not. That
What's going
it
on?
is concerning
I
that they
mean,
would
what's
not
going on?
the chip or identifying information underneath your skin so that you wouldn't be able to get away from it. And there is that concept for things these days have been developed.
Well, I'm not in favor of chips in your body.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of like kind of being a war.
No, I'm not
Maybe
either.
I don't know.
But there was a story about American citizens being targeted with a privacy violation for during the the COVID scenario, the pandemic, so that they could track that, and it was established reportedly by a group called Wise. And
They came out with a warning today that it's
They're very. Well, I got asked that fucking question in my first podcast. Really? No, man. What did I say? Hey, man,
go beyond that and go into independent sources.
No.
Look for this information, but people need to keep up with that. And one thing that Frank Davis, I guess, did point out is that we still have hope, and we can still keep this on the right track. As you mentioned, there are a lot of systems that happen from this country and otherwise. If the intent of the end game is to just learn all you can, do your own research, and help the local representatives and politicians become as informed as possible so that when those decisions are made in the political arena, they're going to be made in the right way.
So we will talk to you at the end of next month.
Can't wait.
Looking forward to it indeed. Cheryl's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. We've got a great program for you for the rest of the week. These are our weekend people, and then we'll hit the decks again on Monday. So Dan Galanty, Tom Dan Iser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Sloan Hood, John Rodasaur, Stephanie Fitz, Chris Ball, Timbanel, George Anthony Punnett. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
Who's the best movie with what do you think the best person
If you're living with a missing loose, crooked teeth, what was dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Nazarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. My dentist and my daughter Pamela's dentist and boy, she has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. You can do it one day while you sleep. And Canadian plans to drive south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Nazarkani can fix those problems too. Smile again, boom segment, now pound 250 on the cell, just say pound 250 on the cell, get your free care, including x-rays and CT scans, some restrictions apply, okay, and Victoria. And what it means that my boyfriend brings me to you all the time. I don't go with my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to leave now on the car, and I got pissed. Oh, wow, I woke him up. But still calling me ago. Well, now that you say so, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sick of their keeping up the world. It's really worn out and tired. They're wrong. That's the truth. I'm not spending the rest of my life arguing with crazy people. So let's make the crime. You put it another time. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. That's great. Still handle. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. A call for peace. Ivory Nichols is being released today, 4 p.m. our time. Major U.S. cities are asking for peace, but bracing for violence. Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland says transparency is his top priority. The actions of these officers will also, and no one, including law enforcement, is above the law. I assure you, we will do everything we can to keep this type of heinous act from happening again. California's central coast is emerging from drought conditions. The U.S. Drought Monitor says the southern half of Santa County to the northern part of LA County is now classified as abnormally dry. That's one stage below the formal drought designation. Fire officials have one person in custody for allegedly setting a fire to an apartment building in the Westland district. It took a hundred himself inside. Police evacuated the building. The man is now in custody. Longwood says they have a shark nursery right off the coast. About 40 white sharks are just hanging out. These are all day coming. Some more 30 museums are participating. You can see them all for this yard. And another closure for the 91 freeway this weekend to do repairs. Westbound 91 from the I-16 to Lincoln Ave will be closed tonight at 10 p.m. Reopen Monday 5 a.m. And today is National Taco Tuesday. You're welcome. South on Monday, sunshine on the way. Highs around 70. Right now it's 49 in Yorba Linda. Fountain Valley has 48. 50 in Simi Valley and 49 in Culver City. Monica on the 10 from between 20th Street and Bundy Drive, where the Delta is Yorkstone, towards between 20th and Bundy, so people get there. It's flowing through that stretch. Downtown LA on the 10 from before Hoover Street, a couple of cones are in the left lane. The diving bar. I wouldn't know what the north side is. Pathfinder Road and that's not what's the number 12. That's what's going to affect until I would say yes. Sky helps get you there faster. I am for example, windows with new, affordable, constantly windows. Now it's the number 12. We're sure I've got to that. My house, the water actually stays on the outside now. Because we replaced all the worst windows with American Vision windows. They use better technology to prevent mold, excessive sound from getting into our homes. The owners don't have to. They started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Yes, the value you deserve. Through January, it's 0 interest and 0 payments for 12 months. where you get away. USLP number 778-326. Trust the window company that I trust in tailoring brand trust American Vision windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. Mr. Rabbit is the luckiest animal in the Chinese zodiac.
Your baking business, when you earn 500 points on the reward card for 30th and 31st.
Number 2,
George Clinton, March 3rd.
and the number 1 reason.
It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink vouchers, drinking and fun for everybody.
Rolando, good time for everybody. Breakwater, the hit fiction podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Breakwater Train. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Starring supernaturals, Lisa Cohen, The Walking Dead, Melissa Cardio, and Rogue Alan Stevens. Written by Lauren Kippen and created by me, Aaron Macy. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Full truth showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans, and ASAP wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or as DeSantis said, vote in the poll on Donald Trump. That's the worst turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. If your voice be heard, we need to Newsmax. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them.
Like it when
And you could vote Newsmax poll on whether Trump should run again. That's turn to 39747. Turn to 39747. The nation Newsmax, real news for real people. Bottom line is
what is your name?
I'm on vacation. No one touched on me. Although I had a few interruptions. There isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. Bill, I'll catch you 200 million jets from now and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KMI, AM 640. This is Jacob Emma. You better not fuck with us today. Call the post morning 24 to 7. KMI, AM 640.
Are you going to do something? Yeah, sure. What the fuck are you? What the fuck was your name?
From the City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean, good morning. Dr. Corey, this is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joined us with an incredible story, followed by Open Lines with Cheryl and me. Here's what's happening. Russia says that it saw the promised delivery of Western tanks to Ukraine as evidence of direct and growing U.S. and European involvement in the conflict. The Kremlin was reacting for the first time to announcements by the United States and Germany that they would arm Ukraine with dozens of battle tanks to fight against Russia. Getting Pfizer's COVID booster and the flu shot at the same time, they raised the risk of a stroke, according to analysis. The FDA found the preliminary link while scouring vaccine injury databases after a separate safety concern was raised about Pfizer's shot. Just a third of U.S. adults who accepted benchmarks for aerobic and muscle-building activities set out by health officials, according to a study. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services recommends healthy adults spend at least 150 minutes a week, that's about 20 minutes a day, doing moderate intensity aerobic exercise and at least 2 days per week doing muscle strengthening activities. Kristen Wild from my house. Kristen, I agree with it.
Yo, dog.
Well, yes, George. The more studies that come out continue to emphasize the importance of plain, old, inexpensive daily walk. It's critical to our health.
You are
the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services weekends, adults spend at least 150 minutes per week, and like you said, that's only 20 minutes. According to workout experts, even a shorter
your contest goes against our
walking program can actually add years to our lives. For a little extra motivation, there's just a few reasons that getting started with a regular walking program can be beneficial to all of us. As a major study published in JAMA found that in more step participants over age 40 take every day, the lower their mortality risk from all causes. And taking into account factors such as the subject's health status, researchers discovered a 51% lower mortality risk for those who took 8,000 steps a day compared to those who took 4,000. And the more the subjects walk, the greater the benefit. In fact, extending a walk to 12,000 steps a day was linked to a 65% lower risk of death from all causes. Now that should make a point to all of us. 12,000 steps walk, this is interesting. What is required to see these benefits? Low intensity walk planned the article appears to be just as effective as the higher intensity power walk for the nearly 5,000 study participants. The International Journal of Stroke showed us that those who become fit later in life cut their risk of potentially having every stroke in half. This is a copy that Christian website, my heart. The U.S. economy grew faster than expected in the fourth quarter, but that likely exaggerates the nature of the higher volume. It could be the end for struggling retailers Best Bath and Beyond, as it warned in a regulatory filing that it received. What's been going on in the skies this week? Let's check in with Kevin Randall. Hey, Mr. Randall, how you doing? I'm doing good, good. How are you? Wonderful. You know, December 18th of last year, the daughter of the witness was on the outside judging Stephen Drill Montana when she called the third
So, no, it actually had nothing to do with the world. He thought it was like the world again.
The area was just as the lights reappeared. The lights rapidly disappeared to the south. Although the witnesses attempted to take a photograph, it was obscured by smoke and black detail. We decided to last just about a minute.
It was a big
Not a particularly interesting sighting, except for one thing. They noted that the object they found was like photographs taken in the same area in August of last year, which was standing on the porch. The object was flashing overhead. The witness thought it was a star or satellite, but stepped off the porch to get a better recording.
They're like,
The object moved slowly past the red party. While recording the witness's sound,
and then the NBA guys count pre-party.
the kind of object was
Pre-party, and like everything you just say, they're fucked up. And they're like, who could do the drunkest fucking slam dunk? Oh, you gotta do a shot of favorite drink, and then you gotta do a stick at. And then who cares you fucking
on April 24th, 1954. The man was drawn to the location by a loud roar that was explosion in the giant located there. He fell over a cliff, and down in the water below him, he saw a white object about the size of a car that he saw in the cliff. But as he got closer, and they got out the patrol car, it got too big, about the size of a 10-year-old child, holding the object. It was ancient. They were white coveralls. When they saw some more, they reacted with surprise and got hid behind the UFO. Minutes later, they lifted off with a roar shouting a blue flag. Everything behind it, smoking bush, landing gear imprint, footprints of the creature. Within 90 minutes, both the FBI and the Army interviewed Samora. They took related efforts to preserve the landing site. There had already been several law enforcement officers there, but it wasn't law enforcement sites. I was judged that the sighting was so much better with their other witnesses. Turns out 3 people had called the police before Samora's. Although they were never interviewed, they described what they did to the police
fact that Captain Richard Holder, the Army officer who interviewed all that night, reported on those 3 telephone calls that a document created about midnight. Dr. Gale and highly investigators had no explanation for what the war did. More importantly, their leader had to put them on keep apart the group of also investigators. In their early days, those who worked report seen from the crowd the explanation was psychological, meaning there was some sort of problem with the witness. The Moore study is one of only 3 of the Air Force files that involved creatures who was labeled as unidentified. This study then has multiple witnesses, random traces, interaction with the environment, and no satisfactory explanation. For those of us to be more detailed, my book, Out in the Desert, has a comprehensive review of the study, and that's what we have for the light source. I am a tribal scientist. Was it like one day they were like, you're done, oh, but inner core made them pause, and it could even go into reverse according to the English story. What does it all mean? What does it mean to the planet? What does it mean to us? I like it. Maybe that's the technique. As we talk about. I get off the whole class.
I was a mess. I was nervous and my hair was falling all over my legs was falling out of control. It came to a head within 24 hours and
raising the car.
Mom decided to give me Tyler to fix the problem. I was told I was dying 3 months later, and I was going to get up. I was treated every day. It was coming over, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Why I feel so fantastic, and I'm happy. Carnival, all the different people about that. We're talking about the power of waking up your immune system, which is just surge, has incredible healing power. The power of your immune system. Think about that. Perhaps that can be called the human body. Here's his power to heal. So 1-866-836-2735, 1-866-836-2735, or visit carnivora.com, carnivora.com. Call today. 2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. And do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Start building a reserve in silver and gold at bullionmax.com/gold. We put together the perfect silver starter kit. You're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Aztec calendar coin, a silver dragon silverback, and more. But these are only available at bullionmax.com/code. Protect your savings with silver at bullionmax.com/code.
If you are black, on TikTok, I've been saying it for a long time. It's less black than it should be.
With us now at the Washington Post, a maverick geophysicist. His scientific life is characterized by discovery and collection of space made by government-funded scientists who have a new understanding of Earth's origin, little composition, evidence of the nuclear fission reaction as the source of the geomagnetic field, and a new understanding of Earth's surface geology and dynamics. Marvin, welcome back. Good to talk to you.
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be on your show.
What is your take, Marv, about the story about the core slowing down, maybe even going into a robotic state?
Well, the first thing is, presumably, the data is active. We don't know that, okay? But what I can say unambiguously is that the people who report this have absolutely no way of knowing what it means. I don't know for sure what it means, but, this goes back a long way, George. It goes back almost to the beginning of my career in science. The Earth's core was discovered in 1906 by Richard Olsen.
How did he do that?
It was mentioned as the speed of seismic waves, earthquake waves. over the next 25 years, the dimensions were established quite accurately, and it was discovered that the core was liquid because it would only transmit one of the two types of major earthquake waves. The liquid metal was an alloy. Now, this was all fine until the 1930s, early 1930s, and the way the core is with its changing in direction and intensity of earthquake waves, there should be a shadow zone sort of on the opposite side of the Earth where you can't detect earthquake waves. But they were detected there, and it's a great mystery.
No, dog.
And a learned seismologist named ViralRabbi reasoned the solution. He figured that if there was a solid object at the center of the core, then of a certain size, it would reflect earthquake waves into the shadow zone. And her reasoning was so precise that this was taken as fact, even though it wasn't experimentally verified until 1960.
Nice what he knows, Doug.
Ada Layman's discovery of the inner core posed another problem. What is it made of?
Go, dog.
And this was a real problem. Scientists thought that the Earth was like a certain type of meteorite called an ordinary chondrite. And here's the problem. An ordinary chondrite is metal and there's silicon. And the metal almost always contains nickel. All of the nickel is in the metal. And all of the elements heavier than nickel
on the apple,
could not make a massive difference in the core. So what was the inner core?
That's a penguin.
Well, in 1940, scientists first figured out what we thought was the answer. It was that solid iron is condensing, crystallizing from the liquid core. And that seemed to make sense until the 1960s, when there was some new evidence discovered in a different type of meteorite, one that I was studying in the 1970s, called an Insta-type chondrite. And in some of those meteorites, you have a compound of nickel and silicon. And despite all the iron that's around, and the idea to me that if there was silicon originally in the Earth's core, it would combine with nickel and precipitate all out and end up at the center of the Earth. And I wrote a paper, and I took it to first physicist both Harold Urich, and he read it out and wanted to say, yes. Then he offered to communicate it to the proceedings of the Royal Society of London, where it was reviewed and was published. That while I was waiting for it to be published, I got to thinking, what's going to happen is that
I bet you didn't.
discussion is that this was an important new contradiction to it. And the people with the well-established labs
get my hand.
The idea and I leave me in the dust. I was just a young guy. Well, that didn't happen. It was
cardboard applicator.
The paper had never been published.
You know what I mean?
And when the NASA grant that supported the work came up for renewal, it wasn't renewed for no good reason, which put me out of a job because that's my job depended on that. That's my university position. You never expect that either. No, I did not. And I was excommunicated. And what I really realized at that point was that I had crossed the line. That this is real science. What government-funded scientists are doing, they're promoting a storyline. And I had, they couldn't allow me to challenge that. So, but I was on to something. So instead of just going away or following the party line, maybe getting a job somewhere and just quoting what everybody else is saying, I decided to do research on my own, part-time at my own expense. And I was able to connect the parts of the inside of the Earth from seismology and moment of inertia considerations to the parts of the particular meteorite.
This was virtually proof that the inside of the Earth was like in the type time drive, and that this whole idea would work. Well, this development, I continued on and on and on. Then in 1991, I got to thinking about the giant planets and realized that in the late 1960s, astronomers discovered that Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune radiate about twice as much energy as they receive from the sun. Now, we were always told that planets don't produce anything to speak of. It's mostly the energy they receive from the sun and then re-radiate it. Well, here was a case where the three giant planets were radiating as much energy as twice as much energy that they were receiving from the sun. And I got to thinking about it, and I realized that Jupiter has all the ingredients for a natural nuclear fusion reactor. So I worked out using Fermi's nuclear reactor theory and justified that and published that in the scientific literature. And Marvin, the core itself, what's its function? Well, here is the contemporary idea, and this goes back to 1938. I mean, the idea is, and this was an idea that Walter Elfest had. It was a really good idea. He imagined that there was convection motion in the Earth's core, and those were twisted by planetary rotation and would cause the Earth's core to act like a dynamo, a magnetic amplifier that would take a small magnetic field and amplify it. And people still believe that. But later on, I started getting into it in detail, and I realized that there's two problems with that idea. One is that convection is impossible in the fluid core because of the compression of the Earth above. The core density is much greater at the bottom of the core than at the top of the core, and just a little bit of heat won't make it light enough to float to the top of the core. Plus, for sustained convection, you have to remove whatever heat is brought up by convection, you have to remove it immediately. But the Earth's core is covered with a rock blanket. Who's next? It has a lower thermal conductivity, a lower heat capacity. What's his name? So then I began to think, well, what could be causing the geomagnetic field? Now, this is an important question because Albert Einstein had tried to solve that problem, and he was unsuccessful, although he considered it one of the five most important unsolved problems in physics. You would agree with me. And the reason that Einstein failed was because the requisite data about a nuclear reactor at the center of the Earth had not yet been discovered. And so this was my discovery, and I started thinking about it, and I realized in the Earth field reactor called, it's like a two-component assembly. The main part is like a fluid subshell, or there's maybe a slurry or a fluid. It contains uranium, it contains radioactivity, and at the very center is the subcore, and that's formed as uranium, the most dense and most gravitationally attracted to the center, precipitates out or separates out, settles out. Marvin, stay with us for a minute. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more. Plus, we'll take calls with you next hour.
Get daily show updates right in your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Major U.S. cities are asking for peace but bracing for violence today. Bycam video showing the interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols is due to be released at 4 p.m. our time. A 31-year-old man has been arrested in the South L.A. hit and run that killed two brothers. Taylor Harris is accused of speeding, running a red light, and slamming into the family's SUV. He then abandoned his car and ran. He was picked up just outside Palm Springs. The video camera used to videotape LA officers beating Rodney King back in '91, going on the auction block, opening bid $225,000. And there's an official GoFundMe page for the victims of the Monterey Park shooting. So far, they've raised over $850,000. Southbound weather from KFI, sunny today, highs near 70. Right now it's 53 in Huntington Beach, Fullerton at 51, 49 in Glendale, and 38 in Temecula. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Local deploy lights on the 5 southbound between Grande Vista and Caldona Street. Caltrans blocking the 2 right medians. That's going to be in effect until 5 a.m. 5 northbound before Caldona. Look out there for a crash. Still off to the right shoulder. That's it. The 5 northbound before Temple Highway. The 2 right lanes blocked before Caltrans work. And if you're making your way through Ontario on the 60 westbound before Archibald, still have a 3-car crash. Everything there off to the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans, and now NewsMax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or as DeSantis said, vote in the NewsMax poll on Donald Trump. Just text the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. Get your voice be heard. Use the Newsmax. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And be sure to vote. Newsmax poll on whether Trump should run again. Text turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. And then to switch to Newsmax, real news for real people. Ladies and gentlemen, now you can't listen to this volume.
I'm Captain Open. Steakhouse meats and Brazilian production.
Number 2.
The studio is open. Try the pizza salad and oysters on top.
And the number 1 reason.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated, all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Miranda, good time.
This is some high-quality food is important to help reduce stress. Some tips and 3 grams of food and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cool, quiet, and free of distraction. This helpful moment is brought to by CalHope.org. Life is uncertainty and pain to feel stressed and keep worries associated. CalHope can help. Contact CalHope free here mental health.
The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. What a case, this is Benny. What a rainy why almost like being in love. And it's long on my face, a fool anyway. Why almost like being in love. All the music of life and the by the bell that is ringing for me. And some the way that I feel, well, that's where it's like to feel. I was where I was falling, where I was falling, like always like being in love. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet.
Tomorrow we'll take your calls with Marvin Herndon as we talk about physics, the Earth's core. What does it mean? Does it create the magnetic field? Probably not. Who knows? We'll check in with him in a moment. Coast to coast. March 18th, not too far away. We're going to Sedona, Arizona for a live stage show. And Tom has already picked up the band. I'm looking forward to this because I'm going to actually sing some songs. This is going to be a lot of fun. Actually, you can come out though for the 3 days, March 17th to the 19th. We are part of the Sedona Ascension and Peace event. Our show is Saturday the 18th. Like George just said, we have a band, there's vendors, workshops, speakers, whole lot of fun. So come on out, go to coaching.com right now. All that info is up in there. Now, this is the first time our live stage show is part of a bigger program, right? Yeah, we usually do them just one day, a 3-hour, night at the theater, but Suzanne Ross asked me if we wouldn't mind being part of it this year. So it's really a big event. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. And then in May 27th, we're going to the Downs near Portland, Oregon, some 80 miles east of Portland. We're not going to stop. We're going to the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles. 3 guests there for the live stage. So Dr. Sky, Stephen Case, CFO SXT, Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet District on his Mad Money Maker. Tonight will include a live band of police for our veterans and, of course, a live Q&A at the end of the show. Doing all fun stuff we do in the show. So head over to coachtocoastam.com and let's check out the info for that as well. Thank you, John. Looking for ways to protect yourself and build your immune system? Here's one.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience to natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InnoStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be productive.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after drinking a Dr. Stem in the sun?
The InnoStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and more can feel it.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and your food gift relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com. Or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Imagine you're in a room with 4 other people. Statistically, one of you is a victim of identity theft. That's right, 1 in 5. And these aren't careless people either. They're probably a lot like you, watching your accounts and credits. But that isn't always enough, especially with your personal info in more places than ever. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you couldn't miss on your own. If you become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case and work to save you. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year, or 1-800-LifeLock. I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's why I want you to know about criticalhealthnews.com, an information-packed website that can enlighten everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting the failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgery that makes you worse.
course, I know a state that without all 90 essential nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to criticalhealthnews.com, listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the intriguing videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. The knowledge of good health will increase and materialize into an aha moment. The information is free, and the products you can purchase online may well change your life for the better. Go to criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-9. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you with Dr. Marvin Herndon with us as we are talking about the Earth's core. There are some scientists that believe that the core is responsible for the magnetic field. I'm not sure you do, or tell me about it. No, because the only idea that really makes sense is this idea that of the convection motion twisted that planetary rotation magnetic amplifiers. But you can't have convection in the core. But so it doesn't matter. People have still made models. They've spent millions of dollars making mathematical computer models, and they always seem to work, but they can't work. This is a really strange situation, Joe. Years ago, say 10 years ago or 20 years ago, it was hard for most people to believe that scientists weren't telling the truth. But now, look at what's coming out. I mean, the mainstream media that have a lot of trouble with the bottom of the truth. And the blacklisting, the censorship, almost everybody in the public arena practically lies, except the White House, of course. But so it's not surprising. And the thing that is bad about scientists lying is that they deceive humanity about the real risk. Right. If you think about it, the Earth's core is about 1/3 of the mass of the entire Earth. So imagine that was actually convecting and you were producing the magnetic field there. That motion would have a huge amount of inertia. I mean, it would be like trying to stop a fully loaded freight train that's the longest in the world and trying to put a stop to it. This is very difficult. Is it like a ball? It's like a nuclear reactor center of the Earth. It's only 1/10,000,000th the mass of the Earth. And so that can principally be stopped quite quickly. Now, there's two things that can upset the convection in the georeactor. One is a big meteorite impact at the surface of the Earth, or to disturb the fluid motion. But another thing is great outbursts from the sun. You know, we live in a world where the sun is not just a quiet producer of energy. The solar flares, the corona discharges, charged particles that pass through the Earth and that pass around the Earth. Usually the magnetic field deflects those. But what happens also is that when you have such a bunch of charged particles hitting the Earth's magnetic field, it induces a current in the georeactor which can destabilize it, which can upset the Earth's magnetic field, and even possibly shut it down. Well, if it does shut down, if it stops moving as they think it could be, what does that mean? Well, if the magnetic field stops, and it's not in the fluid core, it's in the georeactor. What you would have widespread communications disruption, GPS blackouts, birds smashing in the wall, satellite failures, loss of electrical power, loss of electrical transmission control. Will we have time to see coming? No, and this is what the problem is. This is what the real problem is. No one's really preparing for it because they think that the Earth's magnetic field is being created in this massive fluid core that can't
few of the things that are the problem.
Is it changing yet?
It's been changing over the last 100 years. The intensity of the magnetic field is about half what it was 100 years ago. And you probably heard people talking about the movement of the magnetic North Pole.
Yes.
That's increased in movement.
It's shifting.
And that may be an indication. And so people should really be trying to understand exactly what the field reactor is telling us about the potential for a shutdown. But they don't. They're pretending that it all happens in the Earth's core. I mean, it's nonsense science.
This is serious business, isn't it?
It is serious business. A geomagnetic field collapse could cause such hardship and suffering and potentially reverse more than 2 centuries of technological infrastructure development. The last magnetic reversal occurred about 780,000 years ago. Now, humans at that time, I believe, were basically cavemen. Well, cavewomen too. I don't want to leave anybody out. but I mean, they weren't a technological society. I mean, right now, everything we do is connected to technology. And so if all of a sudden the Earth's magnetic field started collapsing, no one's prepared for it, and no one's studying it, and no one is understanding, because this is the message that really should be getting to the people who are concerned about the infrastructure.
How can we protect?
Well, one thing you have to keep in mind that when these charged particles get so intense they come through the magnetic field, they can induce current in long wires like an electrical power system, which can blow out transformers and other pieces of equipment. And and this is seen in a little tiny when there's a large outburst, occasionally a power system will go down and maybe a transformer will go out and 6 months to rebuild another one. And no one's really prepared.
We don't even have them in this country. They come out of China.
Today, or Switzerland or someplace, and they usually touch the name. So, I mean, we just can't get one off the shelf. And there's so many problems. And, what we're doing is we're doing stupid things. We're spending billions of dollars to create a war in Ukraine that could be solving people problems over here. Because, we're spending vast amounts of money that we should be making. Science should really be a mechanism to improve life on Earth. And science is that the monsters, the really human monsters, are making viruses worse than occur in nature so they can be used as germ warfare.
Would you agree with the scientists that the core itself is slowing down?
Well, I don't.
Who knows, right?
Who knows? Number one, and number two, it may be that could tell you something about what is going to happen with the magnetic field. That would be nice to know. But the problem is that you have to look at that in terms of understanding the true science. And that's one of the things that needs to be done. Another thing that there's helium that's produced by the fuel reactor. It comes up in deep source volcanoes like the powering Hawaii and Iceland. And fuel reactors, but the data has not been precise. It's just measurements here and there. But it looks like we are leading toward the end of the life of the fuel reactor.
And does that mean it'll stop in 100 years, or maybe 1,000, or maybe a million years from now? We don't know.
Is the planet dead when its reactor stops?
No, pretty much. This is what's happened with planet Mars. Its reactor died, and its decompression. When planets form, initially they are typically compressed by the ices and gases. Like at one point in its early life, Earth was more like Jupiter. It had like 300 Earth masses of gases compressing what we call Earth to about 2/3 of the diameter. And when the sun ignited and blew away all the gases, it began a process of decompression. As the planet decompresses, its surface area has to increase. It increases by certain cracks, and those cracks expand and get filled in, and that's the ocean basins that are formed. And the curvature also has to change. I mean, if you took half of an orange, the peel, and set it on a bigger melon, it wouldn't lay flat. And the reason is because of the curvature. Well, for the curvature to make it lay flat, you could take cuts in it and fold it over. You can find that there are little tears around the edges. This is exactly what's happened on Earth. Those are the reason that you have the mountains that are characterized by folding, and the little tears that are seen are the reason that Norway, for example, has all the fjords, and that you have submarine canyons. So this is part of understanding how the whole planetary system works.
Is anybody panicking, Marvin, over this last report?
No, I think there's a lot of mystery because you remember the science fiction movie The Core?
Yeah.
Well, they had to go down into the core to get it moving. Yeah, the premise was that it stopped, the core had stopped rotating,
or it was like a little planet within a planet.
Yeah, and so that's of course that's not what makes the magnetic field work, but it has people have in their minds this kind of story from movies, and I think there are other movies besides the core that use that planet, the rotation of the core. But no, that's just.
Is there like a big hole in the center of the Earth?
No, in the center of the Earth, there's the nuclear fission georeactor. It's like imagine a ball of uranium surrounded by an even bigger ball of uranium mixed with decay products, and
is it glowing?
In the Earth's core is about 6,000 degrees.
And is it like a huge feather, or is it just part of the?
No, it's very compressed.
It is.
Okay. It's very compressed.
So the planet was just 4,000 miles down, or whatever it is.
Yes.
Would you see a big gap in the planet, or not?
What you would do is you would be ending up where in the nuclear subcore where the fission is taking place. And that would be, if you look further, you would see a layer, a much thicker layer around that that's in motion driven by the heat. And that then is in contact with the lower limit of the inner core. And the inner core acts as a big heat sink. So as the subshell fluid moves up by convection, it hits the inner core, that takes away the heat, so it then falls back in. And this is the motion coupled with planetary motion that generates the Earth's magnetic field. And there are lots of charged particles there that are moving and making little mini fields that can be amplified.
If I remember the movie from the core, they had a
And, but it was a fun movie.
Was it accurate?
No, there was a lot of things wrong with it. a lot of things. And if I had been involved from the very beginning, it would have been a lot different. So, remember, and we go back a long way. In 2002, the August issue of Discover magazine, my work about the reaction at the center of the Earth was the cover story. And the first person that called me, even before my copy arrived, was ROTHSCHILD. I didn't lose it. Hold on, Marv. We're at the top of the hour. We'll come back to talk more about that. And we'll take phone calls with you guys. The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
No shit. He's right. Yoshi.
They always seem sharp. With solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called net metering 3.0. It's now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power company. But good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0. You need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLV 1080. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest. There is a Russian analyst who says that he takes to take the ball with him. And then they'll do a supply check for my budget tonight. He's going to make sure I have everything.
Then we should go and check it out, in case we want to bust in.
I'm not going anywhere with the co-build. I'd rather be paid for eyes, yeah. Go again. You're going to be a pile of fucking rules. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IRA. $3.70 gasoline.
Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, we're going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and he would say for his gas tank. I'm not getting a box.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That could be their next product, right? Handle vanilla. Oh, if you want a soda that tastes like milk, you don't have to Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
On the iHeartRadio app. Jay Leno's been hurt again. Jay Leno's recovering from more injuries. He got knocked off his 1940 Indian motorcycle while testing it on January 17th. He suffered a broken collarbone, 2 cracked ribs, and 2 cracked kneecaps, but he says he's going to be okay. Body cam video.
Now, why didn't they have that one all over the fucking news and stuff?
And Tyreek Nichols is being released today, 4 p.m. our time. Major U.S. cities are asking for peace, but bracing for violence. Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland says transparency is the only way.
Actions of these officers were awful, and no, including law, is above the law. I assure you, we will do everything we can to keep this tide and pay it back from happening again.
A man in San Pedro won $10 million on a scratch-off lottery ticket. He's taking $400,000 annually for the next 25 years. The store that sold the ticket gets a $50,000 bonus. California's Central Coast is no longer in a drought. The U.S. Drought Monitor says the southern half of Santa Cruz County to the northern part of LA County is now classified as abnormally dry, as one stage below a formal drought designation. Fire officials have one person in custody for setting a fire to an apartment building in the Westlake district. It took 100 firefighters about an hour to knock it down. The man lit the fire and barricaded himself inside. Police evacuated the building. The man is now in custody. About 40 baby white sharks are just hanging out off
off the coast of Long Beach, researchers at the Cal State Long Beach Shark Lab said these sharks are 6 to 8 feet long, about 3 to 4 years of age, and they want absolutely nothing to do with humans. On the westbound 91 freeway from the I-15 to Lincoln Avenue will close tonight for repairs at 10 o'clock. It'll reopen Monday at 5 a.m. South on Leonard and KFI, sunshine on the way, highs around 70. Right now it's 45 in Cypress, Dana Point reports 50. Bellflower has 49 and it's 41 in Aspen. Weekly local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
Green City Terrace on the 10 westbound and eastern. Look out for a crash blocking center lane traffic slow as you approach. Winter Street, 60 east on a 70, just stalled motorcycle. That's on the off ramp. I'll be making your way to Boyle Heights on the 5 northbound before King Gas Street. Look out for a crash and one open. And the 5 southbound between Rock and Vista Avenue and California. Caltrans blocking the 2 right lanes. Zero backed up there from the 5 split. The 5 sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. You're looking to get out of your house. It doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even carrying a home. Now what you do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean, paint, repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine. If you don't live there, you don't need to get that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? So directbuyers.com will do exactly that. Directbuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of smarts out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call directbuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance for closing. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. At Uline, they know going the extra mile is hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, we answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economics. Uline works hard, keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. It's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. What now? Get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and get 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. It is no secret that cities add chlorine into your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Life Source water system. Life Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no bleaching. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource takes and feels the difference. Are you the next high accident lawyer millionaire client? You can ride. This is the way to go. 800-920-0810. There you go. See the difference. Okay. Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mythical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Something beyond time that can go time. Starring supernatural Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead Melissa Francio, and Rogue One Alan Julie. Written by Lauren Kippen and created by me, Karen Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. This is Jacob Online. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-DISCOUNT. KFI, AM 640.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this hour will open up the phone lines and take your calls to Dr. Martin Herndon in just a moment on Coast to Coast. Yeah. Polls keep showing a very tight race between former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. This could be a huge political battle. Newsmax wants to know what you think. This urgent poll asks if former President Trump should continue his run for the president again, or if you think Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is a better bet. Vote in the Newsmax poll. The text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. Let your voice be heard. Tune into Newsmax to leave you some Trump. Newsmax is carried on most major cable systems, and if your cable system doesn't carry them, call them, demand, see what they do. Be sure to vote in the Newsmax poll on whether Mr. Trump should run again. I texting river to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't look bad.
Noble Gold Investment is pleased to let you know that gold is the best investment class for 2022. To all our record-breaking inflation levels, crashing market crypto scams, there's one asset that held its own: gold. Noble Gold Investment has helped thousands of clients invest in real physical gold. According to longtermtrends.net, gold has actually outperformed the S&P 500, Dow, and Bitcoin for 2022. Had you invested in the S&P 500 a year ago, you'd be down more than 20%. If you invested in Bitcoin a year ago, you'd be down more than 65%. If you invested in the Dow a year ago, you'd be down almost 10%. Yes, gold has outperformed them all in 2022, and silver is not far behind. So what are you waiting for? Never had real tangible gold included in your IRA? Noble Gold Investments and their team will help you get started. Preserve the value of your wealth with Noble Gold Investments Precious Metals IRA. Call Noble Gold at 877-646-5347 to add real gold to your IRA. You can't go wrong with Noble Gold.
Yeah, dog. Like, oh my God. I'm gonna wait lots of time. 7 hours, maybe 200 hours, 6,000 hours. I was like 9 hours, 900 million hours. And then it was like, oh, dog. Hey, dog.
Hey, welcome back to Coast You talking about the reactor and the core of the plant. What was the reaction?
Yo, dog.
Well, in one sense, it was really a good reaction because people all over the world realized that this was good science. The reaction from the science community, the pure science community, the government-funded scientists, were that they just refused to acknowledge it. Now, NASA, I even tried to apply for NASA grant. NASA, the panel that rated my proposal ranked it number one of 120. No, I'm sorry, ranked it number 120 of 120 proposals. And all of those people were funded, though. Their institutions were funded by the same had the same program I was applying to.
But you weren't.
But of course they didn't fund the research. But it's even worse than that. There's a lot of reasons that the idea of a planetary nuclear reactor or a reactor in large moons is a good solid concept. But to my knowledge, I do not know of a single NASA-supported scientific paper in 30 years that has cited that idea. I think it's like I'm a nobody.
You're an outcast.
I'm an outcast. However, I just published a couple of papers. You know, one of them had to do with the moon. You know, you look at the moon and you see those dark spots on it, those dark areas. Some people say they see a face in them. Yeah, that's basaltic lava, and the rest of it's like an aluminum silicate.
Who was active?
That what was discovered on the opposite side of the moon is that there's none of that.
Why not?
Well, that was the big question, and people have tried to make up arguments that it's knowing only the things that they know about them, namely that you had volcanoes and that you had meteorite impacts. But there was nothing logical. Now, I looked at the problem a little bit differently. In 65 million years ago, there was a massive outpouring of lava in India called the Deccan Trap. And that lava has helium in it that has the signature. There was a major outpouring of lava in Siberia called the Siberian Trap. And it too has the signature, the helium signature of heat that was produced by the bioreactors, causing all that massive lava flow. And so I realized that, you know, as the moon at one time had a magnetic field during its first maybe 500 million years.
What happened?
Well, it died because it was just a small reactor. But it would produce heat and it would produce lava that would flow out like flowed out in India and Siberia on the Earth. But the interesting thing is that the center of the moon, the gravitational center, is not at the center of the moon. It's displaced 2 kilometers toward the Earth. It's really the center of mass of the two objects. And so when you consider the gravitational attraction of the Earth and the displacement of the center towards the Earth, it makes sense that lava will flow only towards the side of the moon that faces the Earth. And so I published that, and even suggested that a way to verify that by drilling into the lava deep enough so the effects of solar implanted material wouldn't count. And is there to find helium isotopes, and that would prove that. This is something that NASA never considered.
It was right under their nose. Let's take some calls here for you, Mars. All right. Picking up by going to Steve in Albany, New York. Welcome to the program. Hello, Steve.
Hey, George. Good to talk to you again. You too. Learn's not going love to be put on the conference call with Cornelius. I love the guy. Cool. Guy sounds very much like me. And his was in the military. I almost was thrown out of the military.
One day during open lines, if he calls in, we'll do that.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Maybe you, Dr. Herndon, can shed some light on something you always talk about. Do you remember Amula?
Yep.
Yeah. Amula came down, went straight to Jupiter, lingered there for a while, and then took off. Okay, this is like those battery chargers that you put your phone on that don't have direct contact, or possibly, this is my idea, or possibly
the toothbrush chargers I had once that don't have direct contact. And this is what I was thinking of. Then all of a sudden, the doctor mentioned that there's a power plant inside Super. Maybe it was charging batteries. It came in, charged batteries, and it's supply. And maybe the reason why we see a lot of these, let's just call them alien spacecraft, coming to Earth is because the Earth is possibly a charging station. Marv, what do you think, Marv?
I don't know I can add anything to that. I've always been fascinated at reports of observations like that, but I just focused on the kind of science I can get my hands on. And so I don't know if I could add anything to what this fellow's saying.
So Dr. Rabbi Lowe believes that more and more of these strange objects out there that some kind of artificial object.
I can't say anything to that. I just don't follow the literature well enough.
Next up, let's go to Marty in Oklahoma. Marty, welcome to the show.
Hello, George. How are you doing this evening?
Great, Marty. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Herbie, just wanted to make sure that I got my physics correct here. What is the dead center point of the Earth? Essentially, gravity is zero. Things are floating, and this is what gives you the ability of molecular gravitational attraction and the gravitational source that allows, say, uranium and whatnot to form the core of the georeactor. Am I on track with this?
Yeah, you're on track because this is crucial. This is what you would refer to as a microgravity environment. And so this is why you can have the convection motions and things like that, and you can have the uranium settling out because it is a microgravity environment. And that's an important characteristic.
Most scientists would tend to believe that the core is magnetic. You don't, but you've had some supporters as well, haven't you?
Well, the core of the Earth can't be magnetic for the following reason: it's too hot. It's too hot. You can only have a permanent magnet when like the iron bar is cool enough that it's below like 700 degrees centigrade. It's called a curing point when you lose magnetism when you heat it. So the core can't be a permanent magnet. And this was one of the big mysteries. So how can you be generating the magnetic field? That was a great idea that Elsasser had. Because what he only knew at the time, he only knew that there was one fluid area in the core, the core. He didn't know about the georeactor because that hadn't been even conceived of at the time.
Let's go to Eric in Indiana. Welcome to the show, Eric.
Hello, George. How are you?
Okay, driving safely, I trust.
Oh, yes, sir. You bet.
All right.
Hey, I'd like to ask your guest, you talked about the moon a while ago. When the moon rises, you were talking about that face in the moon, and then, but when it sets in the southwest, when it rises in the east, I'm sorry, I said that west, but anyway, when the moon sets in the west, you see a different view of the moon. Is that the back side, or what side is that that you don't see the face before it?
Well, the one thing that's the characteristic of the moon is that the same face is always facing the Earth. Now, depending on the atmosphere, for example, the angle that you're looking at it, the haze in the atmosphere, it might appear a little bit different, but it's always the same I'd say face of the moon. I mean, the same size. I've never really been able to see the face people imagine from the dark areas. Right?
I've seen a little bit. And then number two, when the sun sets, that comes up as the moon.
I'm kidding.
But the moon is fascinating, and though I can no longer look at the moon without thinking about the idea of the lava coming out only on the side of the moon. It makes sense. We're taking your calls with Dr. Marvin Herndon. His website is linked up at coasttocoastfam.com.
Hey, blood off the camp on
The
board.
last book you wrote, Politics Above Science, is there any?
I know that was back
in that was in 1809 or so. Or what was the most several recent ones, but the one that I would like to point out as the most interesting science is called Paradigm Shift. And that's actually someone in Spain and also someone in France realized it translated it into French and into Spanish. And these can be purchased reasonably from Amazon.com. They're shown on my website. You just click on them, and I think you'll get a link to them. But there's no other book like it, because I've taken all of my 50 years of experience in science, and by showing what the world is really like and how the community perceives it, I've also shown how to actually make scientific discoveries. And that's not taught in school. I could tell you one real simply. Back in the 80s, there was a tech craze. What's wrong with this picture? Remember the new movie, The Terminator? On TV, he lands on the earth, and one of the guys says, "Hey, what's wrong with this picture?" Well, you ask that question about the science to make a discovery, because when things aren't correct, when they don't fit together, they don't seem to add up. So that's the first clue that there's something wrong. And you find out what is wrong, and you begin to make a discovery. That's just, they don't teach these things in school. But I've tried in this little book to progress through both the understanding of the inside of the Earth, the magnetic field, how the Earth behaves, and a section about how I even speculate, and anything about how the universe formed has to be speculation. But admirable speculation, according to Galileo, is a great thing. I speculate on the origin of the universe, and it's not something that all of a sudden came to being from a point of nothing. It's an entirely different picture. One day when we have a different program, let's talk about the Big Bang. Maybe you can explain it to me. I can explain what people think about it, but I don't get it either, because it's nonsense. Exactly. Jesse's with us in Durango, Colorado, west of the Rockies. Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, gentlemen. I hope you had a happy New Year and nice visiting with you. The reason I called was growing up, the moon, or the Polaris and the Big Dipper and Pasadena and stuff never came out of northern Canada. It is now sitting over the top of Durango, or at least at my house.
It's moved.
Yeah, we moved. We're in full-blown global shift. When I was working special duty, I was part of a project where I came across paperwork that had been done in 47 and calculations on how fast this Earth would shift and to a minimum 90 degrees quicksilver. That's why the project keeps putting out there. But with all the clouds covering the chemtrails, they keep covering up most of the information, and all the white light blinds anybody out there.
Go ahead, Mark. One. I haven't been able to get a good look at the sky in years because of the chemtrails. Which incidentally, I've written a couple of books about chemtrails, and they're on the website as well. And they're co-authored with Mark Whiteside, a physician, the public health director of the Florida Public Health Service in Key West. A couple minutes before the break, what got you into this entire field when you were young?
But what was the admiration? Well, what I think what it was that my father had abandoned our family. And this was, in 1950 or so, a divorce was very rare, and abandonment. It was very rare. So I guess I could solace in just the world around me, nature around me. Did you ever connect with your father later in life? Yeah, actually I did, because I got a notice that someone was filing to be his conservator. He was in an old folks home, and somebody was filing for that. And they came to contact me, and so I went to the city where he lived and went to the court, and the court appointed me his conservator. So you met him again. Was it emotional for you? That's why it's cool that. Well, it was. It seemed like such a loss. But he was not in very good health, and then he died shortly thereafter. It was his loss. It was his loss. I mean, family is the most important thing you can have. Absolutely. Rob, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more and take final calls with you in a moment. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
I'm Bree Penny from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Funny man Jay Leno is recovering from more injuries. He got knocked off his 1940 Indian motorcycle while testing it on the A-OK. The body cam video showing the interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols was usually released at 4 p.m. our time. Police cross country are asking for peace, but stepping up slow. There's an official GoFundMe page for the victims of the Monterey Park shooting. So far, $850,000 has been raised. And a video camera used to videotape LA officers beating Rodney King back in 1991, going on the auction block, opening bid $225,000. Southbound Medicine KFI, sunny today, highs in the 70s. Right now it's 47 in Yorba Linda. Mission Viejo has 48, 46 in Fontana, and 49 in Encino. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penny.
Attack in Alhambra on the 10 westbound just after the 710. Looks like everything's off to the right shoulder. Watch for some activity as you approach. Headed from Diamond Bar, 67 northbound between Pathfinder Road and the 60 Pomona Freeway. Southbound blocking the left lane until 6 a.m. And as you make your way through Elysian Park, the 5 southbound at the 110, that ran to the 110 south remains closed for cleanup from storm damage. Headed through Boyle Heights, the 5 northbound before Salzona was up for a crash on the shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate quickly. With your hiring sites, your job posting is flooded.
All about it. This is
one of my are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates will get notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know
Everything
they're ready to apply. And most jobs get their first application in the first 2 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates.
If they can't get the ice cream machine right there in that fucking town, like the town with everything works the same, except in that town, they don't really have ice cream.
Visit jobget.com/candle.
Attention Southern California. New year, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independent from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a suite of solar and honor. No money out of pocket. And no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Temper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and in-base batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit tempersolaris.com. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smuggling, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
How you who he was running the gun for?
It was obvious. The CIA was rolling that bill. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeart Radio or wherever you get your podcast. Polls keep showing a very tight race between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. This could be the biggest political battle ever for Republicans, and now NewsDax wants to know what you think. They're conducting a poll asking if President Trump should continue his run for president again, or as DeSantis said. Vote in the NewsDax poll on Donald Trump. Just the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. If your voice is heard, where's your NewsDax? That's carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And you could vote NewsDax poll on whether Trump should run again. Text turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. And make the switch to NewsDax. Real news for real people. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. 5033. From west of the Rockies, toll
Why is it ready though?
800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with some incredible stories about AI, artificial intelligence. Part of the program. We're going to come back and take final calls with Dr. Marvin Herndon in a moment on Coast to Coast. Don't forget his website. He's linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Well, the Paranormal Podcast Network up and running and doing quite well, we promise. It sure is. And if you're looking for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained, you're at the right place. New episodes come out on Fridays. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your phone. If you have a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search, put in Coast to Coast AM. All those shows will pop right up. And of course, at the coasttocoastam.com website, we have all the instructions. And also for you, of course, is to become a Coast Insider at 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I follow a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. At every show, I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck.
This
I'm
is
a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have a provision. We've got 5 years of Coast to Coast program to play.
Couple ways to sign up to be a Coast Insider. First of all, our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says download it to your smartphone, and you can do it that way. By clicking profiles and subscriptions, and Coast Insider memberships available now if you live in Canada and worldwide. So have some fun doing that. Here's something for you to be special. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental, physical, relaxation, while the next question is Dr. Five, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. Georgia Sour Pack.
I actually started not long ago with my 60
blown away from what it's done for me with energy, perspective, and clarity, and all natural. That was amazing. And amazing inches off my list. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are this. My mood has been incredible and absolutely lucky. So I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and really relax until I could do accelerate. So before I started taking the elevate and accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swing. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication for prescription, but generally happy with this.
I'll probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been weary. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the elbow not only gives you energy, not only gives you the vitamin and the body, but it helps you with my mood. And you know, I think it's not urgent habit.
Northwood Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts. Sweat, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthyweight.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free gift. In the vastness of this universe. Think about that. Well, Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that deals with this quest. Marvin Sunderland is the one who put it all together. He's the web developer, video game developer, science fiction Army veteran, and the author of the series of sci-fi novels that includes the second novel masterpiece, bringing out the depths of your imagination. Journey with good old Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads to an alien invasion. My God. And brace yourself, for the war is underway in the end. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at Marvelous.com. 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 2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold? And do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Get diversified in your assets, and you can do that at bullionmax.com/coach. At bullionmax.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home, fully insured. Here you can store them in your safe for a time you might really need it. Look, if paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmax.com/coach. We put together a silver starter kit, so you're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, an Aztec calendar coin, and the Silver Dragon silverback, but these are only available at bullionmax.com/coach. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. Protect your savings with silver at bullionmax.com/coach. And welcome back to our final segment with Dr. Marvin Herndon as we talk about the core. I love this story, Marvin. How did you come up with your theory?
Well, I started when I was in graduate school. I decided to study meteorites, and as part of my research. And meteorites were formed about the same time as the solar system.
Sure.
And some of fragments of planets, stuff like that. And there are a lot of different kinds, and some of them have almost all of the same element primitive. And so I thought, well, this is a way to begin to understand how the solar system formed. Well, other people have been doing that, but I went about it a little bit differently, and I looked at things that most people ignored. And the first really important thing was what I talked about earlier about the Earth's inner core. And whenever you find something that is quite a conflict, something different, I mean, the responsibility of the scientific community is to try to figure out if it's wrong, to refute it. And if they can't refute then they should cite it. They should acknowledge it and further publications on the subject so other people will learn about it and be able perhaps to extend it and make more discoveries. Well, I was set out of that, and I just progressed from one thing to the other. And when you make a discovery that's new, it often opens new possibilities, new ideas of potentially other studies. Let me tell you a quick story that I think is really interesting. When I had published a paper about Jupiter having a nuclear reactor at its center, I got to thinking, well, Jupiter is like a small star. It was too small to have ignited. And then I thought, well, a star is like a hydrogen bomb that is held together by gravity. And every single hydrogen bomb is ignited by a nuclear fission chain reaction, a little nuclear reactor. That stars are ignited by nuclear fission. I thought, oh, this is so obvious. Because the people who had worked on the thermonuclear reactions that power the stars were the same people who made real advances in military nuclear weapons. Hans Bethe, Edward Teller, father of the atomic bomb. Sure. But anyway, I went to the library and methodically paper about the thermonuclear ignition of stars by nuclear fission. And so I even hired a librarian to do a computer split search of all the databases. The same thing. Well, I wrote up a short paper and submitted it to a number of journals. It was rejected as a number of journals. One of the rejections was based upon a reviewer, an anonymous reviewer, saying that Herndon was throwing away 40 years of astrophysics. Well, that's what a really important discovery does. But it was eventually published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society of London. And that led to another discovery. See, the idea that people million-degree temperature is necessary to ignite a thermonuclear reaction would occur when the dust and gas collapse to form a star and get hot. Well, in 1967, a couple of Japanese scientists showed that, oh no, you wouldn't get to 1,000,000 degrees. And the reason is because they heating the surface by the infall of matter is offset by radiation from the surface, which is a function of the force power of temperature. In other words, T and T and T and T. And when T is 1,000,000 degrees, that's a huge loss factor. So I published that idea. But then I realized that except for the little tiny ignite by gravitational collapse. And I said, no, it's only if there's fissionable elements present. And so this led to a whole different understanding about the galaxies. Because galaxies, you picture the stars kind of shape of a spiral galaxy. Well, that's unstable. It would wrap around its center. So even the astrophysics community would say that, well, there has to be a halo around of some kind of dark matter. And they didn't have any idea what that dark matter was. Well, to me, the dark matter was stars that had not yet been ignited because they had no reasonable elements. And so this then led to the idea that the galaxies are, the luminous stars in galaxies come about because galaxies shoot out jets. And these jets of nuclear matter, when they contact the stars, they feed the stars with reasonable elements and then light up the stars. So when you look at a galaxy, you see all these look like paths of where the jets were and lighted the stars. And
like when it shoots out its first jet. Well, if you go to the very famous image of the mice galaxy, with the two galaxies very close together, one of them just looks like it has a tail. Well, that tail is where the first jet ignited the stars in its path. And so all of this makes sense. And you look at a deep field view from, say, the Hubble Space Telescope that may contain 50,000 galaxies. And there's two common points to be made. One is there are very few different types of galaxies, which indicate a commonality of formation. And the other is that most of them appear flat. Well, that's because
remember the 5 degree what
excited stars, whereas the dark stars around them would make for spherical galaxies. Well done. Let's go to final call. Let's go to Henry in the state of Washington, first time caller. Hey, Henry, go ahead. Hello, I sure enjoyed the show, but you did make a statement that's absolutely not true, that transformers aren't made in the United States. The very, very vast majority are made in two factories by ABB. One is in Jefferson City, Missouri. The other is in Newtown, Boston, West Virginia. And I happen to have built the test rooms where they do the power density test to make sure there's no shortage when they put them together before they ship them. Most of them don't come from China? Yeah, absolutely not. I'm very corrected. Thank you. Yeah, the thing in the industry that really upset me. well, no, I'll tell you. You're being corrected if the correction is well intended and is true. Because that's how you learn. And so that's important. I'm glad you pointed that out. Thanks, Henry. Let's go to Gordon in Plant City, Florida. Hey, Gordon, go ahead.
George, Dr. Vernon, thanks for taking my call. Earlier you were mentioning about the core of the Earth during the pole flip, as course the Earth's magnetic field would fall. Now, I wrote a scientific paper on that, and just about a few weeks ago, I got contact with America Part 2, registered as a registered trademark, and I'm picking up the main office of some lawmakers to protect the grid. So my question is basically, I wonder if anyone has heard anything from the EMC task force. Now, if they become too local and do their job too well, Congress could actually shut them down because, as you guys well know, Dr. Peter Stein, who just passed away, said, Washington's purpose in my fear is that if Washington created the EMC task force, because while we haven't heard anything from them, and I've looked at their website, but whether they do their job or not, I'd like to have both of you. And by the way, I wonder if now would be a good time for you to call and stick from my website out. But since I didn't have the paper on this thing, and you haven't talked to it, I'll let that be your call. The polls are definitely going to flip within like the next few hundred years, according to all of my analysis. And looking at, we don't know why, but we need to protect the grid. We need to give the lawmakers, and more than that, the lawmakers are not going to help us. I don't think we need to protect our own grid.
Well, as you know, Gordon, we've been talking about that for 20 years now, trying to get the grid insulated and protected. Still, Marvin, that hasn't happened. And one of the reasons is because the scientific community continues with this old 1939 idea about the origin of the Earth's magnetic field, and they don't have a clue of what really can cause the Earth's magnetic field to shut down. And so it's a sad situation because it will change everybody's life when that happens. Let's go to Carlos in Miami. Welcome to the show. Hi, Carlos. Go ahead. George, good morning, Doctor. I'm the one that gave you the theory where we were ejected from a black hole, and then afterwards there was the Big Bang. And you love that one. I don't know if you recall that. But I wanted to share that also with the doctor. My question, Doctor, is I'm a little bit confused because lately they discovered that there's more water under the Earth's crust than there are in the ocean. So that means that the crust is also floating on the water. And then you're saying that you have liquefied metal
volcanic lava in the center core. Let me correct that, if you would. The water that they're talking about is water that's part of a mineral. I mean, minerals often have water associated with them. And that's what they're really talking about. They're not talking about pools of liquid water. By the way, Mark, I'm a little concerned because Tom just dug up some information that says that China is the world's leading supplier of advanced grid components for ultra-high voltage systems. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. China supplies just about everything. You know, the U.S. The management people decided it would be much easier, took away the jobs, and it took away the ability of a lot of people to make important contributions and improvements. So it wouldn't surprise me that China is a major player in that. Let's get a quick question and from Terry in Dallas. Go ahead, Terry. Hello, George. We only have a couple minutes left. Go for it. Okay. Well, I was going to tell what the caller. He said that the heights look different from when it's coming up in the east and settle in the west. Dr. Henry, when you see since the moon is not shining and you're looking at the same shot all the time, wouldn't you be looking at the top would now be the bottom when it's set in the west from when it came up in the east? Also, real quick, when you know the moon when it's a full moon, they say it has effect on the tides and people go a little crazy and stuff. Why does that happen on the full moon when the moon is always full? It's just dark. Did you put that Mars before? That's actually a good question. You know, there are times when the it often connects also with where the sun is, because you're getting gravitational pull from the sun and from the moon. So I think the real question of what's when the tides are most max is not only where the moon is, but where the sun also is. And keep in touch with us, okay? Well, thank you, George, and I appreciate the invitation because I think you do a real service to people, to humanity. Well, we love giving out the information, that's to be sure. Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us as we talk about artificial intelligence, how far will it go and what will it do to all of us? And then we'll take open lines with Cheryl after her report on Coast to Coast Days.
Never miss a detail on the show or a guest. Sign up for the Coach Jones email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I think we want to.
Would you put immediately smell in your bag? Oh, was that okay? No, I guess not. I don't know. I'm going to smell probably in the bag. Oh, no, not again. But it does smell genuine leather. It's a high-end bag. It's a Conway Jr. show. And I know, because it's not, so I can pick out a face. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. A comprehensive bill with any kind of gun restriction is not going to stop every shooting. A speed limit is not going to stop everybody from speeding. You can say that in absolute law, but it's not going to stop the bad people. We have another mass shooting. We are all devastated until the next one. Bill Hill, and then the same argument starts all over again. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. See, there you are. There's like a LinkedIn page for this. Why are you so interested? I don't know. That's not my style, but somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? No, it would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
first one on the block to bring home a VCR. It was a big machine. It weighed about 300 pounds. And I sat there and I called friends. I go, you gotta get over here. Yeah, I can't believe it. We can record a game and then watch it later. And you're like, no way. This thing kind of like do yourself. And remember, 10 twins were in my driveway. And then live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We came to a roundabout, and we're supposed to do like a quarter of a turn and then keep going straight. So she does a 360, she goes all the way around, and then goes on the street that we want to go on. That's what we're doing. There's this roundabout. You gotta go around the whole thing. People don't know roundabout. Is that right? Run. Pretty kind of like doing yourself. That's what we're going to do. Okay, run. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Jay Leno's broken up. I'm Bree Pennington of KFI 24-hour newsroom. Comedian Jay Leno's recovering from yet more injuries. He got knocked off his 1940 Indian motorcycle while testing it on January 17th. He says he suffered a broken collarbone, 2 cracked ribs, and 2 cracked kneecaps. And he says he's going to be okay. Body cam video showing the violent interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols is being released today, 4 p.m. our time. Major U.S. cities are asking for peace with bracing for violence. Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland says transparency is his top priority.
The actions of these officers were awful, and no one, including law enforcement, is above the law. I assure you, we will do everything we can to keep the tide and hang the back from happening.
The drought is not over in California, but it's looking better. The U.S. Drought Monitor says the southern half of Santa Cruz County to the northern part of L.A. County is now classified as abnormally dry, as one stage below a formal drought designation. 40 baby white sharks are just hanging out off the coast of Long Beach. Researchers at the Cal State Long Beach Shark Lab say the sharks are about 6 to 8 feet long. They're about 3 or 4 years old, and they want absolutely nothing to do with humans. To your kids. March to date, there's a free museum day for all coming up February 5th. More than 30 museums are participating. You can see them all free of charge. And the westbound 91 from the I-15 to Lincoln Avenue will official GoFundMe page for the victims of the Monterey Park shooting. So far, over $850,000 has been raised. And something to celebrate, today is National Chocolate Cake Day. Southbound weather from KFI, sunshine on the way, high around 70. Right now it's 46 in Orange, Seal Beach is 49. 47 in Burbank, and 42 in San Bernardino.
Oh, that's on that 270 and everything else is right shoulder. So I walked down in Diamond Bar to 57 North on the Pathfinder Road. 60 South Trent taking up the left lane. I need to go 6 a.m. Headed through Cat State and 5 North side before the highway. Work still there, has 2 like really cross. And then Elizabeth Park, 5 southbound to 110. The ramp to the 110 southbound remains closed. KFI in the sky, what takes you there faster? I'm Dave Joseph. With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America a trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years. You can have your gold and silver delivered right to your home. And now, Swiss America is offering listeners silver walking Liberty $half at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50. Call or text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered to your door while supplies last. Limit 250 per customer, and you have to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway.
What a strong, lean body, but the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes. Twice a week with a private personal trainer. Get a safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. With both guaranteed, call 800-882-2169 for a free, no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout. This year is the year to be language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learn.
If you're looking to get out of your house, it doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even inherited a home, and now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and keep and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't even get that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. Are you the next accident lawyer millionaire client? You can ride crazy. Oh, 920-0810. There you go. Peterson Results Radio Daily. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
I just think I don't know.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Lurie. Up next, our investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with an incredible story. So we'll get right into it. And then our last hour, we'll have open lines with her, and I'll be there too on Coast to Coast AM. Last year was one of the worst years for the stock market since 2000.
Oh, you wanted this?
What does this year hold? And do you really want to put all your eggs in a basket of one thing? Get diversified with your assets. Run them up. And you can do that at bullionmax.com/coach. At bullionmax.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they're going to ship them directly to where you live, fully insured. And there you can store them in a safe for a time that you might really need. Put them wherever you want to hide them. Or the paper money becomes worthless if the stock market completely collapses. Would it be nice to have something set aside for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmax.com/coach as we put together a silver starter kit with a new feature this month. It's going to be a 1-ounce silver Oxy and Philharmonic coin, an Aztec calendar coin, and a silver dragon silver. All of them cool items. Only available at bullionmax.com/coach. And as customary, they sell out very fast. So pick yours up at bullionmax.com/coach.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill?
Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who it's worth. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast, Joel Story with you. To those of you who are new to the program, who do not know who investigative reporter Cheryl Jones is, she's been a news anchor and meteorologist for the networks of CNN and the Weather Channel. She has worked in multiple markets in various capacities, researched some hard news, controversies, conspiracies, and the unexplained. And she is one of the only TV journalists to be both a news anchor and a degreed meteorologist at the network level. So what was that doing the meteorology in the first place?
Oh, I just like watching clouds and seeing all the different formations and things that you could imagine out of the sky. But it's really interesting to me with all of the weather changes and weather systems. So one thing led to another, and there you go.
Were you one of those little girls who loved the weather?
I did, but I wasn't totally obsessed with it. But I'm really curious about everything around me, to be honest.
Well, and it shows now because you're still curious about a lot of things, right?
That's the problem. I'm too curious.
You know what? I don't even think it's a problem. It's probably an asset to be able to do that. It keeps you big doing what you do.
You have to be a little flexible, but nimble on your feet at times. Hopefully I am. So I try.
Well, this week we're talking about the power of artificial intelligence and everything else. And AI is coming along really fast. People are talking about it every day. Do you hear these things?
Oh, absolutely. And it is every day when you hear something new, it's scarier and scarier. And I'm going to have a two-part series this time, George. Tonight I have part one of my two-part series on transhumanism and AI with filmmaker Frank Jacobs from Germany visiting us. And that's a big focus on digitalization. And the second part will be next month. That will be on our neural rights on keeping the mind free or free will, neural rights pertaining to the brain, with authors and extra-consciousness experts Rebecca Hartnell Rights. But tonight, starting out with Frank Jacobs. He's an internationally acclaimed filmmaker, teacher, and researcher into the future of the human species. And we have a question. Where in the world is humanity headed? Is Ozzy Osbourne have it right when he said we're going off the rails like a crazy train? The media sells it, and then we live the role? He might have been onto something. Well, tonight, Frank talks about the roles created by two main timelines, one organic or more natural, the other synthetic or manipulated and controlled. The first one gets us to a place where humans finally realize we have an unfulfilled potential. But the other one, where digital currency takes total control and command of our privacy and puts us on the brink of transhumanism, is the focus. The quick shining light on who and what is behind it all. Will we choose utopia or dystopia in the coming age of digitalization? Hello, Frank. Welcome to Paris.
Thanks for having me, Cheryl.
Can you explain to us what the coming utopian age of digitalization is and why you feel it's so important that people know more about it than is generally being revealed to people right now?
Well, the coming utopian age of digitalization, that's kind of a sarcastic term that I loosely put together based on a presentation that I did at Switzerland back in October. I was asked to kind of put together an overview things like one with respect to digitization and society, everything from biological digitization all the way to financial digitization. So I think, what it's leading to, where we're heading in society right now, globally, really, it isn't really any longer one country or a couple of countries. It's really turned into a global movement. We're heading into a world that's really kind of dystopian, and that is a world where there's no longer going to be any privacy. There's this whole idea of even natural functionality of your body, like the right for you to determine what you take into your body and what you don't want to take in your body. It all ties in to connecting us to what's called the Internet of Bodies. And they're trying to turn global society into this whole great reset model based on the Agenda 21 stakeholder capitalism.
Look at my fucking Oakley. Look at my
talking about now, because really we have
man.
a point of no return
Is
of those things, whereas once they implement a certain threshold of things, like, for example, digital currencies, there's not really going to be a way back. It's going to be very hard to turn the clock back. And once that happens, I think people are going to be shocked when they see the full extent of it. And so we need to be talking about it now before it gets to that point. I have this feeling that people are not really aware of what's coming down the pipeline, or maybe not aware of the whole spiritual consequence of it, the whole societal changes that are coming at us right now. And if we have this window of time to have this discussion, we should take it now. That's why it's so important.
You're doing a search for
which one has porn?
the global
What's your
digitalization.
tell us so.
How many other countries are already actively on board with this? What's the plan?
I think the major one that is coming soon is the central banking digital currency. And that is coming into a lot of Western nations. I think there's over 45 nations, major Western nations in the world right now who either already have pilot programs in place or are already testing their own version of like a digital dollar. In fact, in the United States, a digital dollar is being tested right now. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York put together a conglomerate of different companies to do like a 12-week experiment, which is, I think, running right now. Actually, we're right in the middle of it, to kind of test out digital currencies, the move toward a digital dollar. So this is going to happen in stages, but there'll be kind of a point where it'll happen very quickly. And a lot of people have this feeling that it's going to be something which is going to be triggered by a major event of some kind.
When did this social engineering project called the New World Order of digitalization actually start?
Well, I mean, I like to say that it actually went all the way back to 100 years now. I would say almost time of the first, if not the First World War, I would say, because technology wasn't really where it is now. The visions were there, though. But I would say at the conclusion of the Second World War, you could say symbolically represented the end of kind of nation globalization. And so, along with globalization is all of this Agenda 21 stuff. You could see the trend in society building towards, they were creating a more of a global economy, and they could any countries that would stand up for their national sovereignty. I mean, nationalism's almost become a dirty word now in our modern world. And I guess you could say that Germany, under the National Socialists, was like, the most successful final experiment in nationhood in the modern time, I guess the 20th century, where they successfully achieved a certain level of sovereignty and prosperity and cultural and technological leap forward that no other country had achieved at a time.
Remember that one?
Most other countries are still kind of reeling from the depression. So, and when that was great, it was kind of like the beginning of the end of all of that. So now we have this globalist society, and of course with that comes the whole idea of,
remember when everybody was in black
order from
everybody was
it's another, version of it. Goes all the way from the family unit to the community, to the county, to the city, to the state, and all the way to the boundaries of the country. If they're eroding the idea of nation, and they're eroding the idea of family as well, I think we're seeing that pretty clearly in society right now. With the move away from the idea of the really solid foundations that is built for our world. They're eroding very quickly. Everything from racism, and then of course climate change, using, the auspice of man-made climate change to drive a lot of stakeholder capitalism, the whole idea of moving towards a green world. All of this based on these think tanks that are put together by so-called authorities, and they're moving along so quickly that I don't even think government officials can keep up. In fact, most government officials, I would say, don't even really understand a lot about the global situation, and they just get together with these consultants to brief them. And so, what are they going to accept as truth? They're going to be taking these people as experts, and if they don't do their own research, I mean, do they have time for research these days? Who does their research anymore? Right? So these things are all in the way of splitting up blocks for us moving towards this new global world.
What is a great reset as described by the WEF, the World Economic Forum, have to do with timeline?
For us, in order to be able to interact individually as people with other people, we have to have certain commonalities, which I call consensus. So, the same political leaders in the same country that we can complain or about or praise, whatever. I mean, we have to have these commonalities. So there's a kind of a consensus, which means that there's certain points that we all agree on for us to be able to navigate. And these things broken down what I call the two different consensus timelines. One of them is what I call the organic timeline, and the other is the artificial or the synthetic timeline. And these are going to be the two defining directions that society goes into. And the World Economic Forum is really essentially represents that synthetic timeline, that idea, cashless, digital government, artificial intelligence, transhumanism is the key word here. So this is the direction that the World Economic Forum is driving us. And so this is why timelines have a lot to do with the World Economic Forum. And I try to really make it clear that as abstract as the subject matter of timelines is, it's very, very concrete in terms of what's going on around in our world right now. How do we navigate that? And how can we use the idea of timelines, to do something about it? How can we identify the timeline? What are the key points that we can use? And that's the kind of thing. So I think the World Economic Forum is a great place to kind of start to look at what's going on in the world and what the trend is, because they're the driving force behind where a lot of governments are going, like I was saying earlier. The people that are these consultants, the government officials go to, they tend to be part of the World Economic Forum. And that's even cause Schwab is proudly proclaiming that they have members of the World Economic Forum graduates that have given out their various forums over the decades implanted within, many of the Western governments, so that they proudly can proclaim that they are actually influencing the direction of every single country with respect to their agenda for the Trojan horse concept.
What do you think of two-lane timeline? Would there not be an infinite number of timelines that would be possible?
I mean, yes, there are. You could say each of us has our own universe, our own infinite version of our timeline. And however, because we interact with people and we basically go into resonance with ideologies, technologies, ideas, anything that's sort of out there in the world that we see and that we experience and witness, we individually have the opportunity to, but what I mean going into resonance with you, is if you agree with something out there, if you like something out there, it's like a tuning fork, you kind of like go into resonance because we're these frequency beings on a spiritual level. We're made up of frequency, and quantum physics is showing us more and more that we're not just flesh and bones, but that we actually extend outward and beyond the physical realm into other dimensions. And so timelines play in and out of these dimensions. And so we go into resonance with ideologies that represent one of those two timelines which I was describing. One of them being the organic timeline, meaning the idea that we have an unfulfilled potential as human beings. Some people call it the quantum evolutionary leaps that we have coming. Like that is talked about by the Mayas, for example, talked about it, and other indigenous cultures have always sort of put the time as being a time where we're going to make that's unlike anything else humanity's ever made before. It's not like we're going to have cooler toys, better technology. We're actually going to make a leap on our spiritual level, but we're going to be unlocking certain capabilities and potentials that only very few people really have right now that give us a glimpse where this organic timeline can go in terms of people that are psychically shifted, that have telepathic abilities, psychokinetic abilities. There's even some shows about these kinds of people. So that's like the one timeline that I would say is the major timeline that we have yet to manifest. And that's going up against that artificial transhumanist timeline, which looks at our human biology as something which is flawed, which is limited, which has problems, and death being one of them. One of the things that the proponents of the transhumanist timeline are all excited about is immortality. They want to become the immortal gods. And you, ViralRabbi, being one of the main people behind promoting these ideologies on the World Economic Forum, talks about us becoming gods. He has a saying, which started when we entered the transhumanist timeline more than they are into the organic biological timeline, because it takes work. You can get it. To work on yourself. These are things that we have to put effort into to try and develop spiritually. They understand it to us on a global platter. We could all be talking about this. This is life and death. Life and death of humanity. Nothing less than that. I'm saying that, but it really is nothing less. He's growing into this, isn't it?
It sure is. What he says is very and concerning. And it is the talk of the town, so to speak. A lot has been said about it, and especially this year when the World Economic Forum is more publicized, there's more in the mainstream media about it than ever before, and people are learning more about what's going on and what the globalists do and talk about and plan when they have these behind-the-scenes meetings.
They're talking about things where artificial intelligence is now writing speeches for politicians. Did you hear about that?
I sure did hear the whole overview and agenda, so to speak, that aren't so acceptable. But he says that this is definitely leading in his mind to a transhumanist future will be dominated by our artificial intelligence, has limited resources and a lot more control than we have ever seen before if we continue on this path.
I keep thinking of 2001 Space Odyssey, how the computer HAL was a month, and it is thing.
It's very scary. We could become much like the Twilight Zone, the Oxford Jam. Now, when we come back, we'll be talking about the possibility of reversing this course, and we'll take us on what some might think of the dire tour of a future where AI rules and digital currency is taking shreds of privacy. But we have to alert all these things because the time is short to bear its hope.
Now, Frank is primarily a filmmaker. How did you get interested in all this?
Well, the topics that he researched and was producing videos and films on led him down this pathway. He in Germany. He worked with Tanya Schnadenberg, teamed up with the Addiction Screen production company, and they're producing quite a bit of material and films, and he's very, very serious about this.
Tremendous work. His website is his name, frankjacob.com.
Correct, and screenaddiction.com.
He's just is one of a kind when it comes to this.
Of course, that.
He sure is, and he does a lot of traveling and visiting, and I believe he'll be at the Conscious Life Expo in LA.
Okay, I'll be out there.
First week of February, yes. So you'll be able to see LA.
I'll look forward to it. The first expo. Do you have any conferences coming up for yourself, Joe?
Not anytime soon. I don't know. I'm not too wild about flying right now with all that's happening. I think I'm going to wait till the airlines get a little bit better.
Well, if they ever do. We're going to come back in a moment with the second part, and then next week we'll have the full second part of this incredible topic. And then in the last hour, we open up the phone. If you're a Coast Insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone, visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Funny man Jay Leno is recovering from more injuries. Got knocked off his 1940 Indian motorcycle while testing it on January 17th. Because he suffered a broken collarbone, 2 cracked legs, and 2 cracked kneecaps, and says he's going to be A-OK. The body cam video showing the interaction between Memphis police and Tyree Nichols is usually released 4 p.m. our time. Police across the country are asking for peace but stepping up patrol. There's an official GoFundMe page for the victims of the Monterey Park shooting. So far, $850,000 has been raised. And a video camera used to videotape LA officers beating Rodney King back in 1991, going on the auction block, opening bid $225,000. South on Buena from KFI, sunny and fabulous, highs in the 70s. Right now 46 in Buena Park. Costa Mesa has 47. 50 in Manhattan Beach and 48 in San Fernando. We do local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
As the earlier traffic in Corona 15 southbound before White River Road, everything there is clear and traffic is recovering. After making your way to Norwalk on the 105 eastbound transition to the 605 north, you've got a stall blocking the left lane of that transition road. As through Southgate to 1010 north on an Imperial Highway, look out for a flash there blocking the left lane. After making your way to San Bernardino, the 215 southbound before baseline and earlier crash cleared your sloping highlands. Stay up high in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Laser here, replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American right now. Because we replace our worst windows with American windows. So we transition technology prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in our homes. The owners don't have to make started American windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Yes, the value you deserve. You're getting away with 0 interest for 0 payments for 12 months, plus free installation. DFLP number 738-326. Trust the window company that I trust, Mercedes Brand Trust, American Vision Windows. Call today, get that free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. Break the course in the freezer when it attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Selling supernatural, Halloween, The Walking Dead, Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One, Alan Duke. Written by Lauren Kippen and created by me, Aaron May. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Before I started Rooter Hill Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Coleman, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends, and because I had to drop out of high school. Not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but he kept it along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep these values at Leader Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Leader Hero business card. You can also reach us at LeaderHero.com. Thank you. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. And you get so hot, you You're listening to Coast to Coast with George Norrie. Next hour, we'll take the calls with Bill Johnson and also Ryan Plum. So thanks to your part of the program. When we come back, we'll get into part 2 of the story. Incredible story of the power of artificial intelligence. And then a month from now, we'll be interviewing another person dealing with this topic as well, because it's just one away. ParanormalBase.com, that just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
480 people donated 156,000. Absolutely. What Valentine's Day is just around the corner. You can converse with someone to people in the store. Go to paranormaldays.com/seniors. They find people there. It's a collection of people. Go to the paranormaldays.com or the paranormaldays.com/seniors. At paranormaldays.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What do you do here?
Yeah, I'm getting some of your experiences.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, other theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you can find me what you do.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Anyway, you can find a website for my business. What is running you? Have you thought about paranormaldays.com? No, what that what? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormaldays.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a go. Well, try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on paranormal.com looks very interesting. So you really thought you were
Well, yeah.
but I kind of like that.
Wow, this paranormal.com thing really works. Maybe paranormaldays.com. Well, for you, people with an interest in things they hear of Georgian Devil find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by your story. It's always free to search and emerge for a great discount. Paranormaldays.com. You are not alone.
Real people.
I'm looking at my arms, but I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something happened. I have to tell you, that has to be the color. I got a glass door. It always lifts itself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's in there. It's still at the street. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this should be the ticket. So I started administering it. Took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. He's very alert. Into the protocol and basically what he did on a 5-mile walk. Like this, it's just like private.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, unavailable in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident, don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accidents, truck accidents, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall kit. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, or a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now. Call 800-721-1485. That's 800-721-1485. Again, 800-721-1485. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Story with you along with Cheryl Jones. We're going to take calls with Cheryl next hour. Cheryl, how long do you think you could go without your smartphone?
If I had everything else I needed, I could do pretty well. I think it would be tough. You couldn't continue life as you know it. You'd have to go into a different mode because you certainly couldn't think of everything that you're doing. But I don't know as far as the track of time on that. I wouldn't want to guess. I'm sure I would not be as well in my mind on the outset that I think I would.
Well, you and I are from a different era where we didn't have cell phones right away. It took a couple of years, and then once we got into it, did you ever have a little pager? Remember those?
Oh, yes. Do you remember when they first came out, how big they were?
Yeah. Absolutely. And cell phones. I had one of these Motorola's and looked like I was in the army.
Oh, before that, I mean, gosh, the difference in having this kind of technology and the way we had to work when we didn't have any technology hardly at all, except, the wire services and the hardwired phones and the newsroom to work with, and then what you could get on the street. This is incredible, incredible. I wish the young people of today knew how blessed and lucky they are to have all of these things.
I don't think they could get by without their phones for even a day.
No, not even a computer. You had to type everything on a typewriter, the hard way.
What's a typewriter?
I know.
One of those days in the television news business, we had those 5-part snap-out pieces of paper where you had your script, you type them up, and then the director would get one, the producer would get one, the anchor person would get one.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Everybody had one.
I love it. Okay, let's go into part 2.
Okay, George, I'll continue my conversation with filmmaker Frank Jacobs on the coming age of digitalization. Will it be utopian or dystopian? And Frank says, most people don't really know and tend to want to know what's going on. But digital currency being tested around the world affects every purchase or transaction we make, from health to financial, is the goal of those plans, this scenario. That artificial intelligence, some claim, could replace this history that we always thought was sacred in our living brains. But this plan would put us in a very dangerous scenario for our future. Now, can we chart its course? Their life as we know it still exists? But says we can. But it'll take all of us rising up into being the best human beings we've ever imagined. Frank, let's talk about the CBDC, the central banking digital currency, and how this fits in with the central credit scores.
I mean, central banking has been all about control. So you can be sure that their version of digital currency, which might borrow some of the technology of blockchain, although even that I can read is probably they're probably going to go beyond that into quantum computing, which can actually crack the blockchain already. And it doesn't really matter, but the fact is the key word here is control. The central bankers will not just lay down control away. They're going to the whole global economy and all of this stuff we've been talking about, depending on our bodies. It's all hinging on control. And if they control our currency by tying it directly into our biometric ID, which is where they're moving, then they breach the confidence of anonymity any longer. I mean, the idea right now that you still go out with cash in your hand and make a transaction that nobody except you and the person you're making the transaction knows about is going to be history. Even people that are talking about QFS, quantum financial massages, are all these fantasies, right? But it's going to be great that the quantum computer is going to manage all those transactions, but they're leaving out that important aspect, and that is that it's still going to tie you directly with your biometric ID to a quantifiable account. So that means every transaction that you do is going to be trackable and traceable. The other factor with respect to the idea of digital currency is that they can make them programmable. And this is the key word because this ties into the idea of social credit. And right now, China is kind of on the cutting edge in terms of leading the way to where this is going. I mean, China essentially is the country that is on the forefront of social credit systems, meaning to tie your own personal ID to facial recognition, to biometric recognition, through sensors that they place all around in China. So this social credit is a green economy, the whole idea of stakeholder capitalism. So they want to be able to monitor every one of your transactions in terms of how green it is. So making a currency programmable means that they can actually issue you a certain amount of social credit every month, directly linked to your biometric ID, which tracks you. Say you're still driving a car that runs on diesel, and they say, well, diesel is too much of a greenhouse gas polluter. You're only allowed to drive maximum 60 gallons a month on diesel. And that's it. That's your quota. And say you've gone through the 50 gallons and you have 2 weeks left in the month. Guess what? You're not going to be driving anywhere because your quota has been linked to your programmable ID, which has been linked to your bank account, your biometric ID. So it's over. All of these things can be extended into other territories. Like say, you only got the
vaccine wants. And the United States government decides to make some new version of a virus safe. The health experts have told your leaders that you need to have this booster shot. That's going to be tied to your programmable ID as well. So if you do not get that booster shot, they can just shut you down completely. It's okay. If you don't want to get the booster shot, no more purchases, period.
Oh, and very, very scary. What about the food aspect? I mean, they want us to eat insect burgers. They're building bug farms, and new fake meats and vegetarian foods are already being aggressively pushed. What do you see there?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is all part of it. The idea that they're actually going to be synthetically printed, the 3D printed, so they're going to look like meat, they're going to taste like meat, and, you know, all the things that people like to see when they're eating a rare steak or something. They're going to have part of that as being programmed by the 3D printer that are manufacturing these different products. There's something called the Bovie scale. The Bovie scale is something which is a kind of a Bovie scale. And our body is functioning on a Bovie scale of 6,500. And if you look at the Bovie scale, you know, of really supercharged foods like superfood green algae is a superfood which has a very, very high Bovie count. It's actually giving your body more energy than you already have. Well, the reverse is true for foods that are below the 6,500. Some examples of those foods are like sugar-based foods, like Coca-Cola is something like 2,000, right? It's toxic. I mean, it's literally, it's death. So the thing about these fake foods is that they're not natural foods. They're going to be looked at by your body as toxic. And, you know, if their agenda really is global depopulation and building into society kind of a whole fitness curve, of course, then the pharmaceutical corporations are going to profit, building their customers with their future.
And what's implemented, and more people finally realize what has been done to them through the social credit scores and official banking digital currency. Is there any possible way that this could be reversed?
The only thing that we can do against it is we can realize that we are actually sentient beings, that we actually have very, very powerful abilities. Before it's too late, yes, AI will annihilate humanity, and Buzz Schwab and his buddies will manifest that timeline of transhumanism, and it'll eliminate this other
time. About transhumanism. Who is behind it? How did it start? And how would you feel society look at it?
Barbara Mark Hubbard comes to mind. He is somebody that was very early on proclaimed even 2030 and even 2020 as being a milestone date that would usher in the exponential change towards this new kind of transhumanist society. You know, she's not alone, however, because a lot of the people that were part of her sort of foundation and her research think tank, the people like Ray Kurzweil, who's the head of, you know, research at Google, is limited, and it's time to take our to silicon-based beings. So they're feverishly trying to figure out a way to actually download our brains, because they believe that the essence of humanity is within your skull. They don't really believe in a soul. They don't believe in the idea of an extended consciousness that transcends into other dimensions. So for them, everything is 3D. Another component of it is Yuval Harari. And he's talking about where we've reached the era of where we're able to do the surveillance under our skin. And what he's talking about there is directly within our bloodstream. So the idea of us being this inviolable human being with a soul that is, you know, has sovereignty, this time he loudly and widely proclaimed is over. That we're moving into a time now where everything is going to be quantifiable. It's all about data. So your brain is going to be pinpointed for them to log into in terms of how to quantify who you are, or what they like to sell us in terms of who we are. Now, you could take it even a step further, because if you're looking at the work of Dr. David Nixon and something called the Nixon Report, he's been putting out information based on the actual patents of Pfizer. And what David Nixon has found is something which ties into discoveries that were made a few years back, where scientists created what they call the first living robots. These are robots that are on a nano scale. They're calling them new life forms. That means that they can actually ingest what they call xenobots into your body, and they can become self-assembling little robots. They find themselves inside of your blood, they connect with each other, they form and build little machines, and they use those machines to traverse your body under your skin and make alterations. I mean, it sounds like absolute crazy science fiction, right? Except in this started noticing, he was doing autopsies, that a lot of the people that were coming into his, I guess you call it, laboratory, he was pulling things out, like things that were constructed that actually became flammable or exposed to electricity or heat. I mean, these are not natural products that were found inside of people that died suddenly. So he began to actually look under a microscope at the contents of what's inside of these vials that are, what they are using to inject into billions of people on the planet right now. He discovered that if you look at it under a microscope, you might see what looks like crystalline formation. But what was interesting was he decided to kind of film those over a long period of time. And then an interesting thing happened. He sped up the footage, and what he saw for the first time ever is shocking. You actually see these crystalline formations become animated. They actually turn into little robots with arms, appendages, and they build crystalline structures that give off light and signals right within the actual material. And the crazy part was, whenever you expose them to electromagnetic radiation, like 5G or 4G radiation, the activity would be going alongside. And then you seal them off and put them into an isolated chamber without any electromagnetic radiation, they disappear. When you put them back under the electromagnetic radiation, they reappear, and it continues building from where they left off. We're talking about the actual technology to rebuild us and rewire us without being robots directly into our bodies. Take a look at the people around you right now, Sarah. That's the final generation of natural human beings left on this planet. If these people
Takeaway message for people from what you said tonight.
everyone, I think, can understand that if their currency is tied to their biometric ID, their idea of privacy is history. The info war, the currency war, the great reset tied to that. We need to be looking at that. We need to do everything we can to try and stop it now.
Absolutely. Frank, what's coming up next for you and projects, films, webinars, events, and so on?
Well, I'm going to be in Los Angeles at the Conscious Life Expo doing a live talk, and that's going to be in February. Tanya Madenford and I and our Phoenix Film Company has other plans to continue releasing material up there. We have a website to see all of our films. And you can go to the screenaddiction.com website, or you can go to my website, frankjacobs.com. Might be the easiest to remember.
Thank you so much for being with us tonight and for all that you do to keep people informed and to research these various topics that are utmost important to everyone.
Thanks for having me, Cheryl. When you get to tell Phil, he's got a passion for what he does.
He sure does. He sure does. He's pretty serious and funny too. And I have to say, an ant sandwich doesn't sound all that good to me. What about you?
No, never did.
So, self-assembling little robots in some people's blood draws, and George actually believes that people, especially our listeners, want their privacy to be protected, their bodies and bank accounts too. I know I do. I certainly want to go to the store and buy steaks or chicken or whatever I want to without worrying that I'm beyond the quota. And if I get into my car, I want to know that I can drive more than 2 miles to my destination. And according to Frank, it's up to all of us as to which timeline and which choices we make. But we have to become aware and do what we can to try to stay on the right path, or we'll spend the rest of our lives living in a different time zone.
John, what do you think is driverless cars?
I don't like them. I mean, I think that
or driverless trucks. I don't want to see any truck drivers.
I don't want that. We're taking decisions in so many scenarios, and there's so much traffic.
Absolutely. Up next, open lines with Carol. I'll hang around too, but primarily ask you questions about just about anything she's covered over the years. But you can handle that, right, Carol?
Well, yes. They might have some comments or their own experiences. A lot of people are experiencing a lot of things that we're talking about tonight in terms of being on the front edge of it. This has been a long time development that we're talking about here. It's getting attention, getting more media attention now, but I think people are starting to work out.
Up next, open lines on Coast to Coast AM. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Hey, all the Unity Sharks, for emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Defi Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Defi for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Defi's legendary repair and maintenance service, Defi Power has you covered. Go to DefiPower.com, DefiPower.com, that's DeFi power.com. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. We activate the train to be cool. We get all over the train. No, don't forget Glenn. And God knows what other bottling line on the family's decoys for up to 2 bottles to protect you. It's in a big line, oh, you're right. Yes, right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, KOST, Los Angeles, Orange County.
The 27th of January. Dr. Amy King's birthday today. You guys want to hit her up on, if you follow her on Instagram or Twitter, Amy K. King. I guess her birthday. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A forensic psychologist says that mass shooter in Monterey Park exhibited behaviors consistent with other mass shooters. One person has been hurt during an explosion on the campus at USC. Don't worry, everybody else is okay. And I think it was just a problem in a science building. We'll get into that. Sportscaster Fred Rogan, who we see around the station all the time because of his work at KLAC with Rabbi and Rogan, has said goodbye, though, to afternoon news on Channel 4. But as you heard Fred with handle yesterday, he's not saying goodbye to his whole career. He's just saying goodbye to that particular thing. And I get it. That guy works, I mean, nonstop. Nonstop. He'd show it at the building, pretty early in the morning, considering when his shift, he had a midday show. Then he was working all afternoon and evening. Yeah, not that good. Coming up, I want to talk a little bit with former president. Yeah, basically said something like this. Dear living former president, could you please back any classified documents you might have because you're not supposed to have them? SOSO, National Archives. What? Yeah, I'm sorry, what? Those are just going out now. And we actually had to put a letter out, like the other former living presidents are like, oh, hey, George, Bill, Barack, you guys got any of those? Because we probably should give them back. Anyway, we'll get into that in just a second, too. So lots to do this morning on your wake-up call. A forensic psychologist says a mass shooter in Monterey Park has some things in common with the man who used violence as a remedy to their self-control. People who have no support system are more vulnerable to thoughts of violence for themselves and others. They're either psychologically, emotionally, or socially isolated because it's important for people to recognize radical changes in behavior. In most cases, people don't even realize the red flag until it's too late. Gregory accused of killing 7 people in that 2 mushroom farms where he worked in Half Moon Bay has told a local news station he had been bullied for years and was forced to work long hours. The man spoke with a reporter in Mandarin who claimed he was suffering from some sort of mental illness before the shootings Monday. The San Mateo County DA says the man's comments were consistent with what he told law enforcement. In July, a different employee at the farm tried to kill the supervisor. Fire destroyed a 2-story apartment building in LA's Westlake district. Police were at the building yesterday because of an aggressive man in one unit. LAPD Aaron Conte says that officers tried to de-escalate the situation. Out onto the balcony in between the 2 apartments. I began throwing things at the officers. And my understanding was that threw some clothing with some type of object. How much officers It took more than 100 firefighters just under an hour to put out the fire. The man suspected of starting the fire was taken into custody. Several families were left without a place to live. One person has been hurt during an explosion on the USC campus. That explosion happened yesterday inside a science building around 4 in the afternoon. Investigators found a gas hazardous material squad checked all the floors of the building but didn't find it. A lawsuit alleges a country club in Ethiopia told an employee that members pay enough to do what they want, but she complained of sexual harassment.
Yes, the golf course like the Prestige Strip Club. Well, Raymond Babayan says the woman worked as a beverage cart attendant at Old Ranch Country Club. They would grab her, they would try to kiss her, they would throw money at her, they would slap her behind. They were trying to quote reach down her shirt. She said she quit after 2 years because of a guy who'd offered $300 to lift her shirt. And then guy was trying to kiss her and had to play with her and shoved her onto the golf cart and bent her over. She'd say no and ultimately tried to raise her. When she complained, she was told members pay enough to get what they want. Old Ranch Country Club declined to comment on pending litigation. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
All right, when we come back, I'm going to get into a PSA warning that's going out in the Inland Empire about fentanyl, and also why just now is there a letter going from the National Archives to former living presidents saying, hey, do you guys have any of those classified documents? If you could give those back to us, that'd be great. But we'll get into that in just a second. Robert, Bucky, good morning to you. What's up on the drive? Well, all right, I guess we're having a little bit of trouble with him. So we'll get back to that in just a second. Oh, there he is. Hi, Robert. Good morning.
Well, good morning. We got everything ironed out now, so.
No,
So we got the crash into the home pass now.
That's a little crash
On
into the
52
home
ways
pass,
downtown, just past the one church. The crash there, taking with 2 middle lanes. Already having a really heavy back, almost all the way to Oak Hill Road. Once you get on the point of track there, southbound, kind of 50 moving into the divorce track. We've also got a crash being reported on the southbound side of the 710 freeway just before Fire Service would head through Southgate. That's in the left lane. See a little bit of delay starting to go through that stretch. And then on the 57 freeway southbound side, we have the South Transport taking northbound 57 between the Pathfinder, between Constantine Road and Pathfinder. The left lane shut down to rush 6 a.m. Hey, about side, I'll get that faster. I'm lucky.
506 on your wake-up call. Well, the National Archives is formally asking former presidents and vice presidents to check their personal records, please any classified documents or other presidential records. Former vice president and President Biden over the last year. Obviously, a former president and vice president from the last 6 presidential administrations covered by the TRA, the Other Presidential Records Act. And it's a surprise to me, first off, talk about documents. That one of two things. Either you go, oh my gosh, I my people call the National Archives people and say, holy cow, do I have a hot potato that I need you to take? Or that you're taking these things and you know you're taking these things, right? And you're just kind of hoping nobody notices it. Now the letter requests that the former president put the files to ensure that the material thought to be personal did not inadvertently contain presidential records that are it says the responsibility to comply with the CRA did not diminish after the end of the administration. Therefore, we request that you conduct an assessment of any materials held outside of the National Archives that relates to the administration for which you serve as a designated representative under the TRA to determine whether bodies of material previously assumed to be personal in nature, like, in other words, inadvertently contain presidential or vice presidential records subject to the TRA, whether classified or unclassified, which also cracks me up. If they're like, oh, yeah, Brenda and Bob on the committee, we probably don't have the same requirements and all presidential records and every administration from right from onward, because they're starting with the Reagan administration. We never use the National Archives regardless of the classification status. Now the question is, Let's look at these former living presidents who we still have here. So Trump, Obama, W. Bush, Clinton. You would have, I guess, the H.W. Bush files still there, Reagan. Then you got Penn, Biden, Cheney, Gore, Quayle. All of them who would still have representatives and probably, off the face of staffers and things like this. Staffers in the sense of, records and things like that. Of those people, either whose actual representatives are going to come forward and be like, oh yeah, you had him, yes, we got him right here. So who's going to do that? Or who is going to be the person who steps forward and says, you know what, we all have him, let's all step forward and talk about it. Now, here's the thing. Former President Carter did not get a letter from the archives because he is technically exempt from the Presidential Records Act because even though he signed the CRA into existence, it did not go into effect. So there you go. So it only went into effect for Reagan. But anyway, a source apparently told with the archives, well, CNN, they didn't remember Carter finding any stray classified documents. And if he did, probably nobody's going to come forward right now and be like, oh yeah, we forgot this. But anyway, it cracks me up that we have to have an official letter now so that the National Archives can cover it. There's a PSA campaign warning people against cycle-laced drugs in the IE. Several local and federal agencies created the campaign. San Bernardino County Assistant DA Simon Huntsfield said people are overdosing from fentanyl daily in the area. We rest people are not simply children, losing a loved one to fentanyl. More than 700 people in the IE died from fentanyl overdoses in 2021. Officials say the region is disproportionately impacted by fentanyl because the LA area is a shipment hub for drugs from Mexico. A new bill says most people would stop buying body armor. States and women's famous Connolly have introduced a bill to make it a misdemeanor to buy or sell fully resistant body armor or clothing to people not employed in certain professions such as law enforcement. If you already own body armor, you can keep it but you can't resell it. The California Department of Justice would have the power to add other exempted professions, perhaps in Jack Bauer on the 24 show. And the bill would make it a felony to wear body armor while committing a violent felony with a gun. Mark Ross, AFI News. Gay and bisexual men in monogamous relationships can donate blood without being forced to abstain from sex soon. The FDA updated guidelines and will propose them in the next few days. The American Medical Association and LGBTQ rights organizations have pushed blood banks to abandon rules many say are outdated and ineffective at keeping the country's blood supply strong. The FDA is expected to adopt the proposal after a period of public comment. For a video showing what happened to Tyree Nichols on January 7th is expected to be released today. Tyree Nichols was black as are the 5 officers who are charged with crimes related to his death. The civil attorney, Benjamin Crump, says that it isn't the race of the officers that determines police behavior. It is the race of the citizens. And oftentimes it's black and brown citizens who bear the brunt of this police brutality. Police who have seen the police body cam video of the beating that Tyree Nichols endured have compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by LA police. And I heard Gary Shannon talking about this yesterday. And Gary brought up a great point where he was saying, whose idea was it to release this video on a Friday? And he was looking at it from the perspective of, remember what often happens, that if these videos are so egregious that people really get upset about them, oftentimes they take to the streets and more violence is done, right? But if you release it on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, sometimes that is at least minimized. Not that the outrage, isn't still there, but sometimes people just don't have the opportunity to take to the streets like they would if it was on the weekend. And now we're going to release what some are comparing to the Rodney King video on a Friday. It's just kind of a recipe for potential disaster. So we'll see if in fact, I guess, If the violence or if the outrage rises to what it has in the past. A recent poll conducted by the American Jewish Committee finds many Americans are shaky on their knowledge of the Holocaust. Holly Huffnagel with the AJC says one fact was well known. Most adults, 85%, know that Auschwitz was a concentration camp and death camp for Jews. But Huffnagel says many are through a democratic process. Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. All right, we'll come back and we are going to talk with ABC Gina Sinceri. Well, that was a close one. An asteroid the size of a box truck that passed above South America last night. And since we're still here this morning, NASA's assurance that we have nothing to worry about was obviously correct, but this asteroid is it part of a bigger orbit of other asteroids? And if that's the case, do we have more to be worried about? We'll find out when we talk to Gina in just a few minutes. Let's see what the track is on the 15.
The whole past southbound is on the 15 freeway, which is just past the 130. Take it away here. That's actually really away from Oakville. You also have a crash on the 15 freeway south of St. Action, just past Crown Valley Road. Had all the way south for a couple of minutes. Over to the shoulder, it looks like now. If you see the back of all of the Peninsula Forest Highway, once you get on the point of the crash on the southbound side of the 4-2, moving fairly well heading into Tennessee towards the 5 Merck. And moving well still on the 5 freeway south out of the Philmar stretch heading into San Fernando and towards the 170. Pay a bottom side. I'll get you there faster. I'm Bucky. Hey, all, it's Team Charles. Did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called net metering 3.0. It's now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power companies. But good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlight. Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlight and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunluck.com. Sunluck.com. PSLB ones are very expensive. Connected to the boat champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Clippers cruised to a win over the Spurs. They've now won 4 straight games to shoot the 5th place in the West. The Lakers are back in action tomorrow against the Celtics. The Chargers interviewed tight end coach Luke Steckel for their offensive coordinator job. In the American Rundown, under is over. 25-year-old Tommy Paul was sent home by Novak Djokovic in the Australian Open semifinal. I'm Missy Jordan. Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz Ranger SUV. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or changing your address, can be done online when it's convenient for you? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
And now, no matter where you order free pickup, you can just save for the deals and you get in store. So you can save when you order during game practice or at the dog park or wherever. Start your cart with the Ralph's app and save from wherever today. Ralph's, price for everyone. $35 order minimum and subscription applies. Subject to availability.
Please more on natural and organic items. Just click the digital coupons on our app and use them up to 5 times in one transaction with your card. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Bridgewater, the Hit Fiction Podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
Something on her with Sanadol and Onset.
Starring Supernatural's Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Pangio, and Rogue One's Alan Taylor. Written by Lauren Stippen and created by me, Aaron Manchin. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Whoa! Did you hear that? That's the sound of your long-range Honda. With 5 locations and more than 1,000 new Honda models, long-range Honda Superstore is the destination to upgrade in 2023. Visit our super award-winning long-range Honda Superstore location.
ViralRabbi.com.
Senior 100% Medicare scan.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never get out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just for luck.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Get you and your kids' bodies moving and heart rate up to burn out stress. Engaging 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. A walk around the block. Or some yoga can all help. With Cal Helpful Moments. It's brought to you by calhelp.org. Life seems uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed and just worried overstated. Cal Help can help. Access calhelp.org. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you, like access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising? Get started today. For yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Steer clear of westbound 91. The weekend closure will occur between I-15 and Lincoln, Friday, January 27th at 10 p.m. to Monday, January 30th at 5 a.m. Avoid the area by using the 5071 or 57. Heavy traffic delays are expected. Visit rtcc.org for 91 closure details.
Following your Bible New Year with Jack Graham on 6. Listen to you on New Year's resolution to the Bible with two writing children. Already started Bible New Year with Jack Graham.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
Listen to Bible in the Year with Jack Graham on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcast.
Nobody finds it ridiculously obnoxious and oppressive and something to vote against, something that drives these people out of office. This is all unnecessary. The other 49 states aren't doing it. No. You, John and Ken. What's the point of living here then? Now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call for a Friday. Thanks for joining me. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People in California could be getting a break from unusually high natural gas bills. The California PUC says it is considering applying California climate credit to utility bills as soon as possible. The credit was reduced bills for customers at PG&E, SDG&E, SDE, and SoCal Gas by about $90 to $120. Natural gas credits normally appear on utility bills in April, and electricity credits are issued in April and October. And the winter storm that dumped 32 trillion gallons of rain yesterday, the public water agencies now get 30% of what they had asked for instead of the 5% that they were promised last month. Despite all the rain, though, most of the state remains in moderate or severe drought. Coming up at 5:35, we'll talk with KFI's house whisperer, Gene Stark. It is the wonderful wizardry of walls. I know it kind of sounds like a really weird new ride at Disneyland or something, but there actually are some crazy ways to work with the walls in your home that are going to create some incredible spaces. So Gene will explain in just a few minutes. And goodness can say, I mean, sigh of relief. I mean, I know that this thing is 2,200 miles away, give or take, but anytime you hear that an asteroid the size of a box truck is coming kind of close to the Earth, you kind of go, I don't know if I feel that comfortable. So, Gina, good morning. You are so right. This is very close, but not close enough. I mean, that's the good news, because we only found out about this a week ago. This was discovered on Saturday, January 21st by an observer in Crimea who knew a compatriot lived at I think 2,200 miles. We don't have that many that come that close. But this one did. It orbited above South America. We haven't
heard that it collided with any of the satellites that orbit in that area. We're still kind of waiting for images to come in. Hopefully we'll get some today. Okay, I guess let's go back to one of my first questions, which is how come nobody else saw it except this observer in Crimea? I mean, a box truck, I know for us, we say, wow, that seems huge, but is that really minuscule in the world of observation? Compared upon the answers, some of it would have made it to the surface. The trouble is, we didn't know about this until a week ago, and there are many, many more. And we don't know where many of them are. And, this is a headline. It only takes one to ruin Planet Earth Day. So we've got to really stay sharp. And most astronomers and observatories, now, they're scanning our solar system 24/7, looking to see what's out there that looks unusual. And that's a critical partnership. It's a critical partnership because let's plan together, keeping their eyes on the solar system to see what's out there that can hurt us. Okay, and my other question is just what you were talking about, in that same orbit like it. In a circular orbit, but the fact that it orbited this close to Earth means its orbit will change from now on. So it'll come back again in 425 days, but it's orbiting further out. We know this from calculations. So its next orbit will be halfway between Earth and Mars. I'm not sure of that. Well, yeah, you just keep on pushing out there. Everything, you just keep going away from the Earth. That makes me sleep a lot better at night. And yeah, on one hand, you look at this in your life, wait, please, we're 2,200 miles away. On the other hand, you go, we're 2,200 miles away. So there's that. Tina, thank you so much, and appreciate your time. Have a great weekend. You too. Bye-bye. Bye. See you later. ABC Phoenix and Terry. Well, the good news is, if you're listening to my voice this morning, and you're welcome. Remembering the astronauts of Columbia, Challenger, and Apollo. Also, workers, guests, and families of fallen astronauts have honored them during a day of remembrance. This year's ceremony, held yesterday at the Johnson Space Center, focused on the 20th anniversary of the Space Shuttle Columbia accident that killed 7 astronauts on February 1st, 2003. Saturday marks 37 years since the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded minutes after liftoff on January 28, 1986. 3 astronauts died in a cabin fire during launch rehearsal of Apollo 1 56 years ago today. The News Team, KFI News. And you said goodbye.
Remember the first time you left home? Exciting? A little scary?
Sportscaster Fred Rogan says he has always had 2 jobs during his nearly 50 years of doing sports, and now, look at this, like a normal person, he just can have one.
The job I still have is my first one. It's radio. That's how I got started. I host a midday show with Rodney Pete on KLAC.
Now that is artistic. Rogan says he is the luckiest guy on the planet. He signed off. That's pretty cool. If that's going to be the way to go, you're like, and I'm out. It's been fun. See you later. And take off your little, mic there on your collar. Put it down on the desk. Get up. Turn around. Walk out. Good for him. I have to say selfishly though. See you later to the TV side. We still get to keep him. Because it's fun, the way our studios are set up. We're all on the same floor. So as I'm leaving the studio very often during the day, that's what I see. I see Fred Rogan walking into the building right as I'm getting off the air. So it's good for us. It's good for us that hopefully we'll get to see him a little bit more. He's not going to be rushing from one place to the other. But mostly it is good for him. And what an incredible career. 50 years of doing sports, and he's like, no, I'm not retiring. I'm just cutting my workload in half. And we should all be that lucky. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about the wizardry of walls. I know. It sounds like something out of Disneyland. Maybe it is. Maybe you learn how to work your magic when it comes to walls. We'll get into what you can do with your space with Green Shark KFI's House Whisperer in just a second. So now let's take a drive on the 14 and Action.
Freeway just past Crown Valley Road. Looks like they reopened the left lane here, but 3 right lanes remain shut down. There's that keeps getting back to before someone that's getting almost to Enforced Forest Highway. A little bit of good news from the Cajon past southbound side of the 15, past the 138, crash week out of lanes over to the right. Shoulder there, the truck still very heavy back, almost 2 lanes. Zero and westbound, being pockets of flowing from about Rock there all the way to the 241. KFI at the side helps get you there faster. I'm Bucky.
Hey, y'all, it's Dean. Before I get with Jen and talk about walls, let's talk about emergency backup power. There's only one name you really need to know when it comes to emergency backup power. That is Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. I'm talking hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, radio, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to sit there and let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. Learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DuPhive Power.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Top Chef Mario Viviani has arrived. And now the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace of Morongo. Number 7.
I have been open. They have used and presented production.
Number 6.
The channel is open. Try to keep the power and empty on the house.
Number 5.
The channel is open.
Number 4.
Working right up the door. The best barbecue this side of the Mississippi.
Number 3.
The Palace Control is open. It's unrivaled innovative Italian food.
Number 2.
Great things is open. We treat for the students we see.
And the number 1 reason to go to the marketplace at Morongo.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you just decide to get. The marketplace is open.
Morongo Casino Resort and Bar. Morongo. Good time.
Duffy Power Services, Southern California's generator expert. DuffyPower.com. Take It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Student computers, helping you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today. Join us at TakeItUp.org.
Yeah. Visit QKCity.org or call 833-422-4255. That's medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you get $80 in a 30-foot drain snake. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain can service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Little air conditioning and pump. You think it's an OPO win. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, podcasts. KMR, AM, of course. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On a Friday, glad you're here. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A forensic psychologist says the mass shooter in Monterey Park exhibited behaviors consistent with other mass shooters. One person was hurt during an explosion on the campus of USC yesterday. Happened about 4 o'clock in the afternoon inside the science building. They found a gas leak in newly petroleum. The person who was hurt was able to leave the building on their own and was taken to the hospital. Coming up at 5:50, we're going to talk with our own Nick Paliotti. No, we're not on traffic this morning, but today, he took off the traffic hat, he put on kind of some weird theme park influencer hat, got some mouse ears on it, got a little bit of Snoopy on it. I mean, it's kind of a crazy one. But he's got a couple of big celebrations to tell us about. If you didn't know, that's kind of like, he has like 4 side jobs that he does. And whether he's the 15-minute foodie, or whether he's a theme park influencer, or whether he's doing traffic, whatever it is, he's having fun. But today he's going to focus on Disneyland to start with, because that's where we're going to join him live from. So that's going to happen at 5:50. But Team Sharp, good morning. morning to you. Of course, Dean is our house whisperer. You can listen to him tomorrow morning, 6 to 8, and Sunday morning with his extended show, 9 to 11. Follow him on social media at Home with Dean. And Dean, when I heard your wonderful wizard reveal this morning,
I just want to know how I can get in this job. Okay, oh, you got to go to Disneyland today, buddy.
That's my first question to him was, before we even get into it, how the heck do we all become theme park influencers?
Yeah, I'd like to influence a theme park or two.
And it was just that, like, was Nick ever just, like, relaxing in his park around and going, you know what I should do tomorrow? I should be a theme park influencer. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Who comes up with that? Yeah, well, I know, this is why we love the guy. Exactly. So, Dean, when it comes to walls,
And the wall, that's a whole other topic, and something that most homeowners don't, engage in most of the time. You got the walls that you've got, but there is so much in regards to design and decor that we can do with our walls, and they're so important because it seems kind of silly for me to say, but they're always there. And your walls are literally in the background of everywhere you look in your house. So when you're sitting having coffee, talking with friends, when you're watching TV, when you're just moving, they're literally the backdrop for everything you do, which means that whatever's going on with them is an important part of the story that your home is telling you all the time. Okay, let's evaluate each and every wall in the house and see what can be done with it. Sometimes we got to fix it. Sometimes we have to make walls stronger, and I don't mean, again, structurally, I mean in their appearance. Sometimes we need to move them further away. Sometimes we need to draw them closer in. We need to make a lot of walls taller. People live in houses with 8-foot ceilings, and so visually, what can we do to make a wall taller? What can we do to make it a focal point? What sometimes can we do to make a wall invisible and just go away altogether? All of these things can be accomplished to one degree or another with the way that we approach them from a design perspective.
so are you talking paint, or are we doing wallpaper here, or a combo?
Maybe a combo of the two. Yeah, well, paint is a perfect example. I was talking to Conway last night about this. And a lot of people don't realize that the color family that you put on a wall has a lot to do with whether that wall comes at you or moves away from you. What I mean by that is warm colors tend to move toward it. They tend to embrace it. Okay, so anything with a warm tint to it has a tendency to have arms around you, whereas cool colors recede away from it. They actually give a sense of spaciousness in a room that isn't necessarily there, but the cool colors are kind of expansive, like the sky. They move away from us. And so if you've got a got no place to move this wall to make this room bigger, but if you want that sense that the room is airier, larger, a little bit more elbow room, then you can choose to use cool colors on those walls in order to make them seem further away than they actually are. And the opposite is true with a large space that you're trying to cozy up. Use those warm colors and the walls will come at you a bit and embrace you more.
I completely feel like a ding-a-ling because I was not thinking the house I moved into, as I told you, it's not huge. And when people walk in, though, and I tell them, oh, it's, 1,400 square feet, and I'm like, wow, this feels a whole lot bigger. That is because I have a blue focal wall. Just one wall on each, like in the bedroom, in the living room, and then they have kind of recessed ceilings in those areas. But that blue is what's sort of pulling everybody's eye up and away and making it look like I live in this great big house.
No doubt, no doubt. That's exactly what we use them for. Blue is one of those fantastic focal wall colors too, because blue is such a natural color. It's not a color that offends anybody. It's not wild and crazy. We walk outside, it's blue up there. Everything above the horizon line is blue. So we're all used to it. And yes, it's a bold color. It's a blue. It's a cool color. Green qualify as well. They're bold, but they're not so wild and crazy. And yeah, they really air out a room. Now, when the wall invisible is really it's kind of a misnomer, but the point is that every wall in your house, you have to make a decision about it. Either the
wall itself is going to be the focal point, or what's on the wall is going to be the focal point. It's usually never a good idea to try and make both the wall and the stuff on it competing with really amazing wallpaper on the wall. That's making the wall is the feature itself. That's the focal point. There are other situations, though, where we've got some really beautiful stuff we've got, and we really want the wall to just be there holding them,